Southwest, you become more Mexican. I used to be Italian and now I'm Mexican. This is true.
Ya es muy tarde, son las 11 y no llega. ¿Cuánto tiempo estaremos esperando a Hasan? Ha pasado mucho tiempo y no sabemos qué es lo que él está haciendo, cuándo va a comenzar. Todos los días cuando entro yo pregunto ¿dónde está el hombre turco? Y me pongo a llorar. Y de repente mis pantallas se refrescan, la canción está sonando, vamos ya a comenzar. Cuando al fin dice en Los Ángeles, California, es un día bien hermoso, gracias por aquí estar. Como siempre, un tal nombre gris pregunta ¿por qué eres millonario? Y él empieza a gritar. Ya es muy tarde, son las 11 y no llega. ¿Cuánto tiempo estaremos esperando a Hasan? Todos los días cuando entro yo pregunto ¿dónde está el hombre turco? Y me pongo a llorar. Y de repente mis pantallas se refrescan, la canción está sonando, ya vamos a comenzar. Ya veremos si con este gran corrido me dejas bajo la casa. Un saludo a Hasan.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive. Oh, wait, what? What am I saying? Did I just say sunny California, Los Angeles? It is such... I'm on autopilot. I'm on such autopilot that I said sunny Los Angeles, California, because, well, that's technically in the song. Folks, I'm live and alive, not from sunny Los Angeles, California. It's not even fucking sunny here. It's actually hurricane season, turns out. I'm here in the fucking Corrido Capital, okay? Okay, I'm here. I'm getting Baja blasted, okay? I'm at the heart of the nautical state of Mexico. Okay, that's where I'm at. Where's the Mexico filter? I don't know how to do it. Okay, I tried. I was gonna do a Mexico filter. I don't know how to fucking do it. Let me see. You know what? Fuck it. Like, sure. Let's see if I can put a fucking filter on it, dude. Here's an effect filter. Let's do like, what is it? Color key. Like, let's do blue. No, that's not working. I don't know how to sepia that shit, dude. I don't know. I don't know how to fucking hit that sepia. Anyway, whatever. I'm live and alive from rainy hurricane all over the place Mexico. That's right. And I hope everyone's having a great one, all the boys, girls, and MBs. I hope the audio levels are good. This is going to be a test. This is basically like a dry run where we are figuring out if my like live from anywhere and everywhere setup structure is actually pretty good. Sounds good. March is in the building. Nice. Thanks, March. I'm currently on Wi-Fi. I'll be taking questions in a brief moment. Yes, I have been to Mexico before. I have been to Mexico before. Did you meet AMLO yet? No, but I will tell you what I fucking met. I met communist. I met communism. That's what I meant. Okay. I now know what people are talking about when they say Mexico's communist. Okay, I meant communist bureaucracy, which I'm going to talk about in a second. And by the way, I know AMLO's not a real fucking commie or anything. Please, everybody, before people take it super seriously. Some things happened on my way to Mexico, which I will be talking about in a brief moment. Hold on. Let me see if everything else is good. Yeah, I took the Pelican case. I'm live. I'm alive. I came out to Mexico. A lot of you are like, Hasan, why the fuck did you go to Mexico? Great question. It wasn't up to me. It was mostly just for family. It was for family. My mom wanted to actually go and enjoy the water. That's what she said. She wanted to go somewhere where she could get in the water. And lo and behold, we came to Mexico and she can't even go in the fucking water because the winds are crazy right now. It's actually hurricane season, but it's cool because like the entire hotel is pretty empty. Like there's nobody here, but also partially because it's fucking raining. It's raining nonstop. I get why nobody comes here during riptide season. You know what I mean? It's pretty nuts. You need to go to Cancun, Veracruz, Yucatan. I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. We don't know any of this shit. Why does the backdrop look like Telemundo? Because I'm in Mexico, okay? That's why. Anyway, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, and boy, did I have a lot going on in my life, let me tell you, okay? I ended the broadcast on Tuesday night, and I told you guys after playing Starfield, I was like, hey, listen, I'm going to be going to Mexico with my family, and that's why I will try to be live tomorrow, but I don't know if I can. March... shouts out to March, gave me his laptop so I could actually keep streaming. Everyone's saying, where's the filter? Man, turns out there is no fucking filter, dog, okay? There is no yellow sepia in Mexico, okay? You want to know why? Because it's actually raining like a motherfucker here, okay? Stop yelling. Do color correction, then just change the hue and saturation. I don't know how to do that. I feel like that's hard. I just... God damn it. Okay, I'm gonna do it for like 1 second, too. It's so stupid. The chat is so dumb. Okay, fuck it. Whatever. Who cares? Let's do it. Filters. Delete the color key. It's the wrong one. Not the chroma key. Color correction. Is that good? Wait, oh, you guys can't see it, probably. Can you see? I'm in Mexico, man. Here you go. Are you happy? Are you fucking happy? I'm in Mexico. Do you believe me now? Do you believe that I'm in fucking Mexico now, you dumb bitches? That before, Hasan, it didn't seem like you were in Mexico. But now that I've seen the color correction happening, it's obvious to me that you're in Mexico. Viva la Mexico, sir. Nice to have you here, sir. Viva la Mexico. Here, oh, it's Mexico, but darkness now. Wait, what about this one? Let me see how this works. How the fuck do I, like, lower how aggressive this is? Okay, I gotta delete this. Okay, it's so bad. It's so bad. Hold on, I'm gonna do it again. 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 Okay, saturation 0, hue shift 0, color add, not color multiply. Let's see. Maybe that's better. Nope, that's worse. What the fuck? You wanted this. You fucking wanted this. I don't know how to do this at all. That was flashbang. No, that was actually... That was when I was... The only time I was allowed to say the C word. Okay? That's what it was. Bro, these colors suck. Like, it's not... This is not good. But whatever. I'll keep it on for now. Fuck it. This is fine. Anyway... So, folks, as you guys know, I'm live. I'm alive. Okay. So, anyway, as I was saying, I got down here. I got down here middle of the day. I landed in the fucking airport. Okay. And I'm waiting for my luggage. And it's not coming out. Now, this is the first time I brought this Pelican case with me. It's a very big case, right? So, March was like, yeah, drop an Apple tag in it. You know what I mean? That way, you know, you'll be able to find it. They won't steal it. You know what I mean? Murat was like, I have a lock for it so people don't steal the shit in it. And I was like, I don't care. I trust the brave working class individuals. They will not steal my shit. But then, of course, I land and my luggage ain't coming around. And I'm thinking, uh-oh. Okay, maybe I don't get my luggage back. Turns out it's fine. All the luggage comes through. You know, they got the fucking old ass motherfuckers that my least favorite people to travel with are like upper middle class, middle-aged white men. They're so fucking loud. Like, they're getting drunk on the plane. They're so incredibly fucking loud, literally at the airport. Like, it grosses me the fuck out. I'm like, please, like, I don't want to be like, dude, shut the fuck up, because then they're gonna like try to fight me. Okay, like, there's just so much, like, there's so much anxiety and pent up frustration with these middle-aged, upper middle class white guys on vacation. Okay, they're literally like they're just so excited to be away from their wives for the first fucking time. It's always the same shit. I've had this anywhere I've ever gone. American travelers, not every type of American traveler, but very specifically, a large gaggle of middle-aged white dudes that are on like a Jimmy Buffett style trip are a fucking problem. Okay? It's like, bro, you're not in a frat anymore. You know what I mean? You're like 43 years old. Why the fuck are you talking like this? I will stand by this. There is no group of travelers that are as consistently annoying as immediately getting drunk middle-aged white dudes that are in a gaggle. Put a middle-aged white guy alone, they're fine. Okay? Middle-aged white dude traveling alone, perfectly fine. Middle-aged white guy traveling with family, perfectly fine. You put a fucking gaggle of them together as like single standalone middle-aged white guys, and you fucking you combine them into one group, and they become this like insane, like absolutely unstoppable force of like joy, excitement, but in a way that you are not supposed to be excited. Okay? Maybe even in a business setting, they're probably fine. But the moment that they're out of that, the moment that they got the fucking Harley Davidson flip-flops on and the Harley Davidson cutoff hoodie on that's orange and the flip-flops to match, and you got the biggest cargo shorts I've ever seen, you know, it's gaming time, okay? It's fucking, we're gonna yell time. Everyone's gonna know we're fucking American. We are going to literally do soft power, but the exact opposite of soft power. Like, we are doing anti-diplomacy. Countries that used to be excited at the prospect of American tourists are going to look back and go, I hate America. I fucking hate American tourists the most. Anyway. So, those guys all got their fucking luggage. Let me tell you, where is the story going? Well, those guys all got their luggage. They were very loud, pushing over and everybody else. And what, dude? Hold on one second. I think Murat's here. Never mind, it's not Murat. Jose. Already broke one of these chairs, by the way. Is he live? My stream is bugged? Wait, what? Really? Yes, I'm fucking live. What the hell? Yeah, I've been live for like almost 30 minutes. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, so those guys are like pushing past everybody in their fucking luggage, whatever. They all get their shit, right? They all get their luggage. All the luggage is gone. I'm like thinking, all right, well, I'm cooked, you know? I can't find this. Which is broken in Europe. Oh, okay. So, like, fuck it. Whatever. It happens. Turns out they just put it in large, like extra large luggage space, which was a different area. So I go, I find it, I pick it up. I'm like, all right, good. First thing out of the way. Okay, we're cooking with gas. Okay. Ain't no way you're complaining about dudes expressing joy and excitement. That's wild. Brother, if you've never traveled, you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, or you are probably that guy. I'm talking about dudes who are so fucking loud in public. It's incredibly annoying. And they're all like, I don't know how to describe it. They're like a threat. They are like threatening. They're like a threatening presence. Like they're not just like excited and like going, oh my God, this is going to be so much fun. They're like, hell yeah. Like they just yell and like they want you to hear. They want you to hear the conversations that they're having because they think the conversations that they're having are fucking the best conversations, the funniest thing that's ever happened. Okay? It's like very obvious. And it's deeply frustrating. Anyway, yeah, aggro middle-aged white guys. So, fuck the middle-aged white guys. Who cares? Whatever. I get the shit, and I get the luggage, and I am going through Customs and Border Patrol. And I think, you know, Customs and Border Patrol, I don't have anything to declare. Obviously, why the fuck would I? I don't have anything that's like out of the ordinary. And at that point, turns out, Welcome to Mexico is in full effect. First customs guy looks at me, goes, come over here. I'm like, what? Why? What's happening? He's like, come over here. Come here. I'm like, okay. Like, what's in that bag? It's a Pelican case, right? So he's like, what's in that bag? I'm like, I don't know, like equipment, you know, like my computer equipment. He's like, did you declare it? I'm like, why would I declare it? It's for my own personal use. Era 2000? Why is everybody saying Era 2000? I don't know what the fuck's happening, okay? Stop being fucking annoying. Just refresh. I don't know. Instead of writing Era 2000, just refresh. EU chatters use VPN to USA. Like, I can't do anything. It's fucking Twitch. It's Twitch busting out. Actually, you know what? I'm going to explain this after I blast off because this part of the story is fun. I'm going to fucking... I don't know what the fuck's going on. As soon as I get started, it doesn't matter if I'm in Los Angeles, California. It doesn't matter if I'm in Mexico. As soon as I get started, literally after I click go live, I get 1,000 people, dude. What the hell is going on? You got the Mexico filter on? No, I don't. This is just what it looks like in Mexico, chat. What the fuck? Why won't you believe me? No, I did not put a Mexico filter on. Anyway, hold on. Talking about my customs experience. Gay Obama. Obama's gay lover on Tucker. And more. I'm in Mexico. Raining like crazy. Get in. Now. Hasan interviews Vivek. Yes. We are going to interview Vivek. I don't know where this is coming from. I don't know how anybody else knows this. I think I mentioned it briefly. But yes, we are going to be on Leftovers. We're going to be interviewing Vivek Ramaswamy. Yes. Wait, where the fuck is the... Okay. Wait, I thought it was a Mehdi Hassan joke. Are you serious? No, I will be interviewing. Bro, you just leaked it. A lot of people were just talking about Mehdi Hassan's interview. Oh. I was like, how the fuck do people know? That's so fucking dumb of me. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter. Hasan, why would you platform such a horrible person? Because I want him to win the election, dude. Why do you think? Motherfucker, he's running for president. Like, what do you mean? That's insane, dude. Why are you platforming a guy running for president and is like the third most, currently polling in third place? Yeah, I know. You know who else is platforming him? Like the presidential, the Republican primary system. Okay, I don't know how to. Anyway, here we go. I'm blasting off the 2016 Pied Piper strategy, though. Yeah, that's how it works. Vivek is going to be president now. Yeah, I don't think you know this, but like comparing a reality television, a reality TV host, a reality TV character who's like profoundly popular and also white, is not the same as like comparing him to a random pharma bro who's Indian who wants to become the president on the Republican side. ¿Qué chingadas haces en México, güey? Okay, hold on. We're gonna cover all of that. EU Twitch is fixed now. I don't believe this at all, chat. The chatter who sent me this and was like, dude, you got to cover the story. It's crazy. You need to send me an actual article, okay? You can't send me this tweet. Like, what am I supposed to make of this? This does not look very real as far as news goes. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. The fuck? This is like insane. Okay. Are you in a telenovela in a Mexican mansion? Wait, how did you guys know immediately that I was in Mexico? Is it because maybe what people are saying is real? Like, in my mind, I see everything as like with an orange hue, basically. But I feel like, so it's does it look different from your guys' perspective? Like, does it look like I'm in, does it look like kind of odd? It might be the lighting. I don't know what it is. It might be the Mexican sun. It doesn't look different, right? It looks good, right? Cool, because it looks like you're in Trump's hair. White balance? There is no white balance, chatters. This is just what it looks like. I have white balanced it. This bit would have been funnier if you actually started the stream with a filter. I hear someone whistling. No, you don't. Notification viewers stay gaslighting Twitter viewers. Yeah. So, anyway. All right, it's time to talk about it. Oh, this is the source of the conviction. Asahi, Japanese newspaper. Okay, well then, brother, this is in full-blown Japanese. What the fuck? I can't read this. Do we not have like a source that is written in English? We'll cover it in a second. Anyway. All right. So I land in Mexico. Okay. I land in Mexico. Not Tejas, Mexico. Okay. And the Customs and Border Patrol guy looks at me and goes, come here. He's like, he looks at my Pelican case and he goes, what's in that? I go, I don't know, like tech equipment. He's like, did you declare it? Like, no, why would I declare it? He's like, you have to pay taxes on tech that you're selling. I'm like, I'm not selling technology. Like, this is my own personal computer. He goes, we got to put that through the x-ray. So I'm like, okay, fine. We put it through the x-ray. And then this other Customs and Border Patrol person is like, open your bag. I'm like, okay. And they're like being fucking aggressive at this point. I'm like, the fuck did you catch me with, like fentanyl? Like, what's happening? I thought it went the other direction. What's going on? I didn't know that, like, I thought it was easy to get into Mexico. It was harder to get out of Mexico and back into America. Okay. Like, why are you treating me like this? I'm not saying any of this, but in my mind, I'm thinking like, what the fuck is going on? They're behaving like I'm smuggling shit, right? Anyway, so like the first person is just like, so what do you have in the bag? Open it. I open the bag. I show them I have these monitors. I have like, you know, a light. I was like, well, here's this light. Here's a monitor. Here's my webcam, right? This is my personal computer. Okay. This is my personal computer. She goes, no, it's not. I'm like, what do you mean? No, it's not. And that's when I was like, oh, what the fuck? Wait. I was like, excuse me? What do you mean? No, it's not. No, none of it's in Spanish. They're speaking English. Okay. And I was like, yes, it is. I was like, what are you talking about? Yes, it is. I'm like, this is, yes, my personal computer. These are my monitors that connect to my personal computer. Okay. And they're like, nope, you can't bring this in. You have to pay taxes. And I'm like, what do you mean? I'm like, okay, sure. I was like, sure, I'll pay taxes for it. Okay, I'll pay taxes for it. Fine. But like, can you explain to me why I have to pay taxes? Like, what's going on? They're like, how much does this cost? I'm like, I don't fucking know. Like, probably like maximum $500 or something. Which at that point, I don't know, right? Like, I don't know how much they actually cost. And they're like, no, they don't. That's $1,000 each. I'm like, no, it's not. You're out of your mind. Okay? I'm like, you're fucking insane. They're like, okay, we're going in. That's it. And I was like, what do you mean we're going in? I'm like, they're like, nope, we're taking you into the office. You have to, you know, we have to deal with this. You know what I mean? And I'm like, what do you mean? At this point, I'm like fucking losing my mind. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, I'm trying to text my mom. I'm like, listen, mom, you know, I'm running a bit behind here because I think I'm getting shaken down by the Mexican authorities. Okay. So, wait, what? When crossing on foot? Oh, no, I wasn't even on foot. This was literally the goddamn airport. You know what I mean? So they fucking sit me down. They sit my ass down in this room. Okay? They sit my bitch ass down in this other room. Another guy comes in. Okay? And immediately I'm like texting my mom. I'm like, hey, I'm over, you know, I'm in customs. And I try to snap a picture of like where I'm at to show her. Cause I'm like, I'm a little worried at this point. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Here's where I'm at. And they see that and they lose their fucking minds. They're like, you can't take a fucking photo in here. What the fuck are you doing? And then the guy literally comes over and he's like, you have to delete that right now. I'm like, what the fuck? Chill out, dude. It's like, you have to delete that right now. You fucking delete that. You need to give me your phone. You need to delete that photo. I'm like, okay, I'm definitely fucked at this point. I'm thinking like, all right, we got to call the embassy, I think, because these motherfuckers are like losing their shit. Okay. They like pull me outside. He points to the fucking, he points to the sign and he goes, read that sign. And I read the sign. It's like, it's illegal to take photos inside of the Customs and Border Patrol office. And this is like this is not a sign, okay? Someone printed out a piece of paper, okay? And they highlighted this piece of paper where it says you can pay up to $16,000 American in fines if you take a photo at the customs area, okay? And I'm like, oh, I was like, all right, dude, I'll just fucking delete it. Like, I'm like, give me a goddamn break, okay? I'll delete the fucking thing. Like, what do you want? He's like, you have to delete it. I'm like, okay, I delete it. Then he's like, you have to go to your deleted photos and delete it from there too. And at that point, I'm like, oh, these motherfuckers know what they're doing, okay? So I deleted from the deleted photos as well. Then they sit my ass back down, and he goes, you can't pull your phone out here. At first, I didn't understand why it was such a big deal. And then the second part happened where I was like, oh, now I know why they don't want you to fucking pull out your phone. Okay? They sat my white ass down, and I listened. He goes, we've decided that the technological equipment that you're bringing in to Mexico is $1,000. That's the value of the tech equipment that you are bringing in. You have to pay a 19% like tax because you're importing these like technological equipment. I'm like, no, I'm not. And also, it's not $1,000. What the fuck are you talking about? He goes, can you prove it's not $1,000? I'm like, yeah, I can. I'm like, do you want me to show it to you? Like, do you have a receipt on you? And I was like, no, I'm going to show it to you on my phone how much it is. Okay? He's like, well, you can't pull out your phone. I'm like, I have the phone in my hand. He goes, if you take your phone out one more time, I'm going to arrest you. And I'm like, what do you mean? I can't take out my fucking phone, but you want to know how much this thing costs? Like, okay, I'm going to show you how much it fucking costs. If you want me to pay taxes, that's fine. But like, if you want me to pay taxes on exactly how much it is, I can show you how much it is. These are like $100 monitors. What do you mean $1,000? And he's like, well, you can't pull out your phone. You should have thought about that before coming into Mexico. I'm like, okay. This fucking sucks. I'm like, sure, I'll pay your fucking fine, you piece of shit. I fucking slammed the credit card on the table. I'm like, fuck you. All right, go. Here, pay the fucking fine. They print out this paper. It was like 3,500 pesos or something. They fucking stamp it. And then there was another white guy in there that they were holding. And he came up to me afterwards, and they were like apparently fucking making fun of me afterwards. They were like, oh yeah, welcome to Mexico. No, literally, that's what they said. As they told me to fuck off. Did you really cross into Mexico without bringing paper receipts of your belongings with you? Wait, what? How am I supposed to know that this is like a real... How am I supposed to know that this is a real thing? I work in TV and I've done a bunch of shows in Mexico. Every show has multiple local fixers specifically to deal with the local corruption stuff like this, and their secret weapon is having a pile of cash in their pocket to pay the necessary bribes to avoid trouble with the local police. This motherfucker wasn't even a local police guy. This guy wasn't even a local police guy. No, this is like Customs and Border Patrol. I'm questioning whether you lived in Turkey. This is like common bribery. Brother, I'm Turkish. So they can't pull that shit on me in Turkey. So I've never actually experienced Turkish shit as, as a foreigner. That's the problem. I'm very familiar with like how taxis fuck you, how all the local authorities will fuck you, except, I had not experienced it in a situation where like I am not a local as well. So. When I was leaving Turkey, they tried to say my girlfriend's passport was fake and tried to get us pay money to verify it. I threatened to call the embassy and they just let us go. Yeah, they do shit like that all the time. They get, they do shakedowns. Everyone's trying to fucking get a buck, right? There's a limited window of opportunity to fucking farm the tourists as best as you can. The difference, of course, between the taxi company fucking you over, between the taxi company fucking you over and robbing you blind versus like the actual police doing it is that, well, they also have like you know, the opportunity to detain you, which is a kind of a pretty serious threat. But yeah, it was pretty wild. Did you threaten to call the embassy? No, I did not. No, I didn't give a shit. Honestly, this is common knowledge that most people from SoCal, if law enforcement asks you for money, not much you can do. You just have to pay it. Judges do it too. This is some bullshit, but it's pretty common for people to come to the U.S., buy electronics cheaper, and then bring it elsewhere. So they probably thought you were doing that since you had a whole setup in a big case. Instead, most people just have a laptop or whatever. Yeah, but it was a monitor. And it wasn't in a fucking box. It was a monitor outside of the box. No one is fucking buying a monitor outside of the... Like, it's bullshit. They were just... No, it was bullshit. They 100% very openly were like, I know what the reason for that tax is, because most people do actually, you're right, take advantage of like cheap electronics in America and like try to sell it in Mexico and you know, turn a profit or whatever. But let's be fucking real. Like, I'm not a monitor salesman, okay? I'm not a monitor salesman at all. These are not like actual fucking monitors that I'm trying to sell. These are not $1,000 monitors anyway. They didn't know any of those things. They literally lied about the number and the price of it. Wouldn't let me actually show them how much I paid for the monitors personally. Wouldn't let me explain to them that I was, you know, not trying to sell monitors in Mexico. I don't know why people always do this where it's like, why are we infantilizing the situation? Plenty of people did this on Twitter as well. Other than like the sea of people. Other than the sea of people that were like, fuck you. You know, you deserve it. Tax the rich. Lol. Whatever. But other than that, there were people who were like, well, it's actually a really valid reason for why they did that. I'm like, oh, really? I wonder why they charged me $1,000 actually. Why did they decide that my monitors were $1,000 flat? Perhaps because it's very easy to do the math on the $1,000. You know what I mean? What a specific, how specific of a number? I wonder how that happened. Yeah, he threatened to take my passport too. He's like, I'm gonna put something in your passport. Like, what do you mean you're gonna put something in my passport? Like, what are you talking about? I was like, well, what is happening? I said I'm gonna pay the fucking tax, which I don't know if he did, but there was also that shit too, where it's like, he's like talking a big game. This fucking stupid ass Border Patrol fucking cocksucker motherfucker is sitting there talking a big game like he's gonna take my fucking passport away. I'm like, brother, you are not taking my fucking passport. At that point, I felt the most American I've ever felt. Okay? That was the most American I've ever felt, where I was like, no, the fuck you're not. Yeah? You're gonna take my fucking passport? Okay, dude. Like, that was insane. In my mind, I was thinking, like, he is not doing this. He is out of his fucking mind, okay? Anyway, so now I don't even know what's going to happen when I'm leaving the country. It's going to be a lot of fun probably when I'm leaving the country and they fucking do some dumb shit again. The charges might have been off, but a lot of countries have duties and taxes on equipment you're going to use. Yeah, it doesn't matter. My shit actually literally fills in the personal consumption. I looked at it. So you're not right. I don't have any like extra equipment. I don't even have a professional camera. And most countries let you bring in one professional camera and one laptop, which I only had one laptop and one fucking webcam. So it didn't even matter. That wasn't the case at all, like I said. shouldn't you have a lawyer for this? No, I mean, who cares? Whatever. I just got fucking. I got. Yeah. I mean, I got robbed a little bit, but whatever. But in a lot of cases, they just like. It seems they just like kind of do like mini harassment, and most people probably just like are like me. They don't know what the fuck's going on and just pay it, or they just you know, they even if they don't, then they just like hold them for an extended period of time, ruin their fucking day, ruin their trip or whatever, and then they just let them go. Are you enjoying Mexico besides getting scammed? It didn't end there. It did not end there, chat. Okay? We're moving on from the fucking customs situation. I'm running around with this fucking paper in my hand, angry. Okay? I walk out. My mom had texted me. She's freaking the fuck out at this point. She's like, she thinks I'm like getting killed or getting sold to the fucking cartel or some shit. I don't know. And it's obviously not that serious, but like, who cares? I walk out. At this point, I'm like, I definitely don't want to come back to Mexico ever again. Definitely, or unless I have like an actual handler, you know what I mean? Because it's annoying. If I had like a local person who knows what's up, they can handle this ahead of time. You know what I mean? The same, and it's the same situation with like going to Turkey. You know what I mean? I know this from my own personal experience. Not necessarily like me personally experiencing this, but like I get into a fucking cab in Turkey. If they think I'm American, they're like, oh, it's going to be, you know, they'll start speaking in English to me. And I wait to see what this motherfucker's going to do to me. Okay. And then immediately they're like, $100. I'm like, oh, ya öyle mi? Bir $100 ha? Vay be, vay amına koyayım. Ne kadar pahalıymış bugün taksi. Like immediately fucking flip it on him and be like, no, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. What are you doing? And it's more so the principle behind it. It's not like the money that matters. Like it's the fucking principle of like, you know, I'm not gonna get ass fucked by you. Fuck you, son of a bitch. A handler for Mexico, bro. Millions of Americans go to Mexico a year. What? Yeah, but if I have fucking any kind of equipment with me, I'm not gonna fucking do that ever again. I'm not going simply just by myself alone for partying or whatever the fuck. And I have been to Mexico in a situation like that, and it was fine. I don't know why people don't understand. It's not like that big of an inconvenience. It's not the worst thing on the planet, but it is fucking annoying to be like, can we just admit it's a little annoying to be like detained falsely and like very obviously get like have your pockets turned inside out. Like I got robbed a little bit. It's not like the end of the fucking day. It's not like life changing, but it's fucking annoying. Can I just be annoyed by a bunch of goddamn pieces of shit very openly fucking me over, and I have no recourse? I can't do anything about it. So regardless, learn Spanish? Yeah, okay, well, I'll do it. Oh, you don't like being detained and extorted by the cops? Fake leftists? Exactly. They could have Googled you. I mean, I don't know if that would have helped out in my situation. It's also reasonable to be slightly scared if you're a foreigner. I wasn't scared. I was more so pissed off. Because, like, at the end of the day, I am still an American citizen, and that passport is very fucking valuable, you know what I mean? They're not gonna, like, fuck with you too much. Because, you know, they're not gonna, like, start an international crisis. Like, we're not... They're just trying to make a couple bucks here and there. What is this? As a longtime Mexican viewer, I'm extremely disappointed you would fearmonger about Mexico like this on top of your use of the sepia filter. I don't think you understand how doing this perpetuates stereotypes about Mexico and other Latin American countries being uncivilized, lawless regions that engage in top-of-the-hour ad breaks. Thank you for sitting your white ass down and listening, and I hope you can learn from your mistakes. Fuck you, dude. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Okay. No more. No more sitting my white ass down. No more listening. I'm done. It's also 20 minutes past, but he's right. It is the top of the fucking hour. It's funny. You said, hey, I'm Mexican, and I think it's hilarious. Don't listen to them. Yeah, they're all the Mexican chatters were making fun of me, but like, they're like, oh, Hasan got to experience like the classic, what is it, mordito or something? Like a classic fucking... classic welcome to Mexico, which is like a fun experience overall. It's not the it's not the end of the world, and it's all the fucking mordida. It's content. It's classic. It happens, but it was. Basically, let me tell you something. Basically, what this proved to me is that more than ever before, Mexicans are Turks, okay? Flexico is 100% Turkey. This is exactly the same type of shit that would have happened if I was like an American visiting Turkey and I wasn't a Turkish citizen. You know what I mean? 1,000,000%. Straight up the exact same shit, okay? By the way, here's the 3-minute ad break now. I'm going to talk about the taxi right now as well. Okay? Here's the 3-minute ad break. So I walk out, and my mom is like texting me. She's like, don't talk to anyone. Just go directly to the right side and talk to like the taxi union. Because it's a union. You can't avoid it. Like, you just got to... They're all one taxi company. Just talk to the taxi company. I'm like, okay. So I explained to the guy what's going on. With the border or whatever, and why I'm flustered, and he's like, oh, you know, I'm from Idaho. I like lived in Idaho. Sorry about that. It's not like that all the time. And he's like, okay, where are you going? I tell him the fucking resort I'm going to. All right. My mom's like, get a private car. I'm like, okay. So the taxi guy, the first guy says, all right, it's gonna be $55. And I'm like, fine. I know that that's bullshit, but fuck it. I don't have any other option at this point. Who gives a shit? So I leave, and he goes, all right, it's $55. Tell the guy, don't talk to anyone else. Just go straight out, and to the right, there's a window that says taxi. Talk to that guy. Tell him it's $55, whatever. I walk into that second room, okay? I walk into the second room where there's a taxi guy. And I'm like, the guy in there said it was $55. He goes, no, it's $70. I'm like, what do you mean it's $70? Well, the guy inside just told me it was $55. And he goes, and he got so mad at me. Okay? He got so mad. He's like, are you trying to say that I'm corrupt? And I was like, no, I'm just telling you what the guy inside told me. Like, what do you mean? Like, we don't have to have like this discourse. Okay? He's like, what the fuck? Well, you know what? Then fuck you. You know, then you're stranded. Okay? And I was like, oh my God, I literally don't know how to fuck to get out of this goddamn airport. What am I gonna do? Fucking walk? I'm actually fucking screwed if I don't get into a goddamn taxi. Okay? So like, he's just like, no, I'm not serving you. I'm not serving you. I'm not serving you. I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. At this point, I'm literally like, I'm losing my mind. I just like, I hate this shit. I hate it so much. It's not, once again, chat, who gives a fuck? $70 is way more significant to Big Homie than it is to me, right? Okay. So it's fine. Like, it's not the, it's not necessarily the price of it. It's like 100% the principle. You know what I mean? So that's what, not everyone can afford to be scammed. Yeah, I know that, man. I know that. Please, like, I'm not talking about that anyway. I'm just describing my own personal situation. It's not that big of a deal to fucking, my own personal situation from where I'm standing. It's just like, I'm getting fucked. You know what I mean? It's just, it's frustrating to get fucked. That's it. I was fine paying the upmark price of $55 already, okay? Because that one is the fuck you price already. But then to mark that from 55 to 70, well then, okay. Like, what's happening here? What's going on? By the time I get to the fucking cab, is this going to be $200? Like, what's happening? Okay? So, it sucks, but we're used to it. That's why chat's acting like it's normal. All happens to locals too. Anyways, ACAB. So, basically, I fucking turn around. I turned around and I was like, fuck it, dude. Here, you want to know why I'm angry? Because I like got into this, argument with the second guy at this point, right? This is the third guy that I'm in an argument with. I got into two fights with two Customs and Border Patrol people. And then now I'm fucking fighting a cab guy. Okay? And I'm just like, what the fuck's happening? I'm like literally on Mexican soil for like approximately... I'm on Mexican soil for like fucking 20 minutes and I've already gotten ass fucked 3 times. Like, this sucks. And I didn't even want to go. I didn't want to be here. I don't want to leave my fucking house. I don't want to go to Mexico. I'm here specifically for my mom, okay? Because she wants to go in the water. She wanted to go somewhere nice, go in the water. I was like, sure, let's do it, whatever. They picked the place, and you know, it's at least like not super far, right? And you know, she wanted to, she got her dissertation done. It was a multiple year-long process. So I was like, fine, let's go. I don't want to go. I'm gonna bring my stuff. I'm gonna try to stream from there. And like the worst part is she can't even go in the water right now because it's raining like a motherfucker. You have water in California? No, they wanted to go somewhere. They wanted to leave. Okay. What is happening? Someone's knocking on my door again. I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm Mexican American. Even when I go to Mexico, I never talk. Let my cousins talk because they'll always try. My Spanish ain't terrible. They can always tell if you're a foreigner. It's incredibly annoying. I thought they would like didn't fuck foreigners over because like tourism is important, you know? Anyway, so where was I? Oh, so yeah, so I'm getting fucked over by the taxi guy too. So I was like, finally I show him. I was like, I'm really sorry. I don't mean to say you're a crook. I'm not saying you're a bad guy. I'm not saying you're a crook. I'm just pissed off because of this. And I show him the fucking text and he's like, oh, I get it. He's like, you know, not everyone is a crook like that though. He's like, not everyone's a criminal like those guys. You know, those guys are the bad guys. In my mind, I'm thinking like, motherfucker, you're doing it to me. You know what I mean? You're doing it to me right now. Don't act like you're on my side. But I had to suck it up. Because like, I have nothing else. I can't do anything. I don't want to be stranded at the fucking airport. So, yeah, I paid him and I apologized to him. Even though he was like fucking me very openly. You know? It's just like, it was so ridiculous. And then it finally fucking made it to the hotel. And I've been playing Starfield ever since. I barely left my room. And it's one of those like resorts where the food is just not great. You know what I mean? The food is kind of ass. And oh, actually at the hotel tried to fuck me too. Coming to the resort, I'm checking in. And the lady goes, that'll be $4,000. I'm like, what? Like, we paid for this ahead of time. And because, you know, I had already paid for it. They tried to charge me He tried to fucking charge me again for a room that I had paid for that my family had already checked in for. But that one was resolved fairly quickly. I think that was just a miscommunication. I'm chalking that one up to miscommunication. I don't think that was deliberate. It's whatever. Ne yapıyorsun oğlum? Biliyorum. Önemli değil. Yapacak bir şey yok. You know, whatever you got to do, what you got to do, folks. I'm out here. Basically, you're in a very American place in Mexico. My recommendation is to avoid those places. Those are scam mines. But yeah, but I also don't know what the fuck is good in what parts of Mexico. I don't even want to. I don't know. I'm chalking that up. This was slightly higher profile establishment and couldn't get away with as much shit. Yeah. What I've been to Mexico before. I went for spring break like many years ago to Puerto Vallarta, but like I think when you go as a big group like that, they already have like handlers fix everything. They have fixers ahead of time. So you know, that's why I never experienced any of this shit. But the food was really not edible that last time. Too dangerous to try the good parts of Mexico without a local that's well connected unless you have good Spanish. Yeah. Ay. Did they try to scam your mom at all? Yeah, apparently they did. The resort has like a concierge or something, and someone approached them when they first walked into the resort and was like, "Oh, I'll be your concierge, and you know, I'll be your concierge for the you know duration, whatever." So they gave him like cash as you know like a tip. He's like, "Oh, I'll set up all your reservations for you, blah blah blah." Turns out, not the concierge. Concierge is a totally different guy. I mean, but hey, listen, it happens, you know? Look, in Turkey, we have parts of the country that are very poor and tourism destinations. And everybody knows if you go in high season, which, by the way, ironically, we're not in high season for Mexico right now. But everybody knows if you go to those places in high season, everything is upmarked by 1,000 because it's basically the only, like, it's the only time they can make money. So, for that reason, it's just, like, valid. You know, it is what it is. You can't really do too much about it. You just got to eat it. Boş yapma kral. Abi boş yapma kral ne demek? Amına koyayım, Bodrum'da vermiyorlar mı? Götüne çakmıyorlar mı? Türk bile olsan yine götüne çakıyorlar Bodrum'da, Antalya'da. Yaz aylarına gidersen. TR'nin neresi de turistik bölgeler genelde daha zengin. Hayır, diyorum ki turistik yerlerde sadece belli bir ay içerisinde para kazanabiliyorlar. O yüzden gittiğin zaman löp diye götüne sokuyorlar. Türk olsan da sokuyorlar. The difference, of course, in Turkey is that they fuck you even if you're Turkish in those places, you know? The scamming is maybe not as aggressive as the one I experienced here, but then again, I'm Turkish, so. Mexico is not a monolith. You're talking like LA is the same as Atlanta. No, I know it's not a monolith, man. I'm just saying, like, of course, this is a fucking tourism destination. And they gotta milk everybody coming in as best as they can. Listen, my point is this, okay? We're building a wall, and Mexico's paying for it, and, you know, they're taxing me specifically so I can build the fucking wall in Mexico. $55 for a taxi would be normal if the destination is over an hour away. It's not an hour away. The destination is very close to the airport. I saw a cow, like a little baby cow, walking on the road, like literally on the highway. That was cool. But yeah. No one in the chat told you beforehand that you might have to slide the fools who check your bag some extra pesos? No, bro, this is like Customs and Border Patrol. They're not the dudes who are checking my bags. These are the dudes that are like waiting before you. I mean, after you've entered Mexican soil, they're like waiting there. Normally, you just walk past it. Did you get stopped by the federales on your way? No, I did not. Did you point and yell cow? Yes, I did. So, I will be keeping the paperwork on my way back, hoping that I don't get fucked on the way out too. But yeah. We have Methi Hasan, Cumstering and Dumpstering Vivek. We're going to talk about that. So Hollywood's yellow filter when they film a scene in Mexico is legit? Yeah, this is what it looks like in Mexico. This is real, chat. It's not fake, it's real. Mexico literally unironically looks like this. We're going to talk about the escaped prisoner Danilo Cavalcante. I don't fucking know why I said it like that. There's a search going on for him. There's some crazy shit happening. God, I hate this. Are you here to just talk shit? You can leave, you know. It's okay. What are you guys gonna do? Nice. Last time I flew to Mexico, I was carrying my switch deck luggage and suit carry thing, and I look American, so they try to talk me in English before X-ray thing, and I responded in Spanish, and they were like, okay, you can just walk past the X-rays. I did switch out from Crocs to Dunks, though. Also, on the way back, they fucking took my hair product and had to throw it away before getting on the plane back to the States. Okay, that's normal. That happens everywhere. This was a bit unique. Danny Masterson sentenced to 30 years in prison after rape conviction. Jesus, Lord mercy. I don't know enough about this case. I don't know at all. All right. Mexican American here. I keep my mouth shut and let my local relatives do all the talking, or I start getting fucked. Leaving is way easier. Bags don't get checked till you're in the States. Oh, Themacius has a playlist. All right, let's get started. Here's some good news. Here's some Mexico news that is actually very good. Mexico's Supreme Court, ladies and gentlemen. Mexico's Supreme Court has decriminalized abortion. Okay? My situation in Mexico has nothing to do with this. Obviously, my anger and my frustration is valid, but this is still good. So, let's take a look.
Mexico's Supreme Court has declared loudly and clearly that access to abortion care is a human right, and any effort to stop it is a violation of those rights. The country's top court...
Oh, okay. I'm gonna fucking take the Mexico filter off, by the way. I think. Hold on. Let me fix my camera, guys. Because I can't. What filter? No, it's too much. It's too much. Okay. It's too much. I'm doing serious news, man. I'm doing serious news. Okay? I can't be out here with a Mexico filter, dude. Jesus Christ. Like, this is gonna be on YouTube. When did you get back to LA? Yeah, I'm in LA again.
ruled the federal government's ban on abortion is unconstitutional, and reproductive rights activists are celebrating. CNN's Rafael Romo has the details.
The effort to decriminalize abortion in Mexico has been going on for years, especially in Mexico City, where abortion rights groups have taken to the streets to say, "My body, my decision."
My immersion.
In fact, by the time the Mexican Supreme Court issued a ruling Wednesday decriminalizing abortion at the federal level, 12 out of 32 states had already invalidated laws banning abortion.
Our reaction was of pure joy and celebration, but also of being very proud of being part of this green wave, this movement that have been working to advance the abortion agenda.
In a statement, the court said that banning an abortion is unconstitutional because it violates the human rights of women and people with the capacity to gestate. Anti-abortion groups in Mexico.
Yeah, I did this, actually. They did this for me. I walk in and they fucking decriminalize abortion immediately as soon as I did that. I stepped up.
Mexico blasted the ruling.
There are millions more Mexicans who are in favor of life, from the moment of conception until natural death.
I love that. I love that they got their own hogs, dude. It's always my favorite thing to just like see the hogs of different countries and like how they operate. It's the same takes too. Fucking awesome. Oh, it's great. Thank you so much.
The Supreme Court first ruled that it was unconstitutional to criminalize abortion in 2021. On the same day, the ground shook in Mexico. The earthquake was felt for about a minute, but the shockwaves sent across the nation by that court's ruling are still being felt.
It is a black day for Mexico. The country is in mourning. The Supreme Court of Justice.
My favorite thing is like American media is so sick because like even when they're covering culture war issues, even when they're covering culture war shit, like they still have to get both sides. Now let me explain something to you. Let me explain something to you that I consider to be really fucking indecent. One thing that the media has been doing, I can't speak on polling in Mexico. Obviously, decriminalizing abortions is a net benefit. It's a good thing. I'm glad that it happened, right? But mainstream media has this tendency to literally both sides of the equation, no matter what we're talking about, no matter what the issue is. Like, for example, in the United States of America, abortion is not a controversial topic. It is not an issue that has, an equal amount of opposition as it does support. This is not a real question. If you don't ever look at the polls, however, and you only watch news, you will hear from the news that like, oh, it's a very divisive 50-50 issue. Plenty of Americans don't want it. That's why we, might have to criminalize it in certain areas. And it's like, that's not the case. That's not the case at all. I can't speak for Mexico, but it is 70-30 across the board, including in red states, even in deep red states. Okay? It's nutty that like there is this indecent interest in always trying to find the interlocutors. Media in Mexico don't get both sides. They get whatever side the government in power agrees with because the media is bought and more journalists get killed here than in Ukraine. In Mexico, it is more divisive among the general population. Yeah, I can see that. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. That's what the Supreme Court is there to do. Normally, in a situation, if our Supreme Court worked in the ways that it's supposed to, the Supreme Court is supposed to do things that are controversial, that are beneficial to the broader public, like in theory, right? Not controversial that is that further restricts people's rights. It's supposed to be always opening up new avenues for people, new civil liberties for people.
Justice, the highest legal institution in the country, the one in charge of watching over justice and human rights, votes betray the first human right, without which no other human right can exist: life.
Back in 2020.
Yes, this is a majority Catholic country. I know, man. I know. It don't fucking matter. Okay? Cool seeing CNN use anti-choice instead of pro-life, though. Yeah. That is actually kind of cool that they're saying anti-choice instead of pro-life, because when they're American, they're pro-life. In America, they rarely ever fucking say, they never say anti-choice. But because it's in Mexico, they're like, anti-choice activists are slamming abortion decriminalization. I love seeing the way our news covers other countries, and if they have that like same smoke for our own nation doing identical things. But no, of course they do not. It's like if the American media covered American politics like they do Chinese politics, we would have communism here. Okay. Like, can you imagine if a new museum opens up and they're like, this museum is whitewashing historical atrocities committed by the American regime? Like, they would never do that. They would never in a fucking million years, like, offer the same kind of unified, broad coverage on mainstream media to, like, normal shit. Anyway, also a lot of this Catholicism, of course, comes from, colonization, that kind of shit. But whatever.
21, the court issued a decision on a law enacted in the northern state of Coahuila, which said that women who get an abortion may get punished with up to 3 years in prison and a fine. Exactly a week before Wednesday's ruling, Aguascalientes had decriminalized abortion, becoming the 12th state to do so. Mexico City was the first jurisdiction to end the ban on abortion in the country back in 2007, starting a trend in the still mostly conservative country where more than 3/4 of the population identify as Catholic. Abortion rights groups say even before the ruling, Mexico had already become a destination for some American women seeking an abortion.
Before, Mexican women used to go to the U.S. to look for abortion services. And now Mexico, more and more American women are coming to Mexico for services.
And while no woman can be prosecuted...
Most recent Mexico polls say slight majority anti-choice, but it's pretty close, and support for abortion has increased rapidly in recent years. There's 0% chance that the younger generation is not majority pro-choice. 0% chance.
...prosecuted any longer for having an abortion in Mexico. There are still 20 states where the procedure remains illegal, but the ruling paves the way for the federal healthcare system to start providing abortions.
Rafael Romo joining us now from Atlanta. Does this move represent a leftward shift in Mexico? That's certainly a question that's being asked on the back of this.
Yeah, well, Becky, just to give you an idea of how far to the left Mexico has moved, the party of President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, a leftist, chose former Mexico City Mayor...
Yeah, AMLO. Leftist AMLO, dude. A far leftist AMLO, dude. He's such a leftist. That's why he taxed my ass. Communism has come to Mexico, folks. They're calling it Lexico. That's how left they are. Far left.
Mayor Claudia Sheinbaum Wednesday to run in next year's presidential elections. The 61-year-old is, politically speaking, completely aligned with the president. Meanwhile, the opposition has chosen another woman, former Senator Xochitl Gálvez. Even though there are many differences between them, they both support decriminalizing abortion, what happened yesterday. And Mexico is also the country with the second largest Catholic population in the Americas. 3/4 of its population identified as Catholic. But that...
I love seeing conservatives short circuit when you ask them if the woman deserves prison time. On the one hand, if the fetus is a human, then of course the mom should go to prison. She hired a hitman to kill her child. But on the other hand, every human intuitively understands that's insane and unethical, so they just flail. Yeah, the same question exists. The perfect question to ask anti-choice weirdos always is like, okay, what about cases of rape and incest, right? Because if they want to be morally consistent, they have to say, no, still you have to do an abortion, even in the case of a rape, or even in the case of like pedophilic rape and incest, right? They have to say yes because it's still a life. And if they say yes, they're going to come across like gigantic fucking freaks like that Babylon Bee guy. Okay? And if they say no, well, then you arrive at the reality that, of course, abortion is not fucking murdering a real life. And everybody kind of understands that.
Percentage used to be well over 90% during most of the second half of the last century, Becky.
Fascinating. Thank you. In the US.
You misspoke. You said to have an abortion. No, you have to birth a child. Yeah, sorry. If they force birth in instances where there is rape or incest, if they're advocating for that, every single person across the board is going to go, "You're a freak. You're a psycho. I don't want to hear from you ever again. You are not a serious person." So they've completely fucked themselves over. And if they say no, then they understand that it's not actually murder. And most people don't believe that it's actually murder. The entirety of the Republican Party knew full well that it was not actually fucking murder. And that is precisely the reason why now they've shifted away from they've actually pushed for rape and incest provisions, right? Anyway.
There are signs that many women are traveling to have abortions. A year after the US Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade, a study shows that abortions have increased in states next to those where the procedure is banned. Researchers note that abortions had already been on the rise before the High Court ruling. The study was done by an organization that supports abortion rights.
We're learning new information in the federal case over.
Yeah, someone flipped the Mar-a-Lago, which we're going to talk about in a second. Is it true that Mexico's socialist? Man, what? No. I don't know where this comes from. Like how people even like believe that. AMLO has done some good things, but mostly he's just, as far as I understand, just as crooked as every other fucking president that's come before him. Like every other person in Mexican politics is just like very, very, very corrupt. And they always run on anti-corruption. They always run on anti-corruption. Like I'm gonna rush to ensure that, you know, we eviscerate corruption, and then they don't. He's marginally better than previous leadership, but I mean, he's a weird guy. He's a funny guy. He believes in like really crazy shit too. Like elves and stuff. But overall, it's a mixed bag. Duendes are real? Okay, dude, chill. All right, let's move
over
on.
Former President Donald Trump's handling of classified documents.
They're flipping, boys.
Has struck a cooperation agreement with the special counsel's office and agreed to testify in an exchange.
You have no idea what you're saying? I have no idea what I'm saying? You don't think AMLO thinks elves are real? Didn't he fucking like literally tweet about it? Hold on. Mexican president posts photo of what he claims is an elf. Mexico's president posted a photo on his social media account Saturday showing what he said appeared to be a mythological woodland spirit similar to an elf. Here it is. Here's the fucking tweet. If you don't believe me. I know it sounds like crazy. Listen, I know it sounds insane when I say stuff like that. But, like, That's not an elf, it's a leprechaun? Oh, my bad. What does he know, dude? What does he know that we don't? Meanwhile, in D.C., Biden administration asked U.S. energy companies to prepare affidavits documenting how Mexico's protectionist policies disrupted their investments as Washington prepares to escalate a trade dispute with his neighbor. So this is the only good part of his administration so far. Protectionist policies on natural resources, mineral extraction has been very good. That's why I said he's a mixed bag. You get it? Typical Americans not understanding pre-Hispanic folk tales with no context. I'm not trolling, but I thought you said everyone is entitled to at least one crazy ass belief. You said it when he watched an astrology vid. I mean, he's also like pretty fucking religious. So I don't think he only has one weird ass belief. Here in Mexico, we consider AMLO to be mainly business as usual with a couple popular measures once in a while. Oh, I heard about this one too. The president of Mexico said religious amulets would protect him against COVID. Then he caught it. When asked about COVID, he pulled out an amulet and said, "Get thee behind me, Satan." I mean, he's awesome. He's sick. I think it's, yeah, he didn't find the elves to bless the amulets. That's why. That's why he got COVID. He got owned by COVID like that. You hate to see it, folks. All right. Let's get to America, where our AMLO, our communist socialist government in the United States of America, has, just like AMLO, militarizes police heavily, okay? And what are they doing? Are they fighting the cartels? Of course not. Who are they fighting instead? The former president, who many believe, many patriots believe, is still the current president, Donald Trump. That's right. And it turns out that in at least one of the cases, there's someone who has already flipped and is cooperating with the authorities. That's right. It is the Mar-a-Lago IT worker who is now cooperating with special counsel.
Exchange. You will not be prosecuted. CNN's Sarah Murray has been following every step of this case. Sarah, people are fascinated by the idea of flipping witnesses. What does this actually mean for this case and for Jack Smith, the special prosecutor?
Well, this is interesting because we have seen other employees for the former president charged alongside him, Walt Nauta, Carlos de Oliveira. They've been using attorneys who are paid for by the Trump PAC, and we've seen them stay in the fold. That is not what's happening for Yuscil Tavares. He now has gotten another attorney. He is now cooperating with prosecutors. Basically, he was threatened with the potential charges and agreed to change his tune. Again, this is someone who was talking to other employees about the surveillance footage at Mar-a-Lago. Prosecutors say that there was an effort to try to destroy that footage. And I want to go back to some of the indictment that really lays out the conversations. And here, Yuscil Tavares is referred to as Trump employee number 4. He's in a conversation with Carlos de Oliveira, the property manager. It says de Oliveira told Trump employee 4 that the boss, presumably Trump, wanted the server deleted. Trump employee 4 responded that he would not know how to do that and that he did not believe he would have the rights to do that. Trump employee 4 told de Oliveira that de Oliveira would have to reach out to another employee who is a supervisor of security for Trump's business organization. De Oliveira then insisted to Trump employee 4 that the boss wanted the server deleted.
Biscuit de Oliveira.
And asked, what are we going to do? So even in this indictment, you see the sort of reticence of Yuscil Tavares to go along with this plot to try to destroy this surveillance footage. And now he is officially someone who is cooperating with prosecutors, again, to avoid charges in this case, Phil.
Yeah, it was clearly something the prosecutors, I think, had been looking for. Now they have it. Sarah Murray, great reporting as always. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, let's talk a lot more about this and many more new legal issues facing the president. Senior legal analyst, former assistant U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York, Elie Honig, is with us at the table. Also joining us, David Schoen. He was one of the attorneys who represented Trump during, excuse me, his second impeachment trial. Great to have you both here. Let me just begin with you on the significance of Yasiel Taveras cooperating here.
Yeah, it's a good win for prosecutors. He was the person identified in the indictment as Trump employee 4. It's clear that some of the information in the indictment, some of the allegations are based on testimony that they got from him. But important to know, Mr. Taveras, employee 4, he did not have direct contact with Donald Trump. He had direct contact with De Oliveira. Now, that's still useful for prosecutors, but Taveras is not going to be able to say, Donald Trump told me to do this. He's going to say, this other guy told me that Trump wanted me to do this. Still useful for prosecutors, but not necessarily game over.
Yeah. Okay. David, you know, we often hear people say, sorry, I can't answer questions. I can't talk, advice of counsel, or I'm not going to testify, right, because of counsel. That is not apparently the case with Donald Trump, who told Hugh Hewitt that, that he would testify. I just want people to listen to this sound.
So if you have to go to trial, will you testify in your own defense?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
You'll take the stand.
That I look forward to.
Not only would he would look forward to it. Is that something that you would recommend in any of these pending cases?
Well, listen, I think in my view, it's always the client's decision. I think the law recognizes that also. And whenever someone's life or freedom is at stake, I think it's very important for that person to make the decision. Donald Trump has wanted to testify before. He wanted to testify in the Jean Carroll case. Lawyers have counseled him otherwise. It's prudent advice for any defendant generally. But I think Donald Trump believes he's a great communicator. He has proven to be a great communicator. And so I would expect him to testify.
You would expect, okay, you would expect him to testify. I really want to get into now what I am fascinated by, and that is this argument over the 14th Amendment and whether it means that former President Trump is disqualified from even being on the ballot in states to run for president. The Secretary of State of Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, wrote a really interesting and compelling op-ed in the Wall Street Journal about this. The headline is, I can't keep Trump off the ballot. And David, he went into his legal rationale and reasoning why. The best line, by the way, is at the end, where he quotes country music singer Luke Bryan, fellow Georgian, who says, quote, most people are good. And then he says, most of the time they will get it right. Trust the voters. Do you think he's right on the law there?
I think he's right, number one, on policy. By the way, the next line is, most mamas qualify for sainthood. That's the best line of the song.
I concur, David.
But I think he's right as a matter of policy fundamentally. I don't know that he would hold himself out as a legal.
Hasan isn't coming back. Mexican police saw him criticizing them on stream and went to his hotel room. Brother, it's not that serious. I'm just hungry. Can we add the come get emotes? No.
Scholar. There are terrific arguments on both sides of this question. The two professors who wrote the University of Pennsylvania Law Review article spent a lot of time and thought going into this. They recognize there are problems with their argument. They dismiss those problems. Ultimately, I agree with those who oppose their point of view legally. I think there are many reasons why this 14th Amendment doesn't apply to the president. First of all, I think that Article 2, Section 1 sets out the qualifications for president. Those are exclusive. I think the text of the language supports that argument. I think they had an opportunity to charge under 2383 insurrection. They didn't do that. I think this would render the second impeachment trial a nullity. I think their interpretation is subject to great abuse. They talked about indirect support qualifying to disqualify someone. They have considered a broad range of conduct. I don't think that was what was intended. There are a number of other arguments, legal arguments against it. So it's a serious argument. I'm afraid also when we see different states taking different positions on a presidential election, that in itself is problematic, as the law has recognized.
So, Elie, the text that David is pointing to here, and this could very likely go up all the way up to the Supreme Court. They'll have to interpret the Constitution as they read it. How do you read it?
I'm not buying this 14th Amendment argument. I think this is what happens when law professors go crazy.
You think this is crazy?
I do, and here's why. There is no enforcement mechanism. The Constitution tells us nothing about how this works. Who gets to make this incredibly grave decision? Was a former official
Their argument
engaged
is
in
it's not even a question because they argue it's clearly laid out.
Right, but that's a ridiculous argument. They're saying, okay, we're just going to have individual secretaries of state unilaterally deciding, yes, in my view, even though Donald Trump's never been charged with insurrection, I think he did commit insurrection. Therefore, he's off the ballot and the American voters can't choose for or against him. That is anti-democratic. And that is also a made-up process. That's not in the Constitution. That's not in any law. Congress has had 150
We also
years.
lose
They haven't passed
content.
the law. The problem with this whole provision is nobody's told us how it works. You can't make it up now and apply it 3 years in the past because you know what that would violate? A different portion of the 14th Amendment, due process. I'm not buying this argument. I think it's creative. I give him credit for creativity. It doesn't work.
Ellie's position is supported by an 1869 case, Griffin's case. The law review writers address that. They just say, well, it was wrongly decided. Justice Chase, Supreme Court Justice, sat on that case, and he made clear there has to be some mechanism. Congress has to act. It's not self-executing.
Can I ask you finally, David, about something that we're watching, and that is John Eastman, who's here, one of the co-defendants, is talking. He went on Laura Ingraham. He spoke with her last week. He's still making claims that are unfounded, like
this one was really fun. Co-defendants going on Fox News is always great because, like, they're not Donald Trump. Donald Trump always self-reports. Like, that's his shtick, right? He always self-reports to a detriment. You know who's not able to self-report to a detriment to the case? Donald Trump's co-defendants. And they literally don't have Donald Trump's charisma. They don't have fucking, and also they don't have like the same parameters that Donald Trump operates under. So now they're just like, now they're just making it harder for everybody to, since you already told us about the Vivek interview. Wait, what? Okay. I mean, they're cooked. They're cooked.
Pence could have,
they don't even have the Riz.
certified the election in a different way. He could have paused the certification of Biden's win, et cetera. Eastman's attorney was on CNN with Caitlin Collins last night, and she asked him about the strategy of Eastman doing these interviews. I want you to listen to this exchange.
Are you worried that those comments could be used by prosecutors against your client? Have you advised him not to speak publicly?
We made a decision a long time ago in this case. Our view is Dr. Eastman is innocent. He has nothing to hide. He's clearly innocent. And we've made the decision, that risky though it certainly may be, to be as open as we can with journalists such as yourself and with anyone who wants to talk to us. For the most part, we're happy to talk to them.
So it is potentially risky for him to be speaking publicly, you think?
Oh, sure.
I'm sorry. If my lawyers got that look, I'm not trusting. I'm not trusting them. This is not happening. I'm going to jail, dog.
It was a really interesting exchange. That attorney in particular of Eastman's is quite candid on these issues. David, I wonder what you think. You said it's always up to the client.
It's always up to the client whether I...
Yeah, here's John Eastman.
On January, John, and just again so we clarify this, on January 6th, what did you want to happen? And how was that historic?
It's like Laura's there to help him, right? She's supposed to be trying to help him out. That's her job. She's not helping him out at all. Because if you're not ready for it, even a fucking softball interview that is supposed to clear you, not Dr. Eastman, Laura gives no fucks. No, dude, because John Eastman getting cooked will also ruin Trump's, like anytime a co-defendant is under scrutiny, that's hurting Trump's case, no matter what. Hold on. Sorry.
Historically grounded in the history of our country, how would that have taken place? So just so the viewers can understand what would have unfolded and how that would have ultimately been constitutional.
So there, several things. Some people had urged that Vice President Pence simply had power to reject electors whose certification was still pending in legal contests.
I don't believe that, but go ahead. I don't believe that.
I don't
That's
either.
one thing I don't agree with.
And I explicitly told Vice President Pence in the Oval Office on January 4th that even though it was an open issue under the circumstances we had, I thought it was the weaker argument, and it would be foolish to exercise such power even if he had it. It was power to reject electors who...
So just so the viewers can understand what would have unfolded and how that would have ultimately been constitutional.
So there, several things. Some people had urged that Vice President Pence simply had power to reject electors whose certification was still pending in legal contests.
I don't believe that, but go ahead. I don't believe that.
I don't.
Who are the some people? I don't know why Laura Ingraham is like ripping into Eastman a little bit. Maybe he's the short end of the stick guy. He's the fall guy. I don't know. Why does he go? Why does he think that this is gonna go well for him? Even if this is like a situation where they're gonna ask you positive questions, like you're still cooked. You're like a person who's not subscribed at the top of the hour. 14 minutes in. You're going to get an ad. No matter what. I could be in Mexico. I could be in fucking Guatemala. I could be in California, Los Angeles. I'm serving you that 3-minute ad break, baby. And you're watching it. Unless you subscribe for $5 or for free, in which case you're not watching it. You know what I mean? You're just watching the stream uninterrupted. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Volbear, for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. This is exactly like being shaken down at the airport. When did you get back from Mexico? No, I applied some weird like American color correction filter so that you don't see the yellow anymore. I didn't even realize it was yellow until people were complaining about it, so I had to like do a reverse color filter.
That's one thing I don't agree with.
And I explicitly told Vice President Pence in the Oval Office on January 4th that even though it was an open issue under the circumstances we had, I thought it was the weaker argument, and it would be foolish to exercise such power even if he had it. What I recommended, and I've said this repeatedly, is that he accede to requests from more than 100 state legislators in the swing states to give them a week to try and sort out the impact of what everybody acknowledged was illegality in the conduct of the election.
And I specifically said, it. Yeah, not everyone acknowledged it, but that was the argument that was being made, obviously. And there were obviously irregularities that everybody had seen, but whether that was, whether it rose to the level of changing the outcome of the election, again, without a legal proceeding in the states that mattered, the argument ultimately was a difficult one to make. I mean, hence here we are.
Capitalist horror. Here's Peter Navarro. Breaking news as of 3 minutes ago. Former Trump advisor Peter Navarro convicted of contempt of Congress for refusing to cooperate with the House January 6th committee. Who's found guilty in a federal trial in Washington that included just 1 day of testimony from 3 prosecution witnesses and no witnesses for the defense. The 74-year-old former trade advisor was convicted of 2 contempt charges he faced, each punishable by up to a year behind bars. He said he was an econ professor at UC Irvine when I went there. This is hilarious. Yeah, I mean, this is the Trump stink. You know, you get into bed with Donald Trump, you're doing some illegal shit. You think you're above the law, and then when it turns out you're not, you're like, what the fuck is going on? Like Bannon, Navarro defied a subpoena from the Select Committee that demanded information about his stolen election falsehoods and details of a brazen plan to reverse Biden's win through legislative machinations on January 6th, when Congress met in a joint session to formally count electoral votes. The session was interrupted for more than 6 hours after hundreds of riotous Trump supporters stormed the Capitol. It's pretty cool, in my opinion, to arrest or even jail some of these motherfuckers. Like, I think it's awesome. I love this shit. It's even like weak ass charges too. This shows how whack Navarro is. Can't even get RICO. You lay down with dogs, you get fleas. You lay down with Trump, you go to jail. First of all, you lay down with dogs, you get cuddles. Okay? You're wrong about that. You don't get fleas. Not every time. But the second part, you are correct on. I hate dogs. That's insane. Take a second off. Also, I would literally take the fleas. If every time I cuddled with a dog I got fleas, I would be the most flea having ass motherfucker, okay? Anyway.
I was said specifically to testify in the trial against that person, but I do believe that's up to the client. Here, though, there's a big difference between his maintained his innocence and he has nothing to hide and speaking voluntarily and publicly on the facts of his case. It's his right. I believe in transparency, but, you know, I'm a big fan of Caitlin Collins, and she made a very strong point about it. Yeah. I don't think Ellie Honig would let his client speak like that, and I think he's a wise lawyer.
I do all I could to stop it.
We are all big fans of Caitlin Collins on this program. You're exactly right. I appreciate the debate, the discussion. David, Ellie, thanks very much.
The special counsel in the Hunter Biden.
Speaking of the American criminal justice system, the American criminal injustice system, okay? Our big, beautiful boy, Hunter Biden, has done everything right and they're indicting him. Okay? For what? Being a firm believer of the Second Amendment. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. You see that? On the one hand, you got Donald Trump getting fucked over. So obviously, if Donald Trump's getting ass fucked, you got to have a situation where somebody... You know, everything needs to be balanced, like Thanos. So they're coming after our big, beautiful boy with a big, beautiful penis. Hunter Robinette Biden.
Investigation says he intends to seek an indictment by the end of this month. It's a statement part of a court filing, a mandatory court filing, and a gun possession case involving the president's son. We've told you about it for weeks now. This is a big turn of events. Senior investigative correspondent Catherine Herridge is following all of it, and she has been for weeks. Catherine, good morning.
Good morning, Tony. The prosecutor's status report is the strongest signal yet that new charges are looming against the president's son, setting it on a potential collision course with the presidential election.
After a 5-year investigation, Hunter Biden could soon be facing federal charges. Special counsel David Weiss wrote to the Delaware court the government intends to seek the return of an indictment in this case before September 29th. Harry Littman is a former federal prosecutor.
I think the message is simple. They're going to throw the book at him on a gun charge that they were previously going to let him actually work off in a couple years.
The president's son had previously reached an agreement on the charge of gun possession by a...
So you can be on illegal drugs and have possession of a firearm? Exactly, dude. That's what I'm saying. I thought this was America. Listen, if that's wrong, I don't want to be right. You know what I mean? It's fucking bullshit.
Drug user that avoided prosecution if he abided by the terms for 2 years. But in July, the broader plea agreement, which included misdemeanor tax charges, collapsed, leaving the future of the gun charge deal in question, and Hunter Biden facing legal jeopardy from the newly appointed special counsel.
What charges could he be talking about?
Well, at least he's talking about the gun charge. And of course, we don't know whether the misdemeanor tax charges.
Bro, they gave him this sweetheart deal. Like, not even like a full-blown sweetheart deal, but like a deal that every fucking rich nepotism recipient gets, right? And then Republicans were like, hold on. Why doesn't this deal have like Hunter Biden collaborating with Joe Biden with like all the money that he's getting from Ukraine? And everyone was like, because that's not real. There's not evidence to do that. So then they were like, well, fuck you. If you're giving us Hunter Biden, and the only thing you can hit Hunter Biden with is like the gun charge and tax charge, and like, yeah, throw the book at him. They set it up where Hunter Biden probably wanted to ensure that beyond double jeopardy, that there was no other circumstance where like the Trump administration, if they once got back into power, could reopen these cases and try to arrest them again, or maybe even successfully arrest them, especially when Trump is like literally saying that that's what he wants to do. So they cut a deal where he was going to plead guilty on everything. And then it was it. So now they're back at the table and they have to cut another deal. Well, they can't even cut the deal now because he's just going to fight it. Why do they want to arrest Hunter Biden? Because I was going to say because he has a big cock, but that's not the only reason. No, they're just like, they don't care about Hunter Biden, man. They just want fucking Joe Biden. They want to take Joe Biden down. And they believe that the best way to do that is by claiming that Hunter Biden was doing illicit deals with companies that he had no business doing deals with, which, for the record, is true. But such is the nature of American politics. You're basically a part of the royal family. You're going to keep doing illicit deals. And ultimately, as long as you don't connect it back to your dad, you're set. They all do it. It's fucked up. But that's not what conservatives are after. Conservatives don't give a shit about like nepotism. They engage in it as well. Look at Trump, Jared Kushner, Donald Trump Jr. You know what I mean? These guys all did it. They care about direct connections that Hunter Biden had with Joe Biden. They want to use Hunter Biden as a weapon against Joe, but they can't.
Could also be included.
Biden attorney for the president's son told CBS News they believe.
Not to defend your boy too much, but how is what Trump kids doing were any different? It's not. It's both wrong. I've never, all jokes aside, like what Hunter Biden did is totally ridiculous, right? Like I agree. $100%. The point is it illegal? If the point is, should it be illegal? Absolutely. I'm fucking on board. The point is it illegal? not unless there is a direct connection between Hunter Biden and his dad, where his dad actually did some stuff specifically so that Hunter Biden could justify getting these fat salaries. If Hunter Biden lies to Burisma or to like some Chinese emissaries or whatever, okay, if he just lies to them and says like, my dad is Joe Biden, he's the vice president, I can get you access to him, and then they pay him $500,000 a year or millions of dollars a year, and then he never actually has access to Joe Biden beyond like him calling him up and telling everybody else in the room to like shut the fuck up. Hey, like, shh, guys, I'm calling my dad. Shh, hold on. And then he fucking calls him and puts him on speakerphone just to prove that he has the capacity to talk to the vice president, and that's it. Then you got. Unless you are, I don't know, someone prosecuting Hunter Biden on behalf of fucking Burisma or the Chinese emissaries or whatever, there's nothing illegal there. Like, he just defrauded you into thinking that he had more access to the White House than he actually does. Does that make sense? Which, unless you are literally one of the companies, that's like, well, you promised us this and you never gave it to us. What the fuck's going on? Give us the money back. You can't. You have no legal recourse. You have nothing. You got finessed. So, you know, the Republican Party can make a big stink about it as hard as they can, as hard as they want to, but so far, they haven't yielded any real tangible pieces of evidence that directly connect Hunter Biden to Joe Biden, and like that Joe Biden did something that Joe Biden did something at the behest of his son, Hunter Biden. You know what I mean? So that's the reason why the gun charge, which is like a laughable thing from the perspective of the Republican Party, is now a serious charge that they're trying to throw the book at Hunter Biden over. And I find it kind of funny because like the two main charges he has is literally tax evasion and gun possession, like unlawful gun possession or lying in a form where he said he wasn't doing drugs when he purchased the gun when he was. And it's like, but that's what being a Republican is all about. You know? Kind of odd.
The agreement for the gun offense still stands and prevents any additional charges from being filed against Mr. Biden, who has been abiding by the conditions, including regular visits by the probation office. And while President Biden has continually expressed support for his son, he recently stressed the Justice Department's independence in this case.
I have no comment on any investigation that's going on. That's up to the Justice Department, and that's all I have to say.
Hunter Biden.
Lock him up, Jack. You're on your own, Jack. It's the Mac attack.
Biden's attorneys say they expect a fair resolution of the case based on evidence and law, not outside political pressure. This development comes as House Republicans have...
I believe Hunter wasn't literally a part of the Biden administration. Trump's kids were literally advisors in the White House. Yeah, I know. That's why it's fucking extra ridiculous that the Trump-supporting Republican Party is like freaking the fuck out about Hunter Biden. When like Donald Trump literally had Jared Kushner facilitate deals, his son-in-law, facilitate deals with the American government, like as the American government, specifically so that they could get favorable investment opportunities, like, or he could like hawk his like shitty product to Saudi Arabia. Like, it's nuts that you have like the most corrupt people not even deflecting away. It's like, you know what it feels like? When the Trump team is like pushing the Hunter Biden button over and over again, it feels like a dude who's like a convicted child sex trafficker going around and being like a leader of the QAnon movement. You know what I mean? It's like, brother, you have like charges against minors. Like, you have endangered children, and you're fucking talking about how like other people are pedophiles in positions of power. It's like, you're the pedophile. You know? Like, on the one hand, we have hypothetical pedophiles in positions of power in the Democratic Party, if we are to trust you. And then on the other hand, we have like the actual pedophile that went to prison for doing pedophilia, which ironically is exactly what happens within the QAnon movement all the time anyway. You know? That's what they're doing with the fucking, that's what they're doing with the Hunter Biden situation. It's weird.
Have already intensified their investigations of the president and his son. They want Special Counsel Weiss to testify as early as this month, Nate.
Catherine, thank you.
I know we don't care about Hunter as a person, but isn't this a worthwhile goal of our politics to go after leaders' families just because they're their families? I do think it's a worthwhile goal. They should do that to everyone all the time. I just know that they won't. That's the problem. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not going to sit here and act like this is the most valid, most honest, like well-intentioned investigation, because it's not, right? It's fucking bullshit. Do I think that justice should be served? Absolutely. I do. Justice absolutely should be served. Hunter Biden should face repercussions for the gun charges and tax evasion. Right? Did you talk about Elon and the Ukraine stuff? Oh my God, I can't wait to talk about that. Dude, listen. As much as everybody yells at me for fucking, being pro-Russia, like hating Ukraine or whatever the fuck, whatever kind of insane shit, ain't nobody's out here as actually pro-Russia, like Elon Musk. Dude, what is he doing? Dude, Defense Minister Ian Miles Trong, dude. Oh my God, we got to cover that. I just retweeted this. Hold on. Hold on. Ian Miles wrong, baby. Dude. I love this story so much. It's so psychotic. Here, let's read it. Elon Musk secretly ordered his engineers to turn off his company's Starlink satellite communications network near the Crimean coast last year to disrupt the Ukrainian sneak attack on the Russian naval fleet, according to an excerpt adapted from Walter Isaacson's new biography of the eccentric billionaire titled Elon Musk. As Ukrainian submarine drones strapped with explosives approached the Russian fleet, they lost connectivity and washed ashore harmlessly, Isaacson writes. Here's from back then. Sunday morning, to bake or not to bake cookies? That is not even a question. Definitely bake. Eva Fox says, what are your plans for Sunday? He says, feels so long ago. A pleasant memory. Oh, this is from, this is from 2016, is when he said this. Eva Fox says, what are your plans for Sunday? He says, feels so long ago, a pleasant memory, smile. I've been up all night trying to think of any possible way to de-escalate this war. Ian Miles Chong, might be a good idea to take Starlink offline for the terminals used on the front lines. Could encourage them to reconsider their position on advancing towards Crimea and leading the world further into the brink of total war. We have devolved as a nation. We have devolved as a society. We are run by the dumbest fucking baboon-brained idiots that are getting, that have so much unchecked power, which already is frustrating. But then, what do they do with that unchecked fucking power, dude? They are capable of actually yielding results in the real world, tangible results. They literally disrupted Ukrainian ops. Oh, it's so good. It's the best. This is the best. It's so fucking awesome. This man has never stepped foot on U.S. soil. Ian Miles Chong lives and has always lived in Malaysia. He just LARPs as a guy who lives in Portland, Oregon. He has never stepped foot on U.S. soil. Okay? He used to be a fucking Kotaku writer style, like leftist, annoying rad lib. He then swapped out the grift to become a right-wing nutso during Gamergate. And he has never lived in America. And only talks about Portland, Oregon like he fucking lives there. That guy was able to change billionaire Elon Musk's mind, potentially, allegedly, okay, into shutting off Starlink operations on the Ukrainian front lines, dude. What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? What is the legality of something like this? I've never even heard of this. I have no idea how you prosecute this. I have no idea what you... First of all, Ian Miles Chong lives in Malaysia. What are you going to do? Fucking, he never comes to America. It's not illegal for him to fake as though he lives in Portland. You know what I mean? So, he's in fucking Malaysia. He's not stepping foot on U.S. soil anyway. Okay? Elon Musk, on the other hand, is a defense contractor. Okay? Elon Musk, on the other hand, is a defense contractor. And I guess, like, what? The American government can say, like, please do not use Starlink. You know what I mean? They're like, please don't use Starlink anymore. This guy can just shut it off at any given moment. God, it's so wild. Like, we used to be a country, man. We used to do coups. You know what I mean? Like, this is the military-industrial complex is America's, like, last remaining industry, okay? It's the last viable industry in the United States of America. And we've made piecemeal out of that as well. And, like, this is how we let it, this is how we let it fly. It has to be a breach of contract. Yeah, but, like, what are you supposed to do? Like, what? Ukrainians are going to fucking sue Starlink, I guess? Okay. Don't pretend that big business didn't have a shitload of influence over coups in South America. They did, but they collaborated in unison with the American government. That's what I'm saying. They're like, when big business and the American government come together, they're doing it together. They're like, they're operating at the behest of big business. This is just one guy going, going against the interest of the rest of the military-industrial complex and the rest of the American state apparatus, State Department, American military. You know what I mean? But I don't even care about that. I can't, like, this story is awesome because it's not just Elon Musk operating on his own on a whim. It's that he's getting one guide by Ian Miles wrong. He's never, like, what's happening? It's like this is as stupid as showing Kid Rock plans to invade North Korea. Okay? And oh shit, we literally did that. Donald Trump actually did that. What is this timeline that we're existing in where these people who are in positions of power, like unimaginable, demigod-like power, are doing the funniest things over and over again? Ronan Farrow wrote a major article on this on August 21st, which I've been meaning to read. It's like the NBA team letting a crazy fan make a trade. This is like if an NBA team let the craziest Twitter fan make a choice on a trade. Yeah. Like, why are there no adults running the operation? Especially when you think about, like, this is the American military. Like, this is supposed to be the one aspect of American existence, the might of America that, like, just works, right? It is supposed to be a well-oiled machine. Now, obviously, it can't be super well-oiled. It's too big. There's always going to be issues. There's always going to be penny pinchers, but, like, not to this degree, right? I don't know. I don't know how to, like, what is the equivalent to this? Is there an equivalent to this? What is this?
Held in contempt.
We think that the evidence established that, in fact, President Trump instructed Dr. Navarro to invoke executive privilege. Oh, shit. Yeah, womp womp.
First time that a senior presidential aide who has served his president for 4 years has ever been held in contempt of Congress.
I mean, we also pay for Ukraine to have it. He made the DOD pay, but still turned it off. Yeah, there's that aspect too. It's like, would love to see how the private sector triggers will defend this. Yeah, I'll talk about the Gen Z candidate in Texas.
There are legal issues here that need to be decided by the Court of Appeals. Judge Maida decided, based upon an evidentiary hearing last week, that there was inadequate evidence to show that President Trump had formally instructed Dr. Navarro to invoke executive privilege. Respectfully, we disagree with that decision. We think that the evidence established that in fact President Trump instructed Dr. Navarro to invoke executive privilege. But in any event, we think that based upon the separation of powers between Congress and the executive, that executive privilege is part and parcel of the office of the President of the United States, and that no express invocation of privilege was even necessary. Otherwise, President Reagan, for example, would have no executive privilege, and any confidential conversations he had with his senior aides at the time would be waived, and you all could ask his aides what President Reagan spoke to about sensitive matters. So.
I don't know how that works. Can you do that? I have no idea. I mean, it doesn't seem like you can. Well, the courts don't seem to think you can, for the record, because, yeah, Peter Navarro might be. I mean, he's guilty. He's found guilty in contempt of Congress.
Go ahead and talk, man. Go ahead. Sad day for America, not because they were guilty verdicts, because I can't come out and have an honest, decent conversation with the people of America. People of America, I want you to understand that this is the problem we have right here. This kind of divide in our country between the woke Marxist left and everybody else here. And
bitch, you're going to jail. Shut the fuck up. Well, I mean, actually, I don't know. Will he go to jail? Do people really go to jail for being in contempt of Congress? I mean, technically you can. It's supposed to be 2 years in jail, but I don't think he will.
This is nuts. So what I want to try to do here is have an interesting discussion about what just happened. That's what you all.
What does that have anything to do with contempt of Congress? Just wait. He's about to be like, hey, trans people are the real reason why I'm going to jail. Like, dude, they don't have an out. When you don't have an out, and you're a right-wing guy, you have a couple avenues that you can ultimately hit, which, by the way, ironically, the Methi Hasan Vivek Ramaswamy interview will perfectly demonstrate exactly what I'm talking about. Where the fuck is that? That interview, you will see Vivek Ramaswamy tries to hit those parachutes over and over again. One of them is Donald Trump. Sorry. Donald Trump is the greatest president of our generation, of our time, perhaps of all time, and Americans don't want that. Okay, that's number one. Number two, so that's the first parachute cord. Number two is trans people are crazy. There's only two genders, male and woman. Okay? That's another ripcord that you can hit. And then the last one is the one that Peter Navarro was using here, which is, of course, we just can't even have a conversation anymore. We just can't even do it. We can't have a conversation anymore. People just don't want to have conversations. It's like, bro, you had a conversation with the president, okay? And that conversation led you to jail. Fuck you mean?
I want to know. You want to know what just happened. So I'm going to give Mr. Raleigh first crack at this. And go ahead and talk, man. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, he's been getting heckled nonstop.
There's cameras here. The marshals just saw you. The marshals just saw you. You're in trouble. You're in trouble. You just assaulted me. That man just assaulted me. He stuck a flagpole in between my legs.
Yeah.
Don't touch me.
She almost said he stuck a flagpole in my ass.
There you go. You're
All right.
now. They're calling protective services. I was just assaulted.
Look, if you got a sign,
No, I
hold it
didn't.
over there.
Liar.
I can hold it anywhere I want. This
Yeah.
is public.
Chat, stop asking me if I'm in Mexico.
Let the man talk.
When you already know I'm in Mexico.
Man, go ahead, Peter. Go ahead and talk. Man.
Okay, yes, I'm in Mexico.
But go ahead and talk, man. Go ahead and talk.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Go ahead and talk, man. Go ahead.
This is so funny.
There's cameras here. The marshals just saw you. The marshals just saw you. You're in trouble. You're in trouble. That man just assaulted.
Oh, this man is like, he was an aide in the White House. He's a doctor, a professor. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck are we doing here? I'm late to the stream, but have you discussed this already? What is this? Brother, this is from like an hour ago. I'm investigating Colin Thompson, KastMedia, and Podcast One. Have you been scammed, defrauded, or not paid? Let's talk. I got to talk to my agents to see what our deal was, because we might have been fucked over. Okay. But I don't know if we were fucked over due to our agents, or if they just didn't actually pay us the amount of money that we were supposed to be paid. It's about the Kast thing. Yeah, I'm investigating Colin Thompson, KastMedia, and Podcast One. Have you been scammed, defrauded, or not paid? Let's talk.
Sticking in the legal space, I want to talk about something that has been tough for. I want to talk about something. Our podcast was.
Yeah, I was curious about your connection to the story. Well, my connection to the story is that we did something with. We were also under Kast. We had a podcast under Kast, and it didn't go great because they made us fucking read all these goddamn ads. And then they claimed that we made over the course of our entire fucking experience with Kast, which was almost a year, they said that we made a total of $6,000 or something. Which I didn't really give a fuck about anyway. We never got paid until the end of our deal. Okay? And the only thing Will ever got, which they tried to give me as well, was a Rothy shoes. And I was like, I don't fucking want those shoes, man. So Will got paid in shoes technically. And we at the end of it got I think $6,000, but we did ad reads every fucking episode. Think about that. Every fucking episode. Like, it's nuts. It's unimaginable. Like, $6,000 is a lot of money, is what you would say correctly, understandable. But, like, for a podcast that was, I think, like, in the top 10 for politics originally, like, one ad read is not even fucking $6K. You know what I mean? Like, it was nuts. No, not $3,000 shoes. No. They gave... No. Will jokes and says top 10 when Fear and Malding was top 10 politics in the top 10 politics podcast. And I don't even know what the fuck we're like. Theo's talking 4 million. That's insane.
Was defrauded. We were stolen from. We were taken advantage of. A lot of ways to say it. The company that did it is KastMedia, and the man that did it is Colin Thompson. And I'm going to put his picture in here. It's, I don't know exactly how to say this. I'm going to do my best. We're part of a larger group of podcasts that were stolen from, right? We were in total, just between talking with folks, there's up to $4 million that I know of that people were taking advantage of. We're in the 6 figures. I know of podcasts that are in the 7 figures.
Oh, he means total. He means like across the board from multiple other podcasts. Will you ever have Tony Hawk back on? I feel like he vibed with y'all. But Castle, so fuck you there. Tony Hawk did not vibe with us, brother. What are you talking about?
And Colin Thompson, that's his name. I want to say his name so you know it. People get taken advantage of a lot in business, and businesses use tactics and stuff to hide themselves. And they'll use bankruptcy or the threat of this or that, and he may get my money. That's okay. I'm fortunate that I can still have touring and that I can take care of myself. But you fuck with the wrong rat, Colin. I'll tell you that, brother. And I'll just tell you guys what happened. We had a deal with this company, right? And it started off good, and then it started to get where we were getting less of our payments. And we were reading the ads. We do the ads, we read them out loud, and you guys support some of them, and thank you. And then it got to be where we were getting paid less of the payment we were owed. And they sell all the ads a year in advance.
Yeah, for us, like, we had no... Like, our biggest problem is, between Will and I, our biggest problem was that, like, we just didn't give a shit. Because, like, I didn't care about the podcast as, like, a revenue stream. But for Theo Von, this is a huge revenue stream for him, right? So, like, that's why we definitely got fucked over as well. But, like, I was even completely oblivious to it. Mostly because, like, I didn't give a shit about... I did not give a shit about making money off the podcast. I only cared about just like making a podcast. And even on that same guy, same company. I was more pissed about like not being able to do it whenever I wanted to. Like, Fear and Now is exactly what I wanted to do as a podcast. Okay. That was my goal. I wanted to have full autonomy. And because I personally did not want to deal with like the production side, we just went with a production company instead. My agency set it up. It wasn't I don't know if the deal was good or not. You know what I mean? I have no fucking clue. But they had like editorial control. The hours were terrible. They had like a decent level of editorial control at least. The hours were fucking terrible. Like, they never had enough. They did not have good times for us to be able to shoot the podcast. Right? It was very frustrating. And like, the irony is, after a year of doing this podcast, after a year of doing Fear and Malding, before we switched it over to Fear and, we got paid like, I think our final payout was like $6,000 or something. And every episode had like 3 different fucking ads. They got so lucky with us because like we don't give a shit. You know what I mean? They got so lucky with us because we don't give a fuck. So we just kind of complain about it, and that's it.
So you're kind of stuck into the year, right?
6K just having fun, actually not bad. Brother, at that point, you're not wrong. You know what I mean? It is fun, and I love doing it, and I don't give a shit, and that's why it's like, whatever, who gives a fuck? Because I am just having fun, and I just wanted to have a podcast. But you do understand that at a certain point, it's like I am a media company, right? Like I am a singular individual, but still, it's like I'm like a media company. It's like a much larger media company coming in and basically fucking a much larger media company coming in and basically fucking over like, I don't know, an actor or something, and just being like, yeah, dog, like, you had fun acting though, right? Like, we got robbed who robbed us. Austin, this was before your time, okay? And I don't even care ultimately because, like I said, I'm very happy with our current podcast, so. If the individual is prosecuted and convicted, violations of 192 are punishable by a fine of up to 100,000 in imprisonment. What? Austin is like a shooting star in Fear and no, Austin wants to get in on. Austin either is confused or wants to get in on this fucking lawsuit. He's like, yeah, Fear and Malding. I was a part of that. Like, this motherfucker. The only thing he's not a part of is the top of the hour ad break because he's been a subscriber for as long as he has been. You know what I mean? Fear and TikTok is popping off. Oh, this one was.
Do you guys want to care about something that women care about?
Are you kidding me? We care so much about women. Beautiful.
This is funny. Anyway, like I was saying, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, so you're about to get fucking hit with that. Austin won't be because he's a subscriber. You know what I mean? Let's fucking go, baby. There's a 3-minute ad break now. You know, I didn't think you were in Mexico until you turned the Mexico filter on. First of all, I didn't turn the Mexico filter on. I turned the Mexico filter off. This is what it looks like in Mexico all the time. This is just what it looks like in Mexico. I didn't even realize that it's just like it looks different out here. I had to do color correction so that American eyes can fucking see Mexico like it's America or something. You know what I mean? It's just what it I don't know what it is. Like, I also was like you. For the longest time, I thought that like, oh, the Mexico filter is bullshit. Like, that's not what it looks like. You know what I mean? That's not what it looks like in Mexico. Like, no, it literally, it does. It just looks like, it looks like this all the time. Straight up. Ask the Flexicans in the chat. They're here. They'll tell you. AMLO is just Lamau rearranged. That's true. The No Politics on the Pod is actually working. Cutie said in White about it that she basically didn't know what January 6th was. Oh, that's awesome. How's the food so far? Fucking awful, because we're in a resort. It's like the classic all-you-can-eat resort. If you go to a fucking all-you-can-eat resort, it's going to be shit food because they have to give you food nonstop. So the food isn't great. It's very mid. It's not like not edible. It's not really, really bad. It was annoying seeing H3 not remember that it was you who also got screwed by Cass when trying to remember who else had issues with them. That's funny. Institutionalized food like a hospital, university, or prison. You eat chicken and rice every day? That's true. Do they have restaurants at the resort? They do. You guys are confusing the H3 crowd. Yeah. The filter is a bit too yellow. It's like the Iraq filter. Hey man, there is no filter, okay? There is no filter. I just took the filter off. That's why there is no filter. Here, you want me to put the color correction filter back on? So you don't actually see what it looks like out here? Because I can do that if you want. Here. This is what it looks like when I apply the color correction filter. Okay? For your American eyes to basically look at Mexico and think Mexico feels and looks exactly like America. The gringo filter. See, it's confusing people. They're saying, how are you back in LA so quick? This is what I'm talking about, dude. This is what I'm talking about. People don't get it. Are you in real Mexico or resort Mexico? No, I'm in resort Mexico. See, people are saying, I just tuned in. Why are you in America? I thought you were in Mexico. See, I don't want to confuse people. I don't want to confuse people. Guys, I'm going to take the filter off. Okay? I'm taking the filter off. I'm sorry. People are too confused. I can't. You got the Breaking Bad Mexico filter matched exactly? Excuse me. That's not a filter. That's the whole point. It's real. What the fuck? Dude. And then tumbleweeds. That's nuts. How the fuck do Americans get away with this shit, dog? This is nuts. This is actually crazy that it is literally the fucking same. I was just making a joke. This filter shit is annoying. Oh, fuck. Chat. Why did we clap him so fast? I wanted to see a guy go, you're a news monkey. Why don't you do the news? This filter shit is annoying. I just want leftist news from someone who's not annoying. Where do I go for that? What did he say? Camp counselor has never... This filter shit is annoying as fuck. I just want leftist news going somewhere less annoying. Bro really said you can't have fun. Like, there's no fun here. Man, I'm on fucking vacation with my family. You better get excited that I'm still fucking covering the news. Because there's not really anything else going on here anyway, and I can't really do too much. And I like streaming. All right, let's talk about Enrique Tarrio, former leader of the Proud Boys and government asset, a CI, who, by the way, 100% is a CI because they used that, at least his team used it, in his defense to try and lower his sentence. Which, as you can tell from his 22 years in prison sentence, did not work. But they still tried it.
Former leader of the far-right group, the Proud Boys, who just received the longest prison sentence so far after the assault on the Capitol. A judge ordered Enrique Tarrio...
Bro, I do also kind of feel like the American criminal justice system is literally like no matter what happens, they do hit the brown and black folk harder. Like, it's so funny because he wasn't actually there. He wasn't actually there. He did facilitate it. He did plan it. He wasn't actually there because he got arrested the day before on gun charges, which led all of us to believe that he was probably like working with the law enforcement and was like scot-free. Meanwhile, muted. What do you mean? Why am I muted? Why are you saying muted? Meanwhile, the other fucking 3%er guy got like 16 years. This guy got 22. Oh, I muted? How about you guys stop writing stuff as soon as you see it in the chat? I mean, how about you, as soon as you experience something on stream, just don't write it immediately in the chat. It's okay, though. You were probably looking out for me. That's nice of you. Thank you. All right, let's continue.
Tarrio to serve 22 years, more than 2 decades, for his role in plotting, planning, and orchestrating the January 6th siege. Scott McFarlane was there in the courthouse in Washington during the sentencing.
Convicted of seditious conspiracy, hatching and executing the plot to block the peaceful transfer of power, Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio received his sentence Tuesday. Tarrio wasn't actually in Washington on January 6th, but prosecutors argued he galvanized the Proud Boys and committed a calculated act of terrorism, calling him not a leader, but the leader of the conspiracy. Judge Tim Kelly agreed, citing a message Tarrio sent to followers celebrating the January 6th attack, reading, "Make no mistake, we did this."
He was proud. He's like, make no mistake, I, Enrique Tarrio, planned, facilitated, and acted out the desires of the President Donald Trump, our glorious Lord and Savior. I did this pretty much alone. Fuck it. Only send me to jail if someone's going to jail. That's that's how proud I am, dude.
And he sentenced Tarrio to 22 years in prison, the longest sentence in any January 6th case.
Mr. Tarrio was the leader of this riot on January 6th that attacked the Capitol, regardless of whether he was president or not. And because of that,
it is pretty funny that, like, the fucking guy who got the most wasn't even physically there, which, by the way, obviously that doesn't absolve you. Like, don't misunderstand me. But the fact that there were other leaders that were physically there that got less time than he did, I'm telling you, man, the criminal justice system is like, oh, he's brown. Like, he got an extra penalty, dude.
he got the longest sentence, more than his lieutenants received.
The prison term was short of the 33 years prosecutors sought, following a pattern the judge set with other Proud Boys members recently sentenced for seditious conspiracy. Tarrio's mother and sister both wept as they asked the judge to show leniency before Tarrio, in his orange jail jumpsuit, said he would.
It's crazy because, like, again, he wasn't there. His lieutenants were there, and they got less than he did, right? Like his lieutenants were fucking there. Like, they were literally funneling people and shit. Like, the fact that he got the highest sentence, I know that he had the highest role, but he got the highest sentence even though he also literally is a snitch. Like, that's crazy, bro. I mean, deserved and also awesome. Don't misunderstand me. It's fucking great.
He was sorry for his actions, called his case a bitter pill to swallow, and said the injured police officers deserve better, and acknowledged he knew Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. Tarrio's lawyer spoke after leaving court.
There'll be a day and a time where an appeal will come.
Prison boys! TikTok! Dude, the funniest part about this is, like, how every protester is getting nutty with it. They're always there. They rarely ever have, like, supporters at this point. It's almost always just counter protesters that are like, fuck you. It's so sick. It's so funny. Oh, I think my food is here. Hold up.
Appeal to come soon.
The prosecution of the U.S. Capitol attack is the largest in American history, with nearly 1,100 defendants. I've been to a lot of these hearings, haven't seen a crowd the size we saw yesterday at Tarrio's hearing, roughly 100 people. Nate, clearly Tarrio had some supporters, but also his number of detractors.
You're right about that, Scott. Thank you. The Me Too uproar in Spain following its Women's World Cup victory has hit a new high. The national team's coach, who was the focus of controversy before the tournament, was fired yesterday. Many team members want to see more changes, including the dismissal of Spain's top soccer official. He's been under fire for weeks over the way he kissed a player during the World Cup medal ceremony. Holly Williams has more.
Jorge Vilda coached the Spanish women's soccer team to a World Cup victory last month. Now he's been fired. It follows this: the president of the Spanish Soccer Federation, Luis Rubiales, kissing one of the victorious players, Jennifer Armoso, on the lips. He claims it was consensual. She's repeatedly denied that. Rubiales apologised for causing offence the next day, but after calls for his resignation, he dismissed the outrage as, quote, false feminism. I will not resign, he said repeatedly. The coach of the women's team applauded that. But the same day, 81 Spanish players announced they'd no longer compete for their country until Rubiales is removed, and other changes are made to the team's leadership.
They look more like cosmetic changes than anything else.
Hello, and Semra Hunter is an American sports journalist who works in Spain. She says sacking Jorge Vilda and replacing him with his female deputy doesn't go far enough. When players criticised Vilda last year, she says the Spanish Soccer Federation reacted like this.
They talked down to them, they were condescending, they referred to them as capricious little girls.
You're describing a whole system in football in Spain that is sexist and even misogynistic.
You're absolutely right. And it's not me saying this, it's the women players themselves. These are not just two rotten apples, it's the whole crate is completely rotten.
Holly Williams, CBS News, London.
They have lots of thoughts in Spain. I'm glad the women are speaking up.
We have brand new CNN polling this morning, and those numbers are looking rough for President Biden. Could be a troubling sign for Democrats and the president's hopes for re-election in 2024. Biden's approval rating sinking to 39%. Nearly 60% of voters think Biden's policies are making the economy worse, and close to 70% of Democrats want somebody else to run for president. His overall approval rating among Democratic voters, that's slipping from July. And when it comes to hypothetical matchups between Biden and the leading GOP presidential candidates, it's a tight race with no clear winner.
Except for Nikki Haley, who in this hypothetical matchup is leading President Biden by 6 points. Donald Trump ahead by 1 point of Biden. This all comes right before President Biden heads off on a big foreign trip. He's set to meet with world leaders at the G20 summit in India. Happy to be joined this morning in studio by our political director, David Chalian, with all this new polling. And I mean, some people think polls. This one, to me, is totally riveting and fascinating about.
One, I ordered a shit ton of food, and two, there's like a situation in the room, where it's like, it like smells kind of moldy. So I guess they were looking into the AC. But for the people who were saying, Hasan, get tacos, I did. I fucking did. Flank steak tacos, okay? It's Taco Thursday, baby. Don't you fucking worry about it. It's not the best looking tacos, but what are you gonna do? You know? You make do out here, okay? It's fucking resort food. Tortillas aren't flour, they're corn.
How Americans think Joe Biden is handling his job, including Democrats.
Yeah, and it's going to set off some alarm bells in the White House, no doubt. You noted
it's actually good.
His approval rating is down at 39%. 61% of Americans disapprove. He's been hanging at that low point, guys, for quite some time. We talk about the mood of the country 14 months out from a presidential election. Not that great. 3 in 10 Americans, that's it, say things are going well in the country. 7 in 10 say things are going badly in the country. And 58% of Americans in this poll say that Joe Biden's policies have actually worsened economic conditions in the country. Only 24% say they've improved economic conditions. This is why we hear him talking about Bidenomics every day he's out and about in the country.
David, the president.
Yeah, it's the dumbest thing ever. I don't know how they'll resolve that, but the idea that like it's his absolute weakest fucking aspect, and he's just still literally like, no dog, like Bidenomics, I'm gonna put my name on it, Jack. Like, I feel like he's just trying to run on New Game Plus difficulty for no fucking reason. I don't know who fucking decided that this was a good idea. I guess maybe like they know something I don't. I don't know.
Is the oldest president.
I gotta
in
pee.
history.
Hold on.
He was this morning. He will be tomorrow. That's just the reality. And White House officials acknowledge that. Don't love talking about it, but have long made the case that's not the kind of pervasive issue for voters. It's not going to be the determinant factor. What does this poll show?
Well, it's certainly on the mind of voters. We'll see how important it becomes, but it clearly is a major concern. We asked folks, Phil, are you seriously concerned that Biden's age might negatively affect his ability to serve a full term? 3/4 of Americans are indeed seriously concerned. 3/4 of Americans don't agree on anything, but there's concern there. You see it here too, seriously concerned about his current mental and physical competence being negatively impacted by his age, and seriously concerned that his understanding of the next generation's concerns are impacted. 68% say that. And the economy, as we talked about, that is what is behind these numbers. Why Joe Biden is in a sort of dead heat margin of error race with nearly every Republican tested. Poppy noted that Nikki Haley is the exception to that. She's running outside the margin of error. But look at this. Trump, margin of error race, no clear leader. DeSantis, Pence, Scott, Ramaswamy, Christie, they are all with no clear leader. And I just want to note, guys, one other thing that is going to cause agita for the White House team is this motivation factor. Are you extremely motivated to vote in next year's presidential election? Look at this. Republicans and Republican-leaning independents have a 10-point advantage over Democrats on that score.
Yeah, that really matters. How people feel on that front, David. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
So let's talk about what these numbers portend to people who served up close with Joe Biden. His former White House communications director, Kate Bedingfield, also CNN political commentator and former senior advisor to Barack Obama, David Axelrod. David, you look at these numbers and they're not just not good, they're bad.
Yeah, Poppy, I heard you say they were fascinating. I forget what the other word you used. I'm not so sure that's how the president will receive them over his morning coffee this morning. These numbers are not good, and they're consistent with most of the other polling that we've seen. The country's in a sour mood. He's not getting credit for what I think is a fairly substantial list of achievements, and there is real concern about.
Bro, I've talked about this already. Every liberal economist in the country right now keeps talking about how good the economy is because it has improved in comparison to where it was during COVID, or at least like post-COVID. Especially when inflation was a major problem, like when gas prices were soaring. Inflation still is a problem, not as big as a problem as it was a couple months ago, however, or a year ago. However, the issue is, it's not like if you curb back on inflation, even if prices adjusted back to pre-COVID levels, people still were frustrated. So that is the major problem here. The difference between like econ guys, neoliberal econ guys that write for the fucking New York Times saying, but you don't understand, look at the numbers, versus like how people feel on the ground. There's a big mismatch And nobody comprehends it. Nobody can understand what the mismatch is. And it's very strange. And they've defaulted to this like weird position where they keep saying, no, it's because Americans are very stupid and don't understand that the economy is actually doing really well right now. And to a degree, there is truth to that. Not that Americans are stupid, even though Americans are stupid. The truth is that, yes, it takes a while for people to comprehend whether the economy is doing well or not. And more important than that, it is certainly vibes-based. In many respects, it is certainly vibes-based because it's not exactly married to what the situation is like on the ground for the average worker. However, the reason for this mismatch is pretty clear. It's not like people are doing all that great. I will explain to you something. I look at a lot of neoliberal guys on Twitter. Okay, it takes a while for the vibes on the ground to catch up to the reality, to the economic reality. Okay? But I'll give you an example. People love using counters to the wages haven't increased accordingly in comparison to productivity, which is real. Wages have remained stagnant in comparison to the productivity, which has skyrocketed due to technological advancements, right? Neoliberals will look at that and go, real wages have actually dramatically and steadily increased since the 70s. It hasn't stopped. And the irony is that, yes, real wages in comparison, if you add in benefits, have increased. But guess what they've increased on? The price of insurance. So if you add your healthcare compensation into your benefits package and you look at real wages that way, then yes, wages have increased. Except not a single piece of that has gone into people's fucking pockets. It's just you're paying more for the mediator that doesn't even pay for your fucking healthcare. Your healthcare quality has not improved. That's it. It's just going to insurance premiums. How are you a fucking econ guy and not able to comprehend that, like, it doesn't actually fucking translate to your purchasing power? People go, oh, dude, what do you mean? If you look at real wages, salaries have gone up, real wages have gone up. What the fuck are you talking about? It keeps going up. And it's like, brother, what matters is your purchasing power. If your purchasing power has not gone up, then you don't get a fucking wage increase. You get a wage decrease. If your insurance, for example, goes up, therefore, technically, the benefits and your salary that your company is paying you has gone up, but you didn't see a single dime of that, then your wages didn't go up. Your wages went down. How do you make econ people understand this concept? I don't know. I mean, but I do feel like they are paid not to understand it.
And that has been true for some time. It continues to be true. And the reality is, if this were a referendum, he would be in deep trouble. The fact, and David just noted it, the fact that he is competitive with the guy who is the runaway frontrunner for the Republican nomination, who has some significant problems of his own, is what he's looking at. And, there's an expression in sports that, sometimes you have to win ugly. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what lies ahead here for this president and this White House.
All right, Kate Bedingfield, when we both worked on separate sides of the West Wing, I learned very early on, wandering into your office and asking straight up about polling, on any given day was likely not to elicit the most friendly response.
I welcomed it.
You always had answers and kind of explanations, or this is why this matters, this is why you're missing this, that, or the other. What are people missing here that the White House, that the political team for the reelection campaign knows that they're not seeing?
Well, remember, polls don't get asked in a vacuum, and there's a lot of information that doesn't get folded into a question the way it's posed to somebody who's responding to a poll. So, you have voters raise, for example, that they would like to see someone else other than Joe Biden as the nominee, but then when they're asked specifically who that would be, that number drops down to 1%. And so what you don't see here is people being asked about how they feel about where Republicans stand on abortion, on guns. And we saw that dynamic play out in 2022 when people went to the polls and largely rejected what Republicans were offering. So I think what we aren't seeing here, and what it's sort of easy to look at a poll and get really sucked into the numbers, although I'll tell you, the Biden White House is not going to be rattled by this, because their view is, they're going to be 500 polls between now and Election Day. But there's a lot of information that isn't here that's a reminder that campaigns don't happen in a vacuum, and it's on the Biden campaign to make this election a choice and to make it about the contrast between what Republicans are offering and what Biden's offering. That's a challenge. I don't think anybody's saying that's easy. I don't think the Biden White House would say that's easy, but that's the challenge before them, is to really make this about the contrast. As Biden would say, don't compare me to the almighty, compare me to the alternative.
David, what about the Nikki Haley aspect of all of this? That she's the one who beats Biden in this hypothetical matchup?
It does have to be noted, however, the CPI is a measure of monetary inflation, not the cost of living. For example, when a company sells a computer for the same price as last year, but with 2x as good specs, it is actually considered to have gone down in price according to the CPI. Okay. There are different factors that are considered, but ultimately, if you are if you're looking at people on the ground and how they feel, and what prices look like for the average person, okay, prices have gone up dramatically, especially as it pertains to groceries, things that people are regularly purchasing, and that is a major problem. The real issue is that inflation is not a standalone thing that happens due to magic or due to even market forces, unless the major market force that you have to consider, which many people don't when they're talking about this kind of thing, is corporate consolidation. Due to corporate consolidation and price leadership practices, wages plus 1 plus inflation equals real income. CPI absolutely takes real income into account. You're wrong on this one. Are you talking to me or are you talking to other chatter? Hasan, you were wrong. CPI takes into account real wages and purchasing power. I'm not talking about the CPI. What I was talking about is real wages going up. Year over year since 1970s, if you look at it. But it's only gone up due to parts of your salary or parts of your benefits package that go into aspects that you never see. No, it's not that it doesn't factor in cost of living. It's that the factors that are in consideration don't always, don't directly mean more dollars in your pocket.
By 6 points.
Yeah, no, look, I think she benefited from that debate. Obviously, she stands out from the field. She's the only woman in the field. And she has significant general election advantages, but she.
Yeah, when you lose your job and get COBRA benefits, that's when you realize how much your fucking premiums are. Or at least that's when I realized how much my fucking premiums were that my company was paying for. All of that is still technically a part of your wages that are going up, your benefits package that's like going up. But none of it is actually translating to real dollars in your pocket.
He's sitting at 5 or 6% in the Republican polls. One of the issues here has been that Republicans themselves believe that Trump is the strongest candidate they have. And there has not been a coalescence around any other candidate who could challenge him for the nomination. She has a task in front of her to win a Republican primary. One of the paradoxes of our contemporary politics is what it takes to win a Republican primary often makes you less appealing as a general election candidate because you have to tack so far to the right. So we'll see how she navigates that. But right now Donald Trump is the runaway front runner, and it's not clear that she or anyone can overtake him.
Kate, Poppy was talking about this, flagged this for me last night, and we've been talking about it this morning. And it's something you and I think, have actually talked about over the course of the last 2 years. And that is that there's just kind of a
sticky price CPIs to provide more realistic measure of inflation considering the actual behavior of price in the economy. This can be especially important during periods of economic turbulence or whether analyzing the effectiveness of monetary policy. Sticky prices can influence consumer behavior and overall economic environment, so accounting for them in inflation calculations can offer a more accurate picture of economic conditions. I'm in Mexico, chatter. Because of your commentary on Vivek not having long-term chance of being a president or VP because he's brown, do you feel the same about Haley because she's a woman? No, I think the Republican Party could have a VP that's a woman. Even though Nikki Haley is also Indian, she's not Indian presenting and her last name is Haley. So, any motherfucker that says Nikki Haley is not white passing is deluding themselves, okay? In order to understand that Vivek is Indian, you just need to look at him. In order to understand that Nikki Haley is Indian, you have to know about her background. I'm Indian and I don't like Republicans or you, says Rick Daddy. Okay. I mean, cool. Anyway. Okay. We need to watch something that doesn't require me to do too much commentary because I'm trying to eat.
general discontent in the country that's hard to overcome based on the last couple of years, COVID and the pandemic and all these different factors. There's a column from Brett Stevens where he says, in part, the news isn't all that good. Americans are unsettled by things that are not always visible in headlines or statistics, but are easy enough to see. And I think that kind of defines the disconnect between legislative accomplishments, the current state of the macroeconomy, those types of things that the White House wants to talk about, and how people are feeling. How do you kind of thread that together if you're the Biden administration and campaign?
I think there's certainly truth to that, and that's absolutely something that the president recognizes. You know, when he is talking to his staff about what he wants to say when he's going out to speak, he's always very focused on making sure that he is talking about connecting with people's concerns. You know, he believes that it's important for a president to show that he understands that people, you know, are feeling doubtful, are feeling dubious after essentially a once-in-a-generation pandemic that kind of rocked our world, more or less. So it is a challenge. I think for the president and for the Biden campaign, you know, they have to continue to show that they connect with people's sense of unease, but also remind them about how much has been done and critically convey a sense of optimism. Remind people that we are on a good path and that there's opportunity for things to get better. I think he has a lot of proof points. He can point to a lot of things that he's been able to get done in a very divided Washington. He's been able to accomplish, you know, historic job creation, a historic infrastructure bill that's fixing people's roads and bridges, obviously the Inflation Reduction Act. There's a lot that he can point to say, listen, I've been able to get things done to make your life better, and there's so much more to do. And so conveying that sense of optimism, I think, will be critical for the campaign and for the president.
Welcome back, America. I'm Hugh Hewitt. Pleased to welcome back to the program former President Donald Trump. Mr. President, welcome.
The GOAT. I didn't even realize the GOAT was on another TV show. We're going to skip that. We're going to go to Vivek Ramaswamy against Methi.
Vivek Ramaswamy, thank you so much for coming on the show today. You and I both grew up as kids of Indian immigrants who loved to debate, super confident, perhaps overconfident in our views. But here's the difference. I kind of know my limits. You, on the other hand, having never held or even run for any elected office before, be it Congress or even school board, having not voted in 3 presidential elections in a row, suddenly now want to be president, go straight for the top job on planet Earth. Your critics would say that's the epitome of tech bro arrogance. What is your response to them? I get that you're an outsider. Personally, I like outsiders. But what have you done that even qualifies you to be president of the United States?
So look, Methi, I have been taking on bureaucracies my entire life. I took on the bureaucracy of big pharma starting in my late 20s, at a time when I think pharma was corrupt and going in a lot of directions that they shouldn't have been. I actually built a multi-billion-dollar business developing medicines that pharma had abandoned. I took on the ESG bureaucracy, competing with firms like BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard to build a successful firm called Strive. Yes, none of that is in government, but it is in the private sector. It involves...
I love that. Like, even when he's criticizing peak private government corruption, or private company corruption, he's still like talking about big government bureaucracy that is at fault here with fucking pharmaceutical corporations. It's like, bro, you're literally talking about taking down private companies, like, entirely. Like, what do you mean? His cadence is so fucking frustrating. I agree. Chatter, who said, I'm already mad his cadence irritates me to death. His cadence is deeply and undesirably frustrating. He is such a fucking relentless, annoying little debate lord. I can't stand him. I hate the way he fucking carries himself. I think that Americans will also not appreciate the way he carries himself. Like, I don't think that there is a big appetite for a fucking debate lord like this. He can't do it like Trump. He's too smug. He's too actually. He is actually personified. He comes across way too smug, comes across way too elitist, comes across way too entitled, and I don't believe that that makes for a successful candidacy. I had a bunch of food. For those of you who are wondering, I had a bunch of different food. I had buffalo cauliflower. I had buffalo chicken. I had tacos. Tacos were good. Everything else was like kind of mid or just all right. Ooh, you in Mexico? Tacos were good.
Taking on bureaucracies. Okay. And that exactly is my mission here, is taking on the biggest bureaucracy of all, that in the federal government in Washington, D.C. And the other thing I'll add to that, Methi, is it's not just the outsider pitch. I think we do need an outsider. I think it's good to have a business background. But I'm also an outsider who deeply understands the law and the Constitution in this country. And I think that's the unique combination that actually makes this my calling. And I hope that we're going to be successful in reviving this country.
So you talk about your business background. Let's talk about that. You made your name and made a lot of your early big money from pushing an Alzheimer's drug that had already failed 4 clinical trials when you bought it. You then talked it up on CNBC, in Forbes, on the cover. Your company's subsidiary shot up by billions in value when it went public in 2015. But then the drug failed its phase 3 trial on your watch. The company lost 75% of its value in a single day. Ordinary investors like the California State Teachers Pension Fund lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. But you cashed out beforehand via your parent company to the tune of, I believe, over $37 million. Your critics say it's a classic pump and dump scheme. What do you say to them?
Yeah, Methi, that's the standard opposition research during politics reading line. Anybody in the biotech industry knows this story very well. 99.7% of Alzheimer's drugs have failed. That's thousands of drugs. Mine was one of them. But the company I founded, Roivant, developed a range of medicines. And the way I made my money was not through the failure of that Alzheimer's drug. This is one of the pieces of misinformation from opposition research. I could have sold shares in that subsidiary Alzheimer's company, but didn't. So the person who was hurt by that was me.
Hold on.
But
you say this a lot, but you did sell.
The person that was hurt by that was me. How about the fucking hundreds of thousands of people that have Alzheimer's in their family that thought this drug could be helpful? How about the teachers' pension funds that bought into your fucking bullshit? Vivek is actually a lot smarter than the other candidates. And yet right here, his counter is reminiscent to Logan Paul. How can you say it's a pump and dump when I engaged in the pump and then I didn't dump all of it? I dumped some of it, not all of it. And I could have dumped a lot more.
Shares in Roivant, and you made $37 million.
And Methi,
$37 million.
Methi, I think you owe it to your audience. Methi, I think you owe it to your audience to be accurate. That is shares in a different company, not Axovant. And those shares that I sold are worth, and those shares are worth dramatically more today. So I would have made more money had I held on to those shares. So don't believe what the opposition research purveys through the media.
It's not opposition research. We looked at your tax returns, which you very kindly have released.
Yeah, exactly.
And you made
voluntarily released. Because I want to be transparent.
You made $300,000 in 2014 on capital gains. In 2015, after the IPO of this Axovant, you made $37 million in capital gains. Yet others didn't make that kind of money.
After Methi, give me a break. After Roivant, the multi-billion-dollar business that developed 40-plus medicines, yes, I sold shares in that. And that business, if I may actually allow you to know how I made my money, developed 5 FDA-approved therapies that are now FDA-approved today.
After you sold
one of them is a life-saving therapy in kids.
When you were CEO,
Another one, they were FDA. Actually, over the time that I developed them, we took them all the way through phase 3, and then we did a $3 billion deal that actually
they were approved a year and a half later after you sold the company.
Yes, so Methi, I'm not going to fault you for not knowing the first thing about biotech because that's not your job. But getting through phase 3 is the final stage of clinical testing before you hand in the application. Yes, my company did a $3 billion deal that actually did make money for those shareholders. And so, yes, I have built Roivant's a publicly traded company, nearly $10 billion public company today that I built as the sole founder from scratch as one of several companies that I've built. So, yes, I have a business record that I'm proud of and will equip me to lead this country.
You mentioned stage 3 trials. trials. The Alzheimer's drug failed it after you did a lot of touting of it. You say 99.7% failed. You never said that at the time. Do you have any regrets about how you hyped that drug?
I did say that.
CEO of Roivant said this week that you hyped the drug. Do you regret hyping it?
We did not hype the drug. To the contrary, actually, one of the things that I found
this week.
Well, I can't speak for what is or is. I haven't read any article that you're quoting, so I don't exactly know what you're referring to. The fact of the matter is, though, I have been transparent at.
Oh, that's interesting. So, what do you have to say to the CEO of the company that you built from the ground that is saying you pumped it? That's so weird. Dude, every time he gets fucking owned, he immediately is a deflection machine. Dude.
Every step of exactly know what you're I can't speak for what is or is. I haven't read any article.
Methi Hasan is just the annoying debate pervert that you need in a situation like this, by the way. He's so good at debate pervertry, and it shows. He's not letting him misdirect. He's not letting him engage with anything but what he wants Vivek to engage in.
That you're quoting, so I don't exactly know what you're referring to. The fact of the matter is, though, I have been transparent at every step of the way. Everyone who is in the biotech industry knows that Alzheimer's disease is the graveyard for medicines. But I still think it's an important area of need. And I'll say this, Methi, is, you know what? If I serve for 2 terms, I'm still going to be in my 40s when I leave the White House. It is a personal passion of mine to come back and see if Alzheimer's disease hasn't been cured. I do want to play a role in still.
He's like, I'm going to come back and pump and dump again, bitch. You better not stop me. He said, I did it once and I'll do it again, motherfucker. It's that easy, dog. You can't stop me, bro. I will be president and then I'll do a pump and dump again.
Delivering treatments and cures for that disease. And people who don't take risks, don't achieve meaningful impact. The medicines that I did develop, I'm proud of. And you don't get there without having a number of medicines that you test along the way.
Bro, this motherfucker's acting like he made the medicine in the shop. You know what I mean? He's acting like he was cooking it up or something. Like fucking Walter White in the kitchen. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. You're the money guy. And as the money guy, as the fucking money guy, your job is to pump it. That's it. And you pumped it. You pumped the Alzheimer one. You still made out like a fucking bandit. Like, oh, I could have made so much more money. It's so stupid. It's such an insane thing to say. Oh, I was the real victim here. Yeah, good luck. Good luck describing that. Let me tell you something. Vivek is a debate pervert of the highest magnitude. He's such like a 4chan style debate pervert. Now, of course, that kind of stuff is like really fun online because there's a lot of A-worded debate perverts out there who love this kind of like blood sport, right? They like that. They want someone to be eloquent. They love when that person is like representing their interests as well, or not interests, but necessarily their talking points. Problem is, in the real world, nobody fucking likes that. Nobody likes the Groyper debate lord shit. And unless you have like a cadre of 4chan weirdos that can like at least cut content and make your interlocutors look silly, clip them out of context, ruin their lives, dox them, consistently fucking try to pursue them online, cyberstalk them, and like turn them into lol cows, you're not actually gonna be able to move the needle at all. Donald Trump was only able to engage in this kind of stuff because he has the telegenic presence, the charisma, and the audience that came along with it. Okay? Vivek doesn't have any of those things. So that's why he just keeps coming across like a guy who keeps saying, actually, things are not the way that you claim they are. You are describing yourself way too much. Donald Trump doesn't do that.
way. And the other thing I will say is our success rate under my watch was higher than probably nearly 99.9% of biotech startups in the last decade. So yeah, I stand by that record. I'm not afraid of taking risks. That's part of the American spirit.
Well, technically, the successes were a year and a half after you sold the company, but we'll get bogged down. Let's talk politics.
Mehdi, that's dead wrong, and I would sorry to say you're embarrassing yourself in front of anybody who knows anything about biotech for knowing that phase 3 trials are the final stage.
Okay.
The final stage, the FDA,
I've
phase 3
myself.
studies succeeded. So you're barking up the wrong tree, but we can continue to move on.
Let's talk politics. Let's talk politics. We do. We want to talk lots of stuff. Sure. You're an advocate, your critics say, of fantasy politics, of magical things.
Even right here. I don't know shit about biotech. Okay? What he's saying might be right. What he's saying might be right. But who fucking knows about biotech, idiot? People in the biotech industry only know about biotech. So, in the eyes of the American public watching this interview, Mehdi Hasan is fucking destroying you by saying, well, those things got FDA approval after you left. So, your annoying semantic ass is actually getting owned, even if you are factually correct. Do you understand what I'm saying, chat? Like, he might be right. Vivek, I think, might be right about stage 3 clinical trials being the most important part. It's basically, once you pass that, you basically have FDA approval, right? But Americans don't fucking know that. So when Mehdi Hasan turns around and says, yeah, all of those drugs that you worked on, that you claim to work on, only passed FDA approval a year after you fucking left the company, most Americans are going to agree with Mehdi Hasan instead of Vivek, because most Americans are not in biotech. So even then, he's like losing. Optically speaking, even if he might be technically correct, he's losing.
They say you propose stuff that can't be done. For example, you said on Meet the Press the other week that if you had been in Mike Pence's place on January the 6th, you would have insisted on first passing a bill that night to bring in single-day voting on Election Day with paper ballots.
That's inaccurate.
Government-issued
I never said that night. I never said that night.
What you would have done on January the 6th, and you said I would have done this, and the next day
what I would have done differently is that I was precise about the period between, and this is still ambitious, I will admit, but at least let's get my view correct. It is ambitious. Between November 4th and January 6th, I think it was an opportunity for heroism.
Just to be clear, you never said anything about it.
Have said it every step.
Let's play the clip. Guys, do we have the clip?
I've said this in countless forums.
Have a listen to the clip.
On your Chuck Todd splice script, in all of my written statements and everything I've said,
hold on, we're playing the clip right now.
In that period, between the election,
here's what I would have said. We need single-day voting on Election Day. We need paper ballots, and we need government-issued ID matching the voter file. And if we achieve that, then we have...
That's awesome. They muted his ass, bro. They fucking muted his ass to pull the receipts. I mean, come on, dog. He just put you in fucking timeout like you're a little boy. And you just gotta sit there and eat it too. There's nothing you can do. You're running for president, right? He's like, mute, react to yourself.
Have achieved victory, and we should not have any further complaint about election integrity.
So what would you have done
through the Senate?
So what would you have done with Mike Pence? You would have not certified the election?
So in my capacity as president of the Senate, I would have led through that level of reform. Then on that condition, certified the election results, served it up to the president, President Trump, then to sign that into law, and on January 7th, declared the re-election campaign pursuant to a free and fair election.
Also, he is a little boy. Like, he's not just a little boy because he just got punished here and he had to shut the fuck up. He's a little boy because of, like, his argument. Like, his idea of, like, what he would do instead of January 6th is so stupid. Like, are you a kid? Like, I would just immediately do a re-election. I would just pass a bunch of restrictive measures that the Republicans have been meaning to pass already at the federal level And then I would just do it. And then I would win the election. And then the president would say, wow, Vivek, you're my favorite VP.
Election.
Vivek, not only do you not mention anything about November, but let's say you did do November. That joint session was not a legislative session.
Ambitious.
The vice president doesn't have the power to introduce legislation. Neither party would have backed such a...
Yeah, thank you. Oh, my God. God, Methi Hasan is so good. It's like, as vice president, you're going to introduce legislation? Like, what the fuck are you saying, dude? And then, like, people are going to be on board with it, too, magically. He's like, well, it's ambitious. No, it's not ambitious. It's made up. You're saying made up things.
Bill.
Oh, come on,
it couldn't
Methi.
have been passed in a day.
The fact of the matter is,
naive stuff.
The president, the president and vice president absolutely drive legislation through Congress. That is exactly how
but
things
Trump
work.
wasn't doing legislation.
Now,
he was busy
view,
pushing the big lie, as you pointed out yourself.
Wait. What legislation is Mike Pence passing, man? What the fuck? The make it legal to fucking lobotomize gay teenagers act or whatever? Like, what? Like, if anything, the party puts forward legislation, a legislative agenda, and the president will be on board with it or whatever. But, like, the VP introducing legislation in Congress is fucking ridiculous. No anal sex act, NASA. Like, also, Donald Trump is a unique one because, like, he didn't really do that. Obviously, like, the Brandon agenda exists, but as far as Michael Pence and Donald Trump goes, like, they weren't super active, I feel like, on that end.
In your books.
Well,
so he wasn't
and
there.
I wasn't
Mike
the vice
Pence
president of the
could
United
not
States.
have passed a bill, but
and I was not the vice president of the United States. You guys in the media, you guys in the MSNBC crack me up to sort of create a hypothetical situation to say, if you had been vice president, what would you have been doing? I'm telling you exactly what I've been doing, but you're saying, but that's not what Donald Trump was doing. This is a joke. Let's actually have a substantive conversation. Do you want to have a substantive conversation about what should have happened, or do you want to play a game of gotcha? Because you have the choice. The choice is yours. Do you actually want to have a substantive conversation? If you do, I'm down to do it. Do you want a substantive conversation? What we need.
You said substantive full time.
Actually, if you want to get a word in, you know, if you're going to speak the truth and ask a legitimate question, have at it.
I think it is a legitimate question. Multiple people wondered about your knowledge of how Congress works, suggesting Mike Pence, by the way, on the debate stage, asked you if you would have supported what he did. It's not an MSNBC question. It's a Republican vice president question.
Yes.
So fine, you don't want to answer
it. And what I'm saying is, it was a missed opportunity for heroism, not in one day, but I think that in a period of 2 months. And I think you're a smart guy.
It couldn't have been done in a lame duck
There's
Congress,
an American
Vivek. You're
confidence.
A smart guy. You know it couldn't have been done in 2 months.
I think under extraordinary circumstances, in extraordinary times, we have an American Confidence in Elections Act. It's literally making its way through Congress now. ACE. I support it. I think if we had gotten that done during that window, further we said single day voting on election day as a national holiday,
and Mitch McConnell wouldn't have agreed to a national holiday.
I think Democrats should agree to it.
We can argue forever.
I think Democrats should agree to it.
That's a different
argument. That's what I stand for. I think we're still going to get that done.
That's so sick. He's just like, well, I think they should. Oh, okay. No, he was going to get it done, guys. I swear, he was going to get it done. Yeah, imagine they couldn't even get it done on the off season. Like the fuck do you mean?
When I'm the president.
Okay.
When I'm the president. Not in some fantasy land where I was vice president in some other year in the historical history.
Let's talk about you as president.
What I'm running for.
Understood.
This is what we're going to do.
Let me ask a question so we don't run out of time. Please don't filibuster. I just want to ask a question about
when
you're president, you said this is your words. Quote, if you want to stay out of no-win wars and make America stronger at home, I know how to get that done. Genuine question, Vivek, not a gotcha. How? How do you know how to get that done? With respect, you've literally never done anything like that in your life. I could go out on the street outside the studio, grab someone. They have as much experience as you do of keeping us out of foreign wars. That's not an insult. That's just a statement of fact.
No, it's not an insult. It's a fact, right? And it is also a fact that everybody else who does have experience in the foreign policy establishment has been sending us into no-win wars for a long time. Both of those are facts. Here's how I would do it. Let's get specific, and I'm glad we've finally gotten to the doorstep of actually discussing a policy agenda. Here's what I would do. Pull Russia apart in its military alliance with China. Those two countries are in a military treaty dating back to 2001. That is the single greatest threat that the United States faces. So I would end the Ukraine war on terms that, yes, allow Ukraine to at least come out with its sovereignty intact, which may not even be the track they're on right now. But in return, and also make a commitment that NATO will not admit Ukraine to NATO. In conjunction, and by the way, for people in the foreign policy establishment, they forgot that Gorbachev was made that promise by James Baker in the United States in 1990. So keep our word there. But in return, actually make a hard requirement that Vladimir Putin exit his military alliance with China.
You say this.
Dude, when I'm president, I know, hear me out, guys. I have no experience whatsoever, but hear me out. I'm president. I'm going to make Russia collaborate with us instead of China. 2, Russia's going to pull out of Ukraine. 3, I'm going to make it so that if you're black and you go out to vote, they can shoot you legally. And the Democratic Party is going to vote for this bill. Okay? It's called Election Security and Integrity Act. Democrats will vote for it. Why? Because this is an opportunity to do heroism. Great. All of this will happen. Okay, number 4, Mexico pays for the wall.
This many
and remove
times.
his Russian military presence from the West. That's the deal that I would do.
Again, the fantasy land is why would Putin just agree with you? Why? Because you asked nicely, Putin will hold his word. He'll pocket your concessions and not just carry on dealing with his biggest trading partner, China?
Well, here's the thing. I actually think that China shouldn't be his biggest trading partner. I think it's a mistake that we've closed off economic relations with Russia. I would lead both the United States and the West to reopen economic relations with Russia because Putin does not enjoy being Xi Jinping's little brother. Methi, you're a smart guy. Look at what he's done. He's actually sent weapons to both India and Vietnam right after the February 2022 meeting he had with Xi Jinping. There are cracks in that armor, but we need to actually open our eyes to see the opportunity staring us in the face.
We will have to agree to disagree whether we think that you can persuade Vladimir Putin to drop his alliance with Xi Jinping. You have made truth the centerpiece of your campaign. So let's talk about your trustworthiness.
Yes.
For example, when CNN quoted you talking to The Atlantic about 9/11 and federal agents possibly being on the planes, you said the quote is wrong, actually. But the quote wasn't wrong. The Atlantic released the audio of what you saying exactly what they said you said.
Methi, actually,
let me finish the question.
Let me be crystal clear.
Let me finish the question.
The Atlantic should release the whole tape. They've refused to do it. Yep.
You said on Twitter Spaces last month that no, you had never supported Bernie Sanders' Masks for All legislation, but you literally put out a tweet in July of 2020 calling it a sensible idea. You also said not once but twice in June and July that the first time you'd ever voted was in 2020 for Trump, but in fact the first time you voted for president was in 2004 for a pro-choice libertarian candidate. How can people believe what you say?
So, Methi, let me just go through one by one. The Atlantic, yes, purposefully spliced an out-of-context quote where we have challenged them. They released the tapes. We asked them for the tapes first. They didn't give them to us. They waited then to splice them and release them publicly. I challenged the Atlantic to release that entire conversation. And what was a conversation about how many federal agents were in the field.
You said was wrong. We all heard it. We can play it if you like. No, it is exactly word for word what she quoted to you. You said they put words in your mouth.
Look, if you want... If you want hard facts, here are hard facts. That day, The Atlantic printed it. I said, that looks like something that never captured the character of our conversation. Can you ask Atlantic for the tapes? They said they would refuse to release the recording to it.
Dude, it's so bad. It's so bad, dude. It's so fucking... This is so bad. You're constantly fucking finding yourself... You're constantly finding yourself having to, like, correct the record over and over and over again. Like, you are a campaign devoid of any promises. It's just like Actually, you misunderstood me campaign. That's the only thing you're offering. It's terrible. They're burying your ass, brother. You have to find a way to deflect. I'm taking I'm putting the fucking regular filter back on, okay? I want people to think that I'm in United States of America and not in Mexico when I'm doing this coverage. I forgot. That's why I put the America filter on. Okay? Yeah, we're back in the USA. Greatest country on earth, where 3-minute ad breaks come at the top of the hour every hour. And if you no longer want to see those ads, if you're living in the United States of A, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
To us. So when Caitlin asked me about it, I said, that does not at all sound like the context of what I said. And then, it turns out the Atlantic releases a very, everybody should listen to it.
You're putting words in my mouth.
It functionally sends the wrong message,
you could have said,
Methi.
oh, functionally. Okay. You could have said it's out of context.
It was so badly taken out of context that it misled their audience. It was so badly taken out of context, it was basically a lie and it misled their audience. But ask the Atlantic to release it. So my view here is, here's what I've learned, is the media distortion filters. Methi, if they are going to cut something before and after without the question of what the guy is that came beforehand, come on, why wouldn't the Atlantic? Why are they so reluctant to release the whole recording?
Maybe
Ask
because the audio they released, you're still denying you said what's on the audio. Okay, let's ask you this question. Is Donald Trump,
it's a
as
joke
you say
that
now,
the media is going to selectively edit this, and this is the way this game is played. Politics is dirty, that's okay, I'm ready for it.
It's not edited, just to be clear. Is Donald Trump, as you say now, the best president of the 21st century?
Of the 21st century. Yes, he was.
Let me ask my question. Let me finish the question. Is Donald Trump, as you say now, the best president of the 21st century, who you say you want as an advisor and a mentor if you become president? Or is Trump...
Like, even if you get clip chimped, when you're talking to adults that aren't, like, familiar with that shit, you're screwed. Think about it this way. When I talked to Jeff Wittick's mom, and that was, like, for the memes. Jeff Wittick's mom survived 9/11, 9/11 survivor. Jeff Wittick presented me as a 9/11 defender to his mom. And then he kept playing clips where it was like very clearly spliced. Clips that were like, America needs a second 9/11. Like when I'm talking about like the American government, right? Like, how am I going to on the spot explain that to Jeff's mom? How am I going to do that? I can't. Because, like, the average Joe doesn't understand this shit. And for the record, I don't even think that Vivek was clipped out of context. I think he's, like, the king of just tossing dumbass fucking takes out there with hopes that, people will pick up on it. With hopes that will get him some prominence. I don't know why.
Trump, as you've said in the past, in your books, on Twitter, a, quote, sore loser who is a, quote, danger to democracy and who did, quote, downright abhorrent and egregious things on January the 6th. Which one is he, Vivek?
So to be crystal clear, between George Bush, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and Donald Trump, those are the presidents of the 21st century. Donald Trump is unambiguously, as judged by the results, the best president of the 21st century. Kept us out of wars, grew the economy. I give him full credit for that. I want to build on that foundation and take this country to the next level.
You've also called him a sore loser who is a danger to democracy. Those are strong words.
Would I have made the same judgment?
Yeah, man, he's like, you're a fake friend, dog. You're a fucking fake friend. You're a phony. What is this?
While I was giving him a haircut, I asked him if he's ever been banned from Twitch. And he said, yes, he did. And I was like, what for? Turns out he had said something about 9/11 and America, about how America deserved 9/11 and we should have another one.
That's not what I said.
And then I
never
said, what did you say exactly?
America deserved 9/11.
That's what I said.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Oscar,
I'm saying it.
Spotlight? Let's do the interrogation.
Oh, God, you have a spotlight.
So, Mom, he said this. I don't know if he was joking around or not. I know you were in the building. You have very traumatic memories.
44th floor.
You as a 9/11 survivor and what you saw that day, and then having some goofball rich kid just
okay, I wasn't rich back then.
He got rich off that line.
No, I didn't get rich off that line.
He profited off of it.
Okay, no.
Why would you say such a thing?
That's what I'm saying. Good question, Ma.
He's such a fucking instigator. Hassan pretending he wasn't raised rich Lamau. Guys, the joke, you're also chronically online. Just watch the pod, man. Yeah, it's so... He clipped out my answer! He did it again! Listen, for a one-eyed barber, he's fucking so good at clipping it right at the fucking tippy top.
That he has made at every step of the way. No, I will remind you that I am running for U.S. president because I am best positioned to lead this country forward.
Can I ask you what they are, Vivek?
Yes.
You say he behaved in downright abhorrent behavior that makes him a danger to democracy.
Yes,
what was it that was downright? Tell me what he did that was downright abhorrent.
Let's actually be really fair to your audience. So on January 10th, 2021, thereabouts, days after that incident, I wrote an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal arguing that censorship was the real cause of what happened on January 6th. When asked in response, somebody asked me the question, are you...
I love this. I listened to parts of this interview already. And when I heard this part of the interview, I was thinking like, wow, we are really just the dumbest nation on earth. Because his response there is so telling. Like, Mehdi Hasan is like, you said Donald Trump did something awful and gross. Which is true. If you're like one of those fucking libs, right? If you're one of these, like, I mean, even if you're not a fucking liberal, like what Donald Trump did as it pertains to just like caring about democracy was kind of fucked up. Okay? It was anti-democratic. So he has to pedal so hard to be like, no, I am that fucking dumbass. You don't understand. Back then, I might have said something reasonable, but I promise you, that was the old me, and you didn't understand it. I'm actually a fucking idiot. I fucking love sipping on that dumb juice, dog. Trust me, I am stupid as fuck. I love Donald Trump, and I fucking don't think what he did was wrong. And then the funniest counter here is that he went and he wrote an op-ed on the Wall Street Journal, he says, about how January 6th happened because of free speech. Or because of censorship, sorry. And it's like, how do you... Like, what are you saying, dog? What the fuck? Like, how? He's like, no. Like, his counter literally is, no, Mehdi, you don't understand. I might have said what he did was abhorrent. But also, I'm a fucking dumbass. Take a look at how fucking dumb I am. I wrote an article about January 6th being done due to censorship. It's so stupid. It's just, I don't know if I'm doing a good job explaining my frustration here. I guess the short and sweet of it is, if you want to run for a Republican president, you literally have to say, in broad daylight, on national television, to anyone who will listen to you, that you think bad things are good, and you think good things are bad. And that you might have said in the past, a certain bad thing was good, or sorry, a certain bad thing was bad, and you apologize for that now, because you actually always thought that that bad thing was good. It's just, like, it's opposite world. Every fucking time. Every time. He's like, dude, I know that I said what Donald Trump did on January 6th was abhorrent. Guess what? I was a dumbass, dude. I was a dumbass back then. I promise I was a dumbass back then. You don't understand. I promise you I was stupid. I was sipping on the dumb juice.
That's what I wrote. I'm giving you the facts of what I said. That's a hard fact. That was published in the Wall Street Journal. When pressed on, was that condoning what Trump did? My answer was no. There's a difference between a bad judgment and a crime.
And
we need to be able to tell the difference.
Oh, that's crazy. It was a Donald Trump did a oopsie defense. Like, I haven't heard that one before.
this
Donald
country.
Trump do,
No, I'm not avoiding
in
your
your
question.
view, that was downright abhorrent? Second time I
I
asked
think
that
that the thing that I would have done differently if I were in his shoes
not what I asked,
is
Vivek,
I would
with
have
respect.
declared re-election on
That's not what I asked,
January
with respect.
7th.
I'll ask it a third
That's exactly
time.
the thing I would have done.
What did Trump do that was egregious, quote, downright abhorrent, and a danger to democracy? Can you just explain to our viewers? Your words.
So you're mixing two different quotes. But what did I think was reprehensible about what happened that day? Look, I think that the way a true leader should have handled that situation should have been to actually say, this is me running for re-election, not actually litigating what is already passed and behind us. And I would have.
That's so funny. Like what? So there's like 57-year-old heart diseased HVAC guys trying to fucking climb telephone poles and shit. And then cross-spliced that with Donald Trump being like, I'm running for re-election? Like what? I declared a re-election? That's what he's saying? Also, does he mean like re-election as in 4 years? Or does he mean like, no, we're doing it again. Like we're just gonna do it again. We're gonna do a redo. That part I don't really understand. Why did you describe my biological dad? Was he at January 6th? Like, why the fuck? Here's another stupid thing that he's saying. I think it's ambiguous on purpose. Yes, Richie313, you're right. I do think that he's like trying to have an out once again so he can do that classic Vivek thing and he's like, actually, that's not what I meant. This is what I meant. I think like he wants the dummies to think he means like a redo, right? And he can always say, that's not what I meant. I meant, of course I didn't mean a redo. I meant like election in 4 years. But here's why he's a fucking idiot again and who doesn't know anything about how this process works. Donald Trump announced his candidacy way too early, like historically early already. And a lot of people criticized him for it and said he might get cooked due to overexposure. And then he didn't really say anything or do anything for the rest of that time until, I mean, even now he's not really doing too much. He's just like kind of getting arrested over and over again. And then that's when you hear about him. But ultimately, like, imagine being like, I'm running for re-election right after you lost. You have no advantages there. Like, you have no advantages if you openly run for re-election. Like, why would he do that? It doesn't even make sense if Donald Trump was like a normal guy, like a normal person who wasn't Donald Trump, who didn't just do this endless conquest. He could just say, I never said that. That's a fake quote, and people would actually believe it. No, he needs to deflect away from it, but he can't do a good job deflecting. He just has to be like, actually, this is what I meant.
Have done things differently. That is not a crime, though, what he
understand,
did. And the reason I have been so vehement.
You keep saying what you would have done. I just want to hear from your mouth. No, unless you're scared of him, why won't you say what he did that was downright abhorrent?
I'm not going to let you...
I mean, we know the answer. The real reason was he was like a bit of a... I mean, he was always like a tech libertarian. Silicon Valley shit. But like a lot of tech libertarians were at least like kind of libtarded at first. You know what I mean? Like libtard coded. Like the Jason Sachs of the world. Like they at least used to be like closer to the liberal side on social issues. While like they were, you know, rugged Ayn Rand followers on all the other stuff. Meanwhile, they all are just straight up psychos now. Like they openly admit it now. They're like, we love Trump. We love DeSantis, whoever the fuck, right? But that's why. Because the circles that Vivek was in back then in 2020 absolutely was like, oh yeah, this is, oh my, what's happening? Oh my, what's happening on the Capitol is, it's making me feel some type of way. Like that's what these guys used to operate like. Because it's like kind of gross to see so many like ugly ass stepfathers who never stepped up try to rush into the fucking Capitol. Yeah, it's uncouth. Exactly. That's the word I was thinking of, but I could not pull. You know what I mean? It's gross. It's disgusting. A bunch of fucking dudes who somehow avoided getting killed by COVID, but certainly will not avoid heart disease, were breaking into the Capitol. It was gross to a lot of people who care about these institutions. And you got to at least LARP as a person who cares about these institutions if you're in a fucking, you know, pharmaceutical industry or a biotech industry.
You're stitching together three things from three different places to create a caricature. Do you want to have an actual conversation?
Yes, I want you to answer my question, Vivek. Three times I've asked it. What did Trump do that was downright abhorrent? It's a simple question. It's your words. It's on screen. What did he do that was downright abhorrent?
I believe that failing to unite this country falls short of what a true leader ought to do. That is why I'm in this race, is to do things.
He pulled the fucking receipts. He's like, come on, bro. What do you mean by downright abhorrent? Explain. Why is he this afraid? Here's what I don't understand. Don't sell yourself too short, Vivek. Don't sell yourself too short. I think you'd be fine if you just like ripped at him a little bit every now and then. It's not like you're going to get a fucking job anyway. I just don't think he's going to get the White House job that he's looking for. He's not going to be the VP. Okay? Like, I feel like Nikki Haley has a better shot of being VP than Vivek Ramaswamy does. Okay? He's not, like, they're not going to put him in fucking, maybe HUD, yeah. That's where they put, like, usually tokens that stayed in the race for long enough. But, because, like, they don't give a shit about housing at all. Could be a play at FDA. I doubt it. No. Trump's not going to pick a single one of those motherfuckers running against him for VP. Yeah, I mean, maybe the Virgin. Maybe the Virgin. He's the one that possibly, but even then, I don't think so. Carrie Lake is probably going to be a VP pick. No shot. Dude, I don't know where the fuck you guys are getting the Carrie Lake take from. Dude, no way, dude. Carrie Lake is poison. No, dude. Trump knows how to read the fucking room. Carrie Lake doesn't bring anything new. She didn't even win Arizona. How is Trump going to win Arizona if Carrie Lake lost Arizona? Like, your VP at least should guarantee you a state, right? She won, they stole it. Carrie Lake, let me explain something to you, okay? Carrie Lake's loss is quite literally the worst part of Donald Trump's stubbornness. Carrie Lake lost and kept running the Trump style, it was stolen from me narrative over and over again. And that exact same attitude is the reason why Trump isn't even seen as popular, because he never shut the fuck up about losing. That narrative and Trump constantly going off on that narrative literally cost Trump multiple primary candidacies that he had, okay? And it also cost them the midterm elections for the Republican Party. No fucking shot would he turn around and offer Carrie Lake a VP position when she can't even win Arizona. If Trump wants to win Arizona, he can't have Carrie Lake as his VP. Think about that. Think about Arizona as a state. Since the Maverick, what has happened to the state of Arizona? Obviously, it's not due to the Maverick, John McCain. Okay, based anti-imperialist, American warplane destroyer John McCain. God rest his soul. He's dropping planes left and right in the aircraft carrier in the sky. Like, sure, Kirsten Sinema is fucking awful. I agree. But Arizona went from being fairly red to not so red at all. Blue governor and 2 blue fucking senators. Well, one is now an independent, but it doesn't matter. She duped people and she ran as a Democrat and then she fucked the Democratic Party over. But ultimately, in the eyes of the voters, she was a Democrat that ran on a Democrat platform and she fucking destroyed the Republican. I know, guys. I'm talking about when she won the election. So in the eyes of Arizona, they went with a Democrat over a Republican. Kirsten Sinema also kind of was running on a not as progressive as a platform as she always had, or as she originally had, because she was like straight up a fucking, America KKK style anarchist Green Party person. But she was running on a relatively progressive platform in Arizona and won on that platform, even though she was awful. And Arizona most likely will elect another Democrat when the time comes. So going with something like fucking Carrie Lake is not going to help you in Arizona at all. She is hot, though. If that's what you guys are thinking, that's what you think is like the reason. You know what I mean? She's a TV person. She's also a TV person. She's crazy. But it's not going to happen. It's just not happening. Anyway, let's continue.
Things differently than any prior president has done them. That's the hard truth, okay?
And that's what
now,
made him a sore loser and a
the
borrower.
media
Yes, your words.
and the reality is none of that is a crime. And the reason I have been so vocal, the reason I have been so vocal is because when somebody actually prosecutes somebody for a bad judgment, and I've been clear,
I understand
he made
your
bad
objections
judgments.
to the litigation.
I would have
I
made different
understand that.
judgments.
That's not what I asked about. I
That is a
understand.
distinction we have to draw.
Understood. You say you are anti-identity politics.
Heard from a guy in my CNC shop, you were a scholastic terrorist, but you seem like you were doing a Colbert-esque commie bit. Funny stuff. A scholastic terrorist? You mean stochastic terrorist? Or do you mean I'm like, I am anti-book. I guess that's true. It means I want to blow up the book fair? Like, what's happening? But you seem like you're doing a Colbert-esque commie bit funny stuff. I'm so confused. I feel like he tried to do an elaborate bit where he's just trying to say like, oh, no one is this stupid of a communist. Like, it seems like you're just making a joke. Portraying yourself as like a stupid communist when you clearly are a real red-blooded patriot. Unless you were being sincere, and in which case you're, someone lied to you about what you were watching. Anyway, let's continue. Use chapstick dispenser as a username implies this guy's not a fucking boomer, okay?
anti-affirmative action in a party that hates the Soros name, yet you accepted a Paul and Daisy Soros scholarship at law school that was specifically set up for the children of immigrants. It was an affirmative action scholarship, and your defense for that is that you didn't have the money to pay for law school, even though you'd already made over $1 million at the time and made another $2 million.
My defense of that is somebody gives you a merit scholarship at the age of 24, you take it. At the age of 24, somebody gives you a merit scholarship, you take it. I didn't say I didn't have the money. I said at a time when I had a lot less money than now, $50,000
you said
was
exactly,
still
I didn't
useful
have the money
to me.
Vivek.
Bro, I feel like he can't fucking stop. Like, he just has to always say things right at the edge. Like, I don't really get it. Like, I don't know why he just always comes across so bad. Indian crabs in a bucket. Methi Hasan has nothing to do with, he's not attacking Vivek because that's another brown man in a position of power or whatever. The fuck? Methi Hasan is a very progressive commentator who, I don't know how the fuck they let him on the television show now. He went off on the Peacock. He went from Peacock to MSNBC now. He said, Vivek is right about Ukraine and Mexico. All I'm saying. Hell yeah, brother. You're right. We need to fucking invite Mexico. I agree with you, brother. Let me tell you, after what they did to me at the border, I'm voting. Is it true you broke the Jimmy Fallon story? What's that? I'm invading myself. I'm invading one step at a time, brother.
You keep forgetting your quote. You said, when I didn't have the money.
So, Methi, I've made this really easy for everybody. And I did this in the early weeks of the campaign.
Yeah.
I released 20 years of tax returns.
Yes, you did.
Something that no presidential candidate, let alone somebody who's successful in business, has done. I challenge Democrats and Republicans alike, including the Biden family, to do it.
And
you know what? I released it so that you could look at them, so we can have an honest conversation.
And I appreciate that.
The funny thing I've learned,
I do appreciate that. It's something Trump should learn from you.
I think that transparency is important.
Look,
it's already open and everybody can see it.
Exactly. We have 2009.
But the fact of the matter is, you know what I would advise every 24-year-old should take
2009
$50,000.
and 2010, you made $750,000. You had the money to pay for law school. You didn't need a Soros affirmative action scholarship that you now criticize.
I mean, none of this is worthy, but if you think it is, let's get to the detail. That was actually the first big piece of money.
You say you're anti-affirmative action. You took a scholarship for immigrants.
I'm anti-affirmative action.
So why'd you take a scholarship for the children of immigrants?
Which falsehood would you like me to?
I mean, dude, Methi, I should DM him. I guess he's not going to talk to him again. But if I knew he was doing this interview, there's a couple things I would have loved asking Vivek, like, do you think George Soros' immigration scholarships are good? You know? I guess I could ask him myself, because I will be interviewing him personally. Because, like, I want to know. I'm like, so you got a George Soros immigration scholarship. So you think it's good? It's good that we're allowing immigration. And we're offering him a leg up. Good. I'm glad. We're on the same page, you know? How is he going to sell this to the Republican Party is the real question. Like even if you're not a QAnon guy, if you are a Republican, you are a firm believer that George Soros is the devil, and you're like, without actually recognizing it, 100% believing in like the, George Soros, a Jewish man, is like engaging in the destruction of Western civilization by allowing uncontrolled immigration to come into this country. That is absolutely the position of like most Republican Party voters. Okay? The white replacement, the great replacement, all this shit is backed by George Soros. which, by the way, is 100% the exact same propaganda that Nazis used to engage in, for the record. That's what they said all the time. Why does everyone care so much about his irrelevant scholarship instead of ripping into his brain-dead political takes? Because it's infinitely more valid to shit on. Like, it's way more important to shit on all those brain-dead things because it just ruins his chances of winning. Also because, like, it shows that he is a hypocrite, he's a liar, he's not someone you can trust, and that's important for someone who you're going to vote for presidency, right? It's also a lot more fun to do that, especially because he's running. Dude, he's running for Republican presidency. Like, he is running to be the Republican nominee, okay? He wants to be the Republican candidate that will go up against the Democratic candidate. I'm sorry. If you are a World Economic Forum guy, if you're like a fucking Silicon Valley biotech guy, if you got a fucking George Soros scholarship, I mean, you're not making it out the cut. No shot. No matter how hard you dick ride Trump.
To address the financial one or the one about my views on affirmative action, because I can go in whichever order you'd like. On the financial piece of it, not at the time that I had applied for the scholarship that fall.
Yes, you did.
December.
Yes, you did, Vivek. This is awkward for you because you did. I've got the tax returns in front of my face.
No, it's not awkward for you. Yes, on December 31st, when the application for the scholarship was that October. Methi, you're wasting your time on childish details in October of that year when I applied for that scholarship. And it was, well, guess what? The bonuses that a hedge fund pays, and it's a shame that, again, you don't have to be an expert on this, but if you're going to spout out, you better know something about it. People pay at a hedge.
Yeah, bro. Tell Mehdi Hasan that you were working at a hedge fund and that your bonuses were $700,000, but you didn't know you were going to get $700,000 in bonuses from the hedge fund you were working at. So you needed the fucking 50 grand from George Soros. Come on, brother. Like, dude, you come across like a vampire, dude. You don't understand how most people will see what you are saying. Mehdi, you don't understand how the hedge funds work, idiot. Anyway, this, by the way, is, of course, as always, a classic HasanAbi trope / rule. Rich people never say no to free money. Okay? They never say no to money. You're out of your fucking mind. It could be scholarships. It could be government subsidies. It could be tax credits. It could be tax cuts. They will never say no to money. Only fucking broke boys are like, government cheese, don't want that. Nah, that's smelly. Do I deserve it? I don't deserve it. I don't know if I'm worthy. What if someone else wants it? Only poor people reject this money. What poor person rejects money? What do you mean? What do you mean? You know how many motherfuckers were in this community literally being like, I don't know if I should take the Trump bucks. I feel like I already have enough money. Like, I don't know if it's worthy. I don't know if I deserve it. Also, it's not just that. Every Republican, unironically, regularly refuses government money. Republicans go and vote against social safety nets that they could take advantage of. What is that if not a poor person rejecting government money? What do you mean? I don't want no handouts, brother. Fuck that. It's like, what are you saying?
hedge fund the bonuses at the end of a year, and on December 31st, that's when I was paid. I applied for the scholarship that September, and I did not grow up in a wealthy family.
Vivek, you made more money the previous year.
I made $200,000 pre-tax or whatever it was.
No, you didn't.
And you know what? I believe.
No, you didn't. You're now telling flat. In 2009,
you have my tax returns in front of you. I don't remember what I made in 2009.
In 2009, you made $650,000. In 2010, you made less, $450,000. So the argument that
Bro, he needed it, dog. He needed the 50 grand from George Soros. Shut up, Methi. $600,000 a year? I mean, what the fuck, broke boy, dude? Get the fuck out of here. What a loser, dude. Motherfucker was basically dead, homie. He was making Twitch streamer money, by the way. God damn.
Scholarship. Oh, so now we're bringing tax into it. We've been using gross numbers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Vivek, you're wrong on this. Go back and check your tax returns.
$50,000 obviously makes a big difference.
And then you accepted a Soros scholarship for $50,000 when you didn't need it.
Well, you know what the fact is, Methi, is $50,000 did make a big difference to me back then. And anybody who has a few $100,000 in the bank is going to take $50,000 without strings attached. Take the scholarship. But my question for you is, why on earth are you, as an intelligent person interested in politics, obsessing over a 24-year-old's $50,000 scholarship?
I'm interested in truth,
beneath
Vivek.
you.
We have a country to fix. That you wear. And I'm interested in truth.
And Methi, that's why I released 20 years. Methi, that is why I released 20 years of tax records. Tell your friends in the Biden administration to do the same thing. Tell your Democrat candidates to do the same thing.
We've gone over
time. We're breaking precedents, and I think it is pathetic. I just think it is sad and pathetic that that we have important issues to talk about for the future of a country, and you're talking about a $50,000 scholarship in 2010 to go to Yale Law School when I was 24.
If you just owned
this is pathetic, and this is why nobody trusts you guys.
It is pathetic in your view, but you paid a Wikipedia editor who then removed it. So clearly it's something you didn't want people to read about. Last question, because we've gone over time and I respect you.
Who also said I was born in India. Who also said I was born in India and misspelled and got my wife's name wrong. So yes, we actually need to correct facts when people are playing this game.
Last question. You want me to ask a substantive question? Here's what I worry about most. Democracy in this country.
I would love substantive
Not just under Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Last question for you. Not just under Donald Trump, but under you, people are worried about authoritarianism. You have preemptively promised to pardon Trump no matter what juries of his peers decide, as well as today extending those pardons to January 6 rioters. You've dismissed white supremacists as boogeymen and unicorns. You want to fire at least half the federal government workforce. That's over 1 million people. You want to remove the right to vote from 18 to 25-year-olds. That's over 30 million people. You want to get rid of birthright citizenship. In fact, you refer to voting and citizenship as privileges when they are, in my view and in the Constitution view, rights. It's a very anti-democratic worldview. What do you say to people who criticize you for that?
I don't think it's an anti-democratic worldview. I favor reviving the lifeblood of our constitutional republic. Revive actual free speech and open debate in this country. Revive civic duty in this country, something that our founding fathers envisioned. Revive true equality in front of the law, where people aren't prosecuted because of the color of their skin or because of the content of their political views. One standard of the rule of law for everybody. I stand for the founding vision of the country, where the people who we elect to run the government ought to be the ones who actually run the government, when in fact most policymaking functions in D.C. are performed by federal bureaucrats. So yes, my standard is, would Alexander Hamilton and John James and Thomas Jefferson and George Washington, would they be proud of what they see today, or would they be appalled? I think if they walked around and saw Washington, D.C. today, they would be appalled. By the time I leave office in January 2033 after 2 terms, they will once again be proud of what we've created, a government with 3 co-equal branches, not 4, shutting down that administrative state, reviving civic duty, and reviving one standard of the rule of law for all Americans. And that is not a democratic vision or a...
I love... My favorite take always is being a brown guy that has to do 1776 shit. Dog, the founding fathers literally would have thought you were Indian. And no, I don't mean Indian from India. I mean a person that they genocided. Okay? Like the other kind of Indian. What the fuck are you saying? Like, it's like, oh, I want to bring back... He's not wrong when he does say, technically, that he wants to do some kind of like, not poll tax, but like some kind of a testing before you actually go out to vote, which our founding fathers would have been on board with, but except they didn't even have to do that because they didn't have to do that for black people at all because black people were not allowed to vote in general. You missed him say the founding father, name of a founding father was John James. Wait, what?
Republican standard of what we've around. Would they be proud? And John James and Thomas Jefferson and George Washington. Standard is, would Alexander Hamilton and John James and Thomas Jefferson and George Washington, would they be proud of what they see today, or would they be appalled? I think if
AJ, bro, what do you mean? What do you mean? John James, dude. Wouldn't he literally fail the civic test if he said like that's not the second nor the third, nor will be the last time that he has like said something that would probably cause him to fail a civic test. I wonder what he was trying to talk. Who was he talking about? No, I don't think he was saying John Jay. I think he was probably thinking of, no, it was probably John Adams. Like, there's no way. I think he probably fucked it up or something. There's no, like, that's who you would bring up. Maybe messing up John Adams, James Madison. Anyway, whatever. Let's keep
If they walked around and saw Washington, D.C. today, they would be appalled. By the time I leave office in January 2033 after 2 terms, they will once again be proud of what we've created, a government with 3
Yeah, by the way, again and again and again, like I said, if you're a Republican, you have to be like a 1776 guy. And it's so funny if you're like black or brown or a woman and you are like a 1776 guy, because like whenever you bring up the founding fathers, when you're either of these things or maybe 2 of these things, you know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck are you saying, dog? Like, you have no say. You have no say.
equal branches, not 4, shutting down that administrative state.
No, we're not. No, he's not talking about John Jay. Okay? And he didn't say John Jay either. He said John James. That's what we were trying to figure out. And some people immediately, all the nerds in the chat went, oh, he must have meant John Jay. No, he fucking didn't. No one. And I mean, no fucking person ever would bring up John Jay when talking about the fucking founding fathers. Okay? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. No, he 100% probably thought he fucked it up. He fucked it up. He didn't mean John Jay. He meant like John Adams, most likely. Yeah. John Jay is super popular among American history nerds. I don't know. I don't think that he would be brought up in this situation. No.
reviving civic duty and reviving one standard of the rule of law for all Americans. And that is not a Democratic vision or a Republican vision. That is a pro-American vision that I think can actually reunite this country, which is what I believe I will uniquely be able to deliver as the next president.
Vivek Ramaswamy, we will have to leave it there. Appreciate you coming on the show, taking my questions, even if you didn't like all of them. Appreciate you taking time out from a busy campaign.
Thank you. Look forward to discussing more of the agenda in the future.
Next time, definitely.
Ramaswamy. Is as a non-American, I don't really get why Americans are so bothered about sticking up for the founding fathers in 1776, because the country is so new compared to other countries. They love sticking up for the founding fathers because none of them had gay sex like Barack Obama. That's why. Okay? Barack Obama, you're done. If you want to run for president again, guess what? It's over. I've been waiting to watch this. I've seen clips of this because it's really hard not to see clips of this. I'm really hard, like Barry was when he got his shit sucked sideways by Larry Sinclair, not of Sinclair Broadcasting, no relation to Sinclair Broadcasting. Okay? He got sucked off. Okay? He got sucked off and did crack cocaine. We already know it. Thank God. There is a brave man by the name of Tucker Carlson who certainly isn't desperate, like insanely desperate for clout, covering the real stories that are incredibly important. And that is Bardock No Bummer is a gay man. Okay? He's a gay man who got sucked off by Duluth, Michigan. Is Duluth? I'm fucking up. Is Duluth in Michigan? Or was it Minnesota? I forgot. I'm sorry. There's some. Yeah, Minnesota, right? Fuck. Fucked it up. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to everybody from Duluth who only have Larry Sinclair to represent your beautiful city. Okay? The Duluth Dyson sucked off Bardock No Bummer.
It's pretty amazing that Barack Obama got as far as he did. In 2004, the summer of 2004, Barack Obama gave the keynote address at the Democratic Convention in Boston. And when he walked to the podium, probably only a small percentage of people in the room knew how to pronounce his name.
Yeah, he walked up there like a gay man would. I'm Tucker Carlson, and today we're going to talk about Barack Obama's homosexual tendencies.
He was totally unheard of. No one knew Barack Obama. At the time, he was a state senator in Illinois. 4 years later.
Hey, Hasan, would you consider what my Raza did to you in the airport racist, or do you think you were targeted because you had expensive equipment? What, you think the Mexican Customs and Border Patrol was like, oh, this guy looks Muslim? Like, no, man. They were like, this guy's a rich American idiot. We're gonna fucking rob him blind. We're gonna empty out his pockets. Yeah, they were racist towards the wealthy. That's what they did. Yeah, they saw some fucking dumbass gringo walking around. Bro, they were being classes. That's why it's fucked up. What is this? What, you keep linking this to me?
Hasan is on his way to check out this story. Oh my God, this explains so much. Chad, that's why Hasan is going to Mexico to see if the Gog 9000 is actually good. Wait a
He's not. Wait, is that where the Duluth Dyson lives?
second. Holy fuck. Hasan's going to Mexico to figure out if that.
I'm about to get my shit sucked by fucking. I'm about to get my shit sucked off by Larry Sinclair, okay? That's right. Yeah, I'll say it. I'm not even embarrassed. I'm like, damn. This guy made Obama come in a short period of time, even after Obama was doing crack. No cocaine dick here, okay?
You know, the glizzy gobbler. You know, live.
I gotta smoke crack first,
It's
though.
up to the name. Holy shit, to see what Barack had. Bro, it's the closest he's ever been to Obama.
That's true. I'm trying to get my shit sucked.
Later, he once again spoke to the Democratic convention, but this time as the nominee. Meteoric doesn't begin to describe it. How did this happen? Well, the outlines are fairly well.
I love the fact that Obama's gone 16 years in the public eye being president, and we're supposed to believe this is the first time this dirt could have been dug up on him. Yeah, it's totally legit. First of all, as I showed to you the old tapes before the Tucker Carlson interview, this was known. This was like a National Enquirer style story. It was just so insanely unbelievable that zero people believed it. It's just funny because, like, American politics has devolved, especially on the Republican side. Like, we've gotten so much dumber than we used to be that Tucker Carlson can repackage like 2007, 2008 conspiracy theories, and like more people will believe it. And the funny thing is, there is evidence. There's evidence that this is fake, obviously. Aside from how insane the statements were, okay? Aside from how insane the statements were, this guy already did a lie detector test. And he failed the lie detector test, which he then doubled down on his fucking conspiracies and claimed, okay, that the lie detector test was failed by like someone on the Obama camp. Like they paid the lie detector guys to fail him. That's what he said. So like there's nothing in this story. When he originally came out and revealed that he sucked Obama's cock, we watched the video. We watched the video 2 days ago before I left for Mexico. There were people in the room that were audibly laughing at him. Like, when he first leaked the gruesome details, there were so many people in the room laughing at him that his microphone picked it up. Okay? Now, a couple different reasons as to why the story is so insane. Bro went to Mexico to cover American politics, shaking my head. First of all, I opened the day up with Mexico politics. Okay? Abortion is now decriminalized in Mexico at the federal level. Mexico 1, America 0. Mexico, as we also found out, loves to tax the rich. They tax my ass real hard. So Mexico 2, America 0. Just kidding. That was another funny thing that people were like, oh, classic Hasan hates taxes because he's rich. All of a sudden, the rich hate taxes, huh? And I'm like, bro, I live in California, like, very proudly. You know how much I pay in taxes? Like, what do you mean? A lot more than you do, bitch. When have I ever said I'm anti-taxes? Anyway, let's continue.
Known, though rarely talked about. A small group of Democratic donors, mostly in Chicago, decided that Barack Obama was their guy. He was the vessel for their ambitions. They paid for his campaign. They paved the way for his rise. He spent 2 years pointlessly in the United States Senate preparing to run for president in 2008, and of course, in the end, he won. But the question was, who was this man? Where did he come from? What did he spend his life doing before he became president of the United States? Well, the news media, whose job it is to answer those questions, spent the entire 2008 campaign.
Like this guy, this is what I was talking about. Hold on, I got to show this. This guy goes, I thought you liked taxes, says Brandon Morse. Okay, host of Brandon Morse's Brand Risk on Rumble, of course. And then this guy goes, confirm. Taxes are actually cool, good, and very patriotic to pay. Yeah. Because this isn't real fucking taxes, dog. How do people not understand that what happened here is not the real normal taxes. Like, I thought that this part would have led them on, would have clued them in on it. Like, do they think that the IRS makes up a number? Like, one is extortion, okay, with the possible threat of detention. The other is taxes, okay? I know if you're a fucking libertarian pervert who is most likely a pedophile, you don't understand. You think, like, all taxes are like that. But, like, there's a difference between, like, actual taxes that you pay, which are good, it's a 5 to 25% tax, but it's randomly to people at the border. Yeah. And also random in the sense that it's random in the sense that, like, they made up a number. Like, that's not how the IRS works, big dog. That's not how that works. The IRS isn't going, hey, I've decided that, like, this year you're just going to pay, I don't know, 25% of $1 million. And you're like, wait, what the fuck? Like, I didn't make $1 million. It's like, no, you did actually, or you're going to jail. Like, that's not how that works. It's so stupid. But of course, if you're a fucking libertarian, you don't see a difference. You're literally that stupid. You're like, oh, all taxes are like that.
And trying to keep you from knowing the answers. By election day, most Americans knew only one thing about Barack Obama, other than he was handsome and a good communicator: hope and change. But they knew nothing about him, his origins,
or his proclivity to have gay sex with the Duluth Dyson.
He believed, and legitimate questions about those facts were turned away, as they often are, with the claim, that's a conspiracy theory, you're crazy.
Technological goods are more expensive in Mexico. People are smuggling products, sell them for profit. This is an ongoing thing. Brother, I understand why they have that tax. It just does not apply in my situation. You are quite literally watching me use the equipment that they said they gave an arbitrary number to, that they decided to tax me on. Why are people doing this over and over again? You can have an understandable tax for people who are trying to smuggle technological goods into Mexico to sell them. Do I look like a fucking computer salesman from where you are standing? Do I come across like I am in Mexico to sell computers? Where are the computers if I am a computer salesman? The law itself does not allow you to have more than one laptop. I have one laptop. Oh my God. People so ready to lick other countries' cops' booths? Yeah. Well, this is also taxes, so they think that this is like, they think this is like a legitimate application of the tax itself, or they want to try and and justify it because like they want to say like, no, there are practical and legitimate uses for why this tax exists. I'm not against the tax existing. I'm against someone being like, hey, your open box monitor that you have that is like been used already, okay, alongside your fucking webcam with a dent on it, we've decided is worth $1,000. You're going to sell this for $1,000 or more in Mexico. So we're going to tax you on it. Isn't this your website, monitorsformexico.com? Chatters always have to inform you when they know a thing that is only slightly relevant, but hey, they know a fun fact, so you must listen. Yeah. Cops can't pocket the money if you pay with card. They were just being assholes or hoping you pay cash. I thought it was because they missed out on the taxes you would have paid if you bought the hardware there. No, I asked them that. I was like, I don't understand what the need for this is, what the purpose is. No, it's literally because they think that they were trying to imply that I was selling these fucking this tech equipment in my Pelican case. And like they knew I wasn't doing that anyway. It doesn't matter. It was very obvious. Everybody involved knew what the fuck was going on, myself included, except for the motherfuckers who weren't there. You tried arguing with the border agent? Almost fought the border agent. What do you mean? I was yelling at the border agent. He said he was going to take my passport away. Which, no the fuck he wasn't. It's mostly, I think, you messing with the wrong people? What? What do you mean I'm messing with the wrong people? What does this take, dude? No. Guys, okay? If I get stopped by like actual fucking cops when I'm in some random part of Mexico, like federal agents or whatever, that's entirely different. If I'm in the Mexican airport and Customs and Border Patrol is doing some fuck shit, no, I don't think they're going to take unlawfully detain and arrest an American citizen with an American passport, especially one that has like a media presence on top of that. There's just no shot that that's fucking happening, because then it's like literally a national crisis. And it's not just me, it's like most Americans. People think that the Mexican Border Patrol is like, you're going to get beheaded in the air conditioning law. Yeah. People think the Customs and Border Patrol is like the cartel or some shit. Yeah, the embassy will come and protect 9/11 Andy. You want to know why? Because it has nothing to do with 9/11 Andy. It has everything to do with the American passport. Because if America doesn't unconditionally fucking defend Americans on other countries, then that's more of a stain on America's hegemonic power than anything else. It has nothing to do with my political points or my opinions. It just shows weakness in America. International incident is what I meant, not crisis. Surely nothing like that has happened before in America. Ignored it, right? Yeah, Saudi Arabia killing fucking Jamal Khashoggi is a little bit different than fucking Mexico. This is how you know HasanAbi ain't actually from California law. They will unlawfully detain Americans and make them pay to get out. Really? How do we get from gay Obama to this? I don't know. We were just talking about getting fucked. Check logs. I am a Border Patrol agent. Chat. We're never going to get Obama sucking and fucking. This sunlock sucks. Not as Obama would have, though. All right, we're going to get back to Obama sucking and fucking instead of the Mexican government fucking and sucking me, okay? We're going to get back to it. This is literally what I've been waiting for, what I wanted to watch with you guys, okay? What I wanted to watch with you guys, minus the people who are unsubscribed, because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, if you want to be a part of the people that actually watch it, then, you know, you're going to have to subscribe for $5 or free. Little did they know, little did the Mexican border guards know that I am not a fucking laptop salesman. I'm a top of the hour ad break trafficker, okay? And by God, it's time for it. It's fucking time for it, dude. Yeah, tax me on that, bitch. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Crazy, shut up! One of the most interesting moments in the 2008 campaign occurred when a man, like Obama himself, came from out of nowhere to recount his experiences with Barack Obama, the man. His name was Larry Sinclair, and he told an amazing story. He said that in 1999...
So funny because Tucker does not believe this at all, but he has to fake believe it for the sake of this video and for the sake of his job and what his media career has become.
He had encountered Barack Obama in Illinois, had sex with Barack Obama, and then used cocaine with him. Sinclair went on to make these claims publicly at the National Press Club in Washington, to sign a sworn affidavit, and to take a lie detector test. But he was dismissed. In fact, he was...
Wait. Yeah. Yeah, to take a lie detector test, which he failed. Why did he not mention that? You can't just fucking say somebody took a lie detector test. You can just say lie detector tests are inadmissible in court for a reason, because they suck, right? But he's not even doing that. He didn't even say like lie detectors are like easily failed, which is why it's inadmissible in court. He just straight up made it seem like he passed it. Oh my God. I can't tell if Tucker Carlson is not even trying or because he knows his audience is that stupid that he doesn't have to. You know what I mean?
Was attacked. Obama shills like Ben Smith of Politico batted the claims out without refuting them. They're absurd. And the rest of the media followed suit. But the claims weren't absurd. We're not claiming they're true, but they were certainly credible. This was a first-hand account of Barack Obama's behavior by someone who was willing to sign a sworn affidavit to that effect. So the question is, whatever happened to Larry Sinclair? What's his life been like since? That's an interesting story. It turns out Larry Sinclair is still alive. He lives in Mexico. But today, he's in our studio, and we're happy to have him. Larry Sinclair, thank you so much.
Thank you for inviting me.
Where did you meet Barack Obama?
You think Larry sucked Tucker off after? Tucker got his shit sucked off as well.
It was by accident. I was in the Chicago area in '99 for Lee Duke's graduation from the Naval Academy.
Who's Lee Duke?
He's basically my godson.
Okay.
I had hired a limousine service.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Did you live in Chicago then?
No. I was actually living in Colorado. I had flown in the night before.
Okay.
So had hired a limousine service, had made the driver aware that if Lee couldn't leave the base, because once they graduate, some of them actually get their assignments and they're shipping out and they can't leave the base, that I was still interested in going out. And had asked the driver if he knew anybody that was available that might want to show me, Chicago. And he said he did. So
who was the driver?
His name was Jameer Motani. It was with 5-star limo.
So you're just a guy who's in town for the night, and it sounds like you're looking to party, actually.
Yeah.
That's what you're really saying.
Yeah. Well, I was in town for a few nights, but yeah, I was definitely looking to party.
Bro, you were literally kosher according to the consulate? I know I was kosher. I already pointed to this. I already told them that I was kosher. They were fine. 2 cameras or camcorders or camera gear, 3 cell phones, 1 GPS, 1 electronic organizer, 1 laptop, notebook, omnibook, or other portable computing device, 1 portable copier printer, 1 CD burner, 1 portable overhead projector and its accessories. I can't believe we're going back to this. We can't let it go for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, let's just keep going.
Party. And
did you make that clear to the driver?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there was no misunderstanding.
How direct were you about that?
Extremely.
Methica Lewinsky. Oh my God. First of all, he's a crackhead. Get it right.
Extremely.
Okay.
Yeah, there was no doubt what I was looking for.
Okay.
And he picked me up at my hotel in Gurney and drove into Chicago, pulled up in a bar outside, and there's this guy that's introduced to me as Barack Obama. It was literally that casual. That
Had you ever heard of him?
No.
Did the driver know him?
Yep. The driver definitely knew him because the driver said that he was a friend.
Interesting. How would the driver be friends with Barack Obama?
I only found out later, dealing with a reporter from Bloomberg News, that apparently the limousine company had been doing business with Tony Resco, that at the time was somehow affiliated
Was
with
in
Barack
Obama's
Obama.
orbit.
Yeah.
Yes. Interesting. So he knew Barack Obama, and in his view, Barack Obama liked the same kind of partying you were looking for.
Yeah.
Okay. So sex and drugs, in other words.
Dude, come on. This is so good. Like, it's so funny because obviously, like, oh no, Barack Obama's future in politics surely is not looking too good, right? Like, this is already so late. It's so 2000 and late, especially because it was tried in 2008 and it didn't work back then. But like, the fact that Tucker Carlson, a man that used to like actually bully politicians on national television, who the Republican Party's like top politicos were genuinely terrified of, is now reduced himself to interviewing crackheads who claim that they sucked Obama's cock in 1999 when Barack Obama is long gone. Like, he's not the president anymore. He's never going to run for president. It's done. It's over. And he's doing this on X videos. Now, let me explain something to you. This is yet another HasanAbi lock moment, okay? I told you, motherfuckers, that as soon as he was off the platform, as soon as he was off Fox News, that this dude is done, okay? He is going to keep debasing himself further and further, and it doesn't matter. He's falling, and he's trying to grab onto whatever fucking rope or ladder he can grab onto on the way down, and each individual video that he comes out with is only furthering his demise. Okay? Because ultimately, and I told you guys this, he's now going up against the Ben Shapiro's and the Steven Crowders of the world, and those guys have entire YouTube media franchises, and they know what to do. They know how to operate in this space. And even then, they never had Tucker Carlson's traditional media power. Okay? Musk's Twitter on this. Oh, damn. Even Elon Musk is shitting on him? Oh, no. That's crazy. That's another thing that's really funny. I saw a tweet from Brett Weinstein a couple days ago. For those of you who don't know, Brett Weinstein is like one of these intellectual dark web guys who was a college professor, and he got canceled by the woke mob of like 18-year-olds who were yelling at him for saying some out of pocket shit at some dumbass liberal college, that liberal arts university that he was a professor at. And now he's just like an anti-vaccine skeptic who still tries to suckle on Joe Rogan's teat for developing a media career. which he has no charisma to maintain. And you can see it. Like you can look at his Patreon numbers. Like they go up every time he goes on Joe Rogan, and they go down immediately after. Whatever. So he was like an OG classic, canceled to. Brett Weinstein is the Ben Shapiro clone, brother. You got it all wrong. No, I got it all right. Brett Weinstein used to be the fucking. They're brothers. Both of them used to be mostly fucking. They were like kind of liberal, but like not really. You know what I mean? They were always like the reactionary libtards. Brett and Eric Weinstein. Anyway, just listen. You're thinking of Brett Cooper. Brett and Eric Weinstein were like the IDW weirdos, okay? Who have completely fallen out of grace, fallen out of relevance. Regardless. Brett was... I saw... Yeah, they did. They started at Evergreen College. Exactly. Brett, I saw a tweet from him the other day, like a couple days ago, about Elon Musk, where he apparently was like DMing Elon Musk about how his account is not getting the reach that it's supposed to get. And then Elon Musk just fucking blocked him. And that was such a wonderful, funny ass moment for me, because I saw that tweet and I was thinking like, I wonder if Elon Musk just sometimes sits back and looks at the loser brigade that he has surrounded himself with and goes, wow, my life could have been very different. I was adored by liberals. I was like on the cover of Time magazine. And like so many of the liberal intelligentsia genuinely loved me. And now like a lot of them despise me. And all I have left is like Cat Turd and Brett Weinstein. Like I'm their own personal assistant. I'm their own personal social media assistant. Like they just constantly are fucking yelling at me over and over again because I'm not getting enough, because I'm not giving them enough relevancy, I guess. Elon blocked Cat Turd as well, yeah. That's what I mean. His family hates him. Everybody fucking hates him. He's just like, he's just surrounded by sycophants and yes men and dumbasses like fucking Jason Sachs and Cat Turd and even those guys are leaving him behind because you can never make them happy enough, right? Is it David Sachs or Jason Sachs? What's the guy's name? Is it David Sachs? David Sachs? Yeah, whatever. Who gives a shit? Fucking idiots. Oh, Jason Kalinakis and David Sachs. That's right. That's why I fucked that name up. I did the Vivek Ramaswamy thing. Yeah, Jason Kalinakis is the other fucking idiot. Oh god, they suck so bad. Anyway, but now look at him. He's like even shitting on Tucker Carlson for covering the truth about homosexual misconduct that Barack Obama engaged in.
Part I wasn't so sure about until, of course, you know, you make your move, but it became obvious very quick. The Coke part I thought was interesting because of the way that I had brought it up.
So I'm stepping on your story. So you pull up, and I apologize. So you pull up to this bar. The driver is basically scouting some dude for you to hang out with.
Correct.
There's this guy, Barack Obama. Have you ever heard of Barack Obama?
Never. Okay. Never. We're having drinks. I mentioned the fact that I could use something to wake up. I was extremely exhausted.
So you went into the bar?
Yes, sir.
What kind of bar was it?
I'm trying to remember. I've been trying to remember the name. I know that the glasses had 3 X's on them because I remember taking one home for a friend of mine.
What, but I mean, generally characterize it. Was it working class bar, gay bar, strip bar?
It was upscale, quiet. Wasn't really that really didn't have a lot of energy to it. It was more relaxed, more like a lounge as opposed to somewhere where people would go and get loud and crazy.
Yeah.
Which made it easier to talk. But like I said, when I brought up the fact that I could use something to wake up, He immediately knew what I was referring to, had made it clear that I was looking for coke, and I really was, and had made the suggestion that he knew where we could get it, and we left to go get it.
Interesting. Did he say what he did for a living?
Nope. I had no idea that he was a representative in the Illinois House. I had no idea he was in politics. I just knew that he was supposedly married and at—
Come on, Larry. Tell us the cock. What kind of cock was he working with, man? Are we talking girthy? Is it one of them fucking short but stout ones? You know what I mean? Like, I don't care. I don't care about what, like, you and Barack Obama talked about. Is it veiny? Give us the fucking cock specs, man. 7 minutes and 20 seconds in, and I have heard very little about Obama's penis. Okay? Does it lean left? Does it lean right? What are we working with? Is he a grower? Is he a shower? Exactly.
At the time was going through some issues with the marriage.
He said that?
That was made clear. Yeah.
So he didn't tell you he was a politician, but he told you he was having trouble in his marriage? I believe it. I want to believe it, so I'm going to keep believing it.
Did he say what kind of issues?
No.
Do you remember? No. So you said, I'm looking for someone to wake up. He knows you're referring to cocaine. I know where to get it. What happens next?
We get back in the limo. The driver takes us wherever it is that Barack had instructed him to take us. I had given Barack $250 to pay for coke. He gets out, comes back. I start putting a line on a CD tray to snort.
And you're in the limo.
Yep.
Driving or parked?
No, the driver's driving.
Yep.
I start to put a line on a CD tray, and I just happen to notice that he pulls something else out of his pocket. And next thing I know, he's got a little pipe and he's smoking. So I don't have
He's such a nice guy that he bought him cocaine and he brought his own crack, which I always thought was interesting in this story, is that he brought his own crack, you know? Like, that's cool. Like, he's like, don't worry about it. If you like your cocaine, you can keep it. I got crack cocaine in my pocket. You know? That's it's cool. Like, it's cool. He's like a nice guy. He's like, I'm not a big fan of cocaine. And pussy too.
an issue with it. I mean, some people smoke, some people snort.
Smoking the cocaine.
Yes. So as I'm doing a line, I just start. This is the part where you kind of make your move to see where things are going. So I just started rubbing my hand along his thigh to see where it was going, and it went the direction I had intended it to go. So the night became somewhat active sexually and drug-wise in the limo.
So you hit on him. Did he seem shocked by that?
Not at all.
Yeah. I mean, if you're smoking crack with a stranger in the back of a limo, like, you got to imagine things might go crazy places.
It's a given, right? You know, because every part of the story is obviously true. Tucker doesn't even look like he believes any of this. Look at Tucker's face right in this very moment, dude. That's the death of a media career right there. Okay? Irreversible damage. He gave bro the Obamacare. Yes, dude. Yes, he did.
Well, not only imagine it, I look at it this way. I've done a lot of crazy things in my lifetime. I'm a pretty good judge of character, and I pretty much know whether or not I can move in a certain direction with an individual. I didn't feel that.
He's saying he could read the vibes. Tucker's like, you didn't get informed consent? That's kind of weird. And he's like, don't worry. The consent was implied. I'm good at picking up vibes.
I was going in the wrong direction. I just wasn't so sure how much I could trust the individual at first. And that was probably one of my bigger concerns. But the fact that I was already becoming somewhat buzzed, you kind of throw caution to the wind.
You weren't sure you could trust the individual. What does that mean?
When you meet someone out of the blue and you go to a level that you're doing drugs with, or you,
Brother, at this point, let me explain something to you guys about Larry Sinclair that Tucker Carlson surprisingly did not mention, which Larry Sinclair did back in 2008 when he first came out and did this press conference. The press conference that Larry Sinclair did in 2008, where he talked about having gay sex with Barack Obama and doing crack, was approximately 20 minutes long. The first 10 minutes of said press conference was his entire rap sheet that he voluntarily delivered for no reason whatsoever. I don't know why. But like at this point, when he's like, oh, I don't know if I could have trusted this man. Okay. What he's saying, the man who's saying this has been in prison like 8 times for possession, intent to distribute like crack cocaine. He was a con man. He went by like 3 different names. He had active warrants in states. Like the notion that this guy was like, oh yeah, Barack Obama, on the other hand, didn't seem like a trustworthy individual is pretty funny. Wire and check fraud.
you're giving money to purchase drugs or even for sexual activity, you have to be sure that you can trust them. And when I say trust, I mean that you're not going to end up being robbed, or that you're not going to end up having a knife stuck into you,
Right.
you know, from one direction or another, or that you're not going to pull up somewhere and all of a sudden the car door is going to open and you got 5 people pulling you out of it.
Totally.
That's what I mean when I say
Yeah,
trust
dude,
them.
Barack Obama, he was like worried that Barack Obama was going to, you know, kidnap him.
And you've been around at this point in your life, big time.
Yeah.
Right. So probably not your first time in a situation like this.
Not at all. And that's why I said I pretty much know where I can go and
Yeah.
at what point.
So you start rubbing his leg, and he's, I mean, I think, I'll just be totally blunt with you, like a man who's not into gay sex would be like, whoa, settle down.
Trust me, if it was something that you were not interested in, and you're right, I've had guys that I read wrong that would literally try to break your hand.
For sure.
If you went in that route. So it's not like this was something that he wasn't into. It's not something that he was shocked by. Shocked by, you don't get excited and you don't unbutton your pants and you don't just sit there and let it happen.
Yeah.
So it definitely wasn't Barack's first time. That much I'm absolutely certain of. And I would almost be willing to bet you it wasn't his last.
So, so you performed oral sex on Barack Obama. You did. In the driver's up front?
Yep.
Bro, come on, Tucker. It's journalistic malpractice. And not ask what his dick looks like, brother. What is happening? We're all in it for the same thing. We want to know how big his wee-wee was. Get to the fucking point, dude. God damn.
And he's cool with this.
The driver has the partition up. He didn't have a problem with it. He didn't put it down for any reason.
I mean, he kind of set up the whole thing for this in the first place.
Exactly. And I have a funny feeling he had no bones to pick with it as far as what took place in it.
Yeah. So what happened after?
Afterwards, I actually went back to my hotel. I had specifically asked that he drop Barack off first, but for some reason...
Someone in the chat literally said, is this real? Or AI? Oh, no, it's real, man. It's very real. Is it truthful? No, but... Oh, it's so good.
He and Barack chose that they would drop me off at the hotel first, and then he would take Barack. So Barack actually made the drive out to Gurnee, which is a suburb outside of Chicago, to the hotel for me to be dropped off.
What hotel was that?
It was the Comfort Inn in Gurnee.
Ooh, that sounds depressing.
Well, you have to remember it was 99.
Yeah. No,
it was a Comfort Inn. Ooh, sounds depressing. Not after I got my Not after I sucked Obama's dick sideways, dude. Sucked the soul out of this man. Sucked the skin off of his cock. You know what I'm saying?
And it was close to the Great Lakes Naval facilities.
Yeah.
But I got dropped off. They left. The next day was somewhat interesting because he ends up showing up at my hotel room, which I thought was
what?
Somewhat weird.
Wait, I didn't know about this part. He came back for round 2. Barack Obama came back for seconds. Let's go.
He wanted some more.
Mm-hmm.
He
So when
wanted
you say
some
he showed
more.
up,
He showed up. I mean,
Oh,
I
he-
had no warning. I was in the room. There's a knock on the door.
Bussy
I
too?
open the door, and he's standing there. And he's standing there with more coke, and he comes in, and it was just like a quick, rehash or rerun from the night before.
Exact same program.
Exact.
Bro, he's literally, dude, I can't quit you. Yeah, I can't quit you. You're way better than my husband, wife, Mike Obama. That's what he said. What a fantasy. Dude, listen, guys. Maybe we were saying that the time and place was wrong in 2008 because people weren't as stupid as they are now. But perhaps this is a sign of progress that a gay geriatric man can write Wattpad fanfics about how they wanted to suck and fuck the president of the United States of America. Okay? I'm just saying, back then, we were not receptive because we did not care about the fantasies of this person. Now, at least, we're like, oh, isn't that wonderful? Good job.
Same program.
Was he smoking again?
Yep.
So Barack Obama smokes crack, and then you perform oral sex on him.
And like I said, the only reason I had come out about it is I had reached out to the campaign even in 2007, only because I saw all these kids getting excited about it.
Okay, wait. So how did that end?
Same way. So you get off, you finish smoking, you leave.
Like, thanks, bye?
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Pac-Man knew. Why President Obama is a gay man. Search sues woman libel lawsuit. Lysol libel lawsuit. Much more. Okay. To be fair, it's 2012, so he probably wasn't even covering this one. He was probably covering like the classic Mike Obama shit. You hear India's changing his name? Yeah, I heard. And I heard Pakistan is trying to take the name India.
What did you think of him?
I thought it was interesting. I thought he was definitely a con. But
what do you mean by that?
Well, in my life at that point, you made it clear I had already been around.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah. So when people are doing things because they actually really enjoy it, or they're sincere, or they're looking, for a connection, or they're doing something because they're looking for an in, or they're looking for a hook, or it's a game.
Yeah.
So for me, I felt that it was a game for him. It was like, okay, what am I going to get out of it? Or is there something I can get out of it other than just, the sexual part?
Right.
And lucky for me, I wasn't going back to Chicago anytime soon, so it really didn't matter.
So you were left with a bad taste in your mouth?
Something, yeah. Yeah.
Did you talk to him again?
I did not. In fact,
And did you have any idea, even though you had sex with him twice, You did cocaine with him, watched him smoke crack twice. You had no idea who he was.
I had no idea who he was until I'm sitting in my house in Tequila, Nayarit, Mexico in 2004, and he walked on that stage
in Boston,
in the DNC convention, and I literally hit the floor. I just hit the floor and was...
Wait, so you're watching the Democratic convention from Mexico?
I was laughing.
And the guy that smoked crack in your Comfort Inn with you?
I was laughing so hard.
And you were sure it was him?
I was absolutely positive.
How?
I don't forget people I've met. I don't forget people I have spent time with. I just don't.
And just to restate, because I think you affirmed this, but he used his real name when you were with him. Did he call himself Barack or Barry?
Barack.
Barack.
Mm-hmm. And so did the driver. And that's why at first when everybody was referring to him as Barry, I just didn't understand or catch on. Because like I said, I didn't know that much about him other than the fact that, hey.
He didn't know that much about him except, you know, apparently he sucked his cock twice. Wait, did HasanAbi go to Mexico to find this guy? Yes. But not just find him, but really to find love, actually. Not just to find him, but to find love. If this man could suck off Barack Obama after Barack Obama had done crack cocaine in the back of a limousine and suck him to completion with his gummy shit, I thought maybe I'd give it a fucking spin myself. That's right. That's why I'm in Mexico. That's journalism, baby.
You know, you hook up. You know, today it's Grindr. Back then it was, you know.
The limo driver.
Yeah. A limo driver or a bartender, you know. You ask and somebody knows somebody or somebody doesn't.
Biting your nails is a sign of parasites? I would pick up some parasite medicine in Mexico while you're here? What? Brother, I've had a parasite in me since I was like fucking 5 years old then, because I've been picking at these shits for 3 decades, okay?
Amazing. Amazing. So you're sitting there in Mexico watching this and you think, that's the guy I had sex with who smoked crack it with me.
Yep.
And what do you think?
Like I said, I just started cracking up. I freaked out. I had even pointed out to some friends of mine that were at the house that night, and I told them, I said, you're not going to believe this. I said, I blew this guy twice.
You're not going to believe this. Yeah, they were like, sure, Larry. Sure.
You know, and they just start cracking up. But that's the thing about me. I've never been in the closet. I've never hid. I mean, I'm always very direct and blunt. Yeah. And, you know, and I'm just like, this is unreal, you know? And I had no idea that he was going to run, you know, in 2008. But I was back from Mexico. But it was a strange feeling sitting there watching him walk across that stage and realizing who he was.
Huh. So what did you do? You said you reached out to the campaign?
Well, I didn't do anything in 2004, but when he announced his run for 2008, I did reach out to the campaign in late 2007 because I had seen a lot of these college.
The most believable part about this is that my man Larry Sinclair is sitting in Mexico watching the 2004, DNC speech on live television in Mexico with his gay friends in Mexico. Okay? Like randomly, he was just watching. That was his content. Big fan. No, he saw him first in 2004. That's what he's saying. Isn't that what he said? Did I misunderstand that? He didn't say anything back then, but when he ran for president, that's when he actually said something. 1999 is when he sucked him. First time he saw him, he claims he was watching the DNC speech in fucking Mexico. Okay? Didn't know who Obama was, and he was shocked. He sucked him in 99, and then he saw him on television when he was sitting in Mexico in a house with his friends because they loved doing watch parties in 04 for the DNC. They had a DNC watch party.
Kids talking about how thrilled they were, how there was a candidate who was completely honest about his entire life, his drug use.
Gay people are apolitical. Is that what your takeaway is? Your takeaway is that? That's what I mean? Like, you think it's a believable story that he is watching the DNC on television? Like the DNC speeches on television? Bro, I'm a political commentator. I do this professionally. A lot of you guys would never in a million years watch half the shit I'm watching if it wasn't for us watching it as a community. I don't even watch the fucking DNC speeches. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, we only watch the highlights half the time. What the fuck do you mean? What are we talking about here? You think like someone would fucking turn on the television and have all the homies together, maybe get some popcorn ready, microwave some popcorn. They're like, oh, my favorite. The DNC, the DNC speeches are on. Let's turn on C-SPAN. You know what I mean?
He did when he was in school. You know, the constant back and forth. 1 minute is, yes, I did cocaine when I was younger, or no, I never did cocaine, but I smoked weed. So I just simply pointed out that all I was asking was, look, why don't you just simply come out and say, I did coke and I've done it as recently as 1999. You know, just tell the truth. Put it out there and be honest and let it stay as the truth rather than this.
This is what's fucked up. This is what's fucked up. Okay? My man, if what you said is true, why are you fucking it up? Okay? Like, what do you mean? Oh, come out and tell the world that, like, I sucked your dick? Like, get the fuck out of here. Come out and tell the world that you did crack and then I sucked your cock. Come on. What do you mean, dude? Now, obviously, as much as I joke, there is one thing I will tell you. In all sincerity, I'm going to be serious for a brief moment in this like very deeply unserious story and tell you this much. Barack Obama is the type of dude who had presidential aspirations from the jump. If you think two things, if you think one, that old Barry boy would not have had enough riz to get some primo top shelf dick and pussy and bussy, okay? I don't know what to tell you. And if you think he, as a person who was already in politics at this point in 1999, would fucking cast his presidential aspirations aside to do some crack with a toothless crackhead in the back of a limousine, you are the type of dude who will buy Iraqi dinars, okay? You are 100% the type of dude who will buy colloidal silver, okay? Which, of course, happens to be a big chunk of the Fox News audience, so they might believe the shit that Larry is saying. Andrew Gillum did it, though? Yes, except Andrew Gillum wasn't married to a woman at that point, I don't think. And Andrew Gillum apparently wasn't going to become Barack Obama anyway. Also, once again, Andrew Gillum didn't fuck a toothless crackhead. He fucked a super sexy gay porn star. Okay? He was caught in Fontainebleau, not in the back of a fucking limo in Gurney, okay? He was in the Fontainebleau with a gay porn star doing meth. That's a little bit different. Why the fuck? You're forgetting what I'm saying. Why the fuck would Barack Obama fuck this toothless crackhead? I choose to believe gay men. Well, you're at the wrong place because I never believe gay men. Okay? As you guys know, this is a LGBT enemy community. I haven't said that in a while, so maybe some of y'all forgot. Okay? Anyway, let's continue.
Back and forth. Never did hear anything back from them immediately.
Who did you reach out to? Do you remember?
I reached out to actually David Axelrod's office in Chicago. I'm trying to remember the letters because it was actually 3 letters.
And did you say I had sex with Barack Obama?
This is the interesting part. My first contact with the campaign never mentioned the sex whatsoever. That was actually brought to my attention by someone.
This is such a funny story because like there is not even an ounce of credibility in any aspect of this. And it's also quite ironic that the Tucker Carlsons of the world, who normally would be like, making up false accusations about having sex with someone is completely ridiculous. What is this? Toothless suction? Extract throat goat Larry Sinclair in Mexico? Okay, dude. What the fuck are you doing? Why did you do this? Why did you work so hard on this? And more importantly, why did you put Kaya in here, okay? Keep Kaya out of these shenanigans, please.
While he was high, pretty much the same.
Pretty controlled.
Pretty controlled, euphoric, talkative, but not really saying anything.
So it was like his presidency.
Yeah, a lot like it.
Was it your impression, and of course you would, strictly speaking, no, but was it your impression that this was the first time he'd ever smoked crack?
No. You don't, first of all, you don't buy crack, get in a limo, and have a pipe in your pocket if it's the first time you smoke crack.
Yeah.
You just don't.
That makes sense.
If you believe any of this, I feel so bad for your decaying brain. I don't. I think those guys are having much more fun than we are. Like, think about it. There's not a single thought in that mind. Okay? There is not a single thought in that mind. Everything is fun, unique, and entertaining. Okay? You believe the most insane shit. Life is so different for you. It's like the difference between the way we analyze color and the way like dogs analyze color. You know what I mean? Like they're operating on a different playing field entirely, these people. Okay? They're thinking at the top of the hour there is no 3-minute ad break. When you know there is a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Now, of course, that's what the same person knows. Same person also takes some precautions against the top of the hour ad break. The same person says, oh, I don't want to see the top of the hour ad break. I'm going to subscribe for $5 or for free. With the Twitch Prime, that is. By connecting my Amazon Prime account to my Twitch account. I'm going to do that. I'm calling the Mexican border agents on you. Go ahead. Do it. They'll come over and they'll suck me dry, okay? They'll suck my shit like Larry Sinclair did to Barack Obama. Moth666, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That man can't process mental stimulation. I mean, I don't know about that man, but the people that believe this guy 100% live very fun lives because they're just completely insane. Like they're just completely and utterly insane. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now.
So, I read about
thank you for the 10 gifted.
Not very much, but I'd never read that Donald Young, this man Donald Young, called you and told you that he knew you'd had sex with Barack Obama.
That was the contact in late 2007
Anomalous Danielle,
that
thank you for the 10
that
gifted.
originally came under the guise that they were part of the Obama campaign.
So who was Donald Young?
Donald Young is a choir director and a school teacher. He was the choir director at Jeremiah Wright's church in Chicago, the same church that Barack Obama went to. He was also a very openly gay black man, but very well respected.
Did you know him?
I had never met him. I had not even realized that the person who was communicating with me had been killed until a good 2 months after.
So I'm going to get to that. So Donald Young is the choir director at Jeremiah Wright's church.
Yes.
And is it publicly confirmed that he knew Barack Obama?
Oh, yes. Yes. Donald Young's own mother has repeatedly said that she feels that her son died to protect Barack Obama.
It's just interesting that Donald Young would have called you. He's not working directly for the campaign that we know of.
Exactly.
But somehow he has a copy of your letter. It sounds like maybe Donald Young was on cleanup duty.
Somehow he has my phone number. Exactly. And that's exactly
what is going on? What? Why would someone from Barack Obama's church, okay, which he immediately cut ties with because he's a pussy and a coward, and the only reason why he was involved with Jeremiah Wright's church to begin with was so that he could have a leg up in Chicago politics. Why would that guy be the guy on cleanup duty? Why wouldn't he just hire like an actual fucking PI?
what it was, because like I said, the first calls were, I was led to believe that he was with the campaign. The last conversation that I'd had with Donald Young, he had actually come clean and said that he had been asked to call me and that his job was to get as much information from me as far as.
If this dude was even remotely credible, Hillary Clinton would have pounced on this and ran gay Muslim Arab attack ads in 2008 from sun up to sundown. Like, 2008 Hillary Clinton wished this story was true. Yeah, that's another reason why this is definitely fucking fake. Because if it was real, Hillary Clinton would have been like, Barack Obama was sucking dick and doing crack cocaine, okay? Her campaign is the reason why the Barack Obamas and Muslim narratives were first aired to begin with. Like the whole Barack Obama wearing a turban. Like that was her campaign that leaked that shit.
Who I had spoken to, who I had given any information to, and to get that to them. He had told me to be careful, to watch myself, and to understand that the Barack Obama campaign was not in any way, shape, or form going to acknowledge anything or come out about anything. And he had made it clear that he had known Barack for quite some time and had had an intimate relationship with Barack for quite some time.
He told you that?
Yep. And that's when.
Did you come into contact with some kind of animal or pet when you were 5? That's probably where you got your nail-biting parasites from. What is this guy saying, dude? That's right. Might be time to get it out. I love this guy. I love my insane weirdos in the chat, dude. I do. It's like a fun little way to break away from the content for a brief moment. just fun little guys in the chat. He's like, no, actually, you definitely have some parasites in you since you were 5.
And I knew that I could at least trust what I was being told. Originally, I had made it clear I didn't feel comfortable with the phone call because something just didn't seem right. But after a couple of calls, it started to all fall into place. And I had said the same thing to myself.
Wait, so you didn't know Donald Young existed?
Nope.
It sounds like you're not very political anyway. You weren't.
I wasn't at the time.
And you were just annoyed that Obama was talking about cocaine and lying about it.
I was extremely annoyed.
But the sex part had nothing to do with it.
No.
Then Donald Young, who you don't know, never heard of, calls up and says, by the way, I know you had sex with Barack Obama. I did too.
Yep. Pretty much.
I mean, this is a longer conversation, which we're going to have in a minute, but I mean, Obama has a wife and kids, and he's telling America what a great family man he is. Is that, or maybe you've seen this a lot? What do you think of that?
Well,
people who are not political love watching DNC speeches. Just like they always have DNC speeches on TV. Like even in Mexico, they have satellite TV so they can watch it. But I don't know why I'm just so hyper focused on this insane one, like super stupid detail. It's just because every part of this is so dumb. Like, yeah, Obama was letting the whole town hit. Okay? He was letting the whole town hit. He was fucking and sucking. Everyone in Chicago knew it. He had a hungry mouth, okay? He was being a little slut.
Well, you know, in 2008, I made it clear that Obama was having marital problems in '99, and everybody in the world said that I was crazy, didn't know what I was talking about. And yet, what was it, 6 months ago, Barack Obama comes out and tells the world that exactly what I said was the truth. In 1999, he and Michelle.
Wait, what? This guy hallucinated that Obama said that in 1999 he had a gay affair with Larry Sinclair. What?
Came very close to divorce. Really? 15 years later, what I say is the truth, but 15 years earlier, I'm a liar and a fraud. It's interesting how things eventually come out. But yes, I believe.
Wait. First of all, the part about Obama's marriage, not like being on, being in rocky waters or whatever. That part is not even remotely interesting. And also, I don't think Larry Sinclair mentioned that back in 2008. He added that recently after he probably came out and said it. Classically, you have to have gay sex when your wife is mad at you. No, his wife is mad because he wasn't having sex with her or Michael, him, whatever. That's another classic trope that, like, for those of you who don't know, because you're Zoomers, Republicans ran with the whole like Michelle Obama is actually Michelle Obama is a man and that her name is actually Michael, which now that I think about it is like the first transvestigation, I guess. So they were kind of cutting edge on that front. And they still kind of do that. They still say it all the time. And it's actually just that back then it was more racist. Like the classic, like, oh, she's a black woman, she's actually a man type shit. But, I mean, they're still doing it.
Believe me, I've known guys that were completely happily married that will screw around with another man on a weekly basis and think nothing of it.
Huh. Is it your sense that that's who Obama is, just transactional, or that he's bisexual, or like, what is this?
No, my feeling that Barack Obama is probably, he's definitely bi. I think there is a lot of transactional qualities to him, because I think whatever he does, it is looking
by visibility. We're doing by visibility
for a hook or looking for a benefit.
Yeah.
Dude, whenever there's bi visibility in this community, it is always for the worst reasons, man. It's always the worst, okay? It's like Kirsten Sinema or fucking Barack Obama.
That's consistent with his public persona too, I would say. So Donald Young calls you. You actually end up. Sounds like you kind of like and trust Donald Young.
I did.
Did he say how long he'd had a relationship with?
He had just said that they had been intimate for years.
Intimate for years. And what happened to Donald Young?
Donald Young was shot dead in his apartment, second floor in Chicago, Illinois. I think it was December 23rd of 2007. According to the police report and the death certificate, multiple gunshot wounds, close range, no forced entry, second floor apartment, yet not a single resident in the building heard a single shot, but yet they can hear every shot that's fired in the street outside.
Wait, so what, like, what's the argument? Barack Obama did it, and he did it with, like, a new type of gun that only bisexual presidential candidates have access to? Like, what? Like, what is he? What the fuck? Like, what's he trying to say here?
Jeremiah Wright announces that Donald Young's dead earlier that morning, even before it was announced, even before he was declared dead. I mean, a lot of it just didn't.
Wait, what? No, that is definitely not what. Dude, I love conspiracies because they always go so hard. They always go so fucking hard. Like, you could have just kept it at the other shit, which he probably is lying about as well. But no, you gotta go the distance every time. Every fucking time. It's like, and actually, and then, you know, everybody in the building also had what they now know as Havana syndrome. Yeah, that's right. Before, we didn't know back then what was going on, but everyone had diarrhea for a week.
Didn't make sense.
This is all public, and you can look this up, and it's still on the internet. Tell us about Donald Young's mother.
Norma Jean Young actually is a former Chicago Police Department employee.
Really?
Really. She had worked for the Chicago PD. I had spoken with his sister Lorraine shortly after I realized that he was the gentleman that I had been speaking with. There were people at the time that were attempting to have Lorraine and other members of Donald's family file criminal complaints against me with Chicago because they wanted me arrested. They were trying to get the family to say that I was trying to con them or something. To my knowledge, they never did any such thing. But at the same time, I continue to respect Lorraine and the rest of the family. But Mrs. Young had finally come out and told David Nelson, who was a reporter that I knew out of Minnesota, that she was convinced that Donald had been killed, that his death was to protect his friend Obama. And she confirmed that they had, in fact, been extremely close for years.
I mean, did she confirm that they'd had sex, Obama and Donald Young?
Her confirmation wasn't referencing, or she did not specifically say that they were sexually involved. She just simply said that they had been intimate friends for years.
But she believed the Obama campaign was responsible.
She believed that his death was due to protecting Barack Obama. And I made the same.
Stop. The Dyson of Duluth? Really? You're stuck with that for fucking 60 days, chatter. Why did you do that? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. The Dyson of Duluth. Scum did you so dirty? Wait, why? What did he do? What? Oh, fuck? I first met Mr. Show in 99? That's fucked up, dude. My head is much small. Fuck. My head is much larger than that. Fuck! Fuck you guys, man. Oh, God. Here, just keep...
Argument that...
Fuck you.
People said, well, how are you accusing Barack? I said, I'm not accusing Barack of anything. But I said, I'm willing to bet my life that Barack Obama and Jeremiah Wright both know or have knowledge of who killed Donald Young. There is no doubt in my mind about that.
Well, this was a guy who was clearly going to be the next leader of the world. You know, people kill each other over insurance claims, over bar fights. There's a lot at stake here. I have no knowledge of this. I'm not alleging a murder by the Obama campaign or its allies, but it's not. It's not a crazy thing to wonder, obviously.
No, and the only thing after I realized what had happened with Donald Young, the only thing I had ever asked was the same thing that I had done. And I said, you know, if you want to accuse me of being crazy, you know, release your phone records. You know, turn over your phone records from your phone in '99. Turn over your phone records for the last year. I mean, it's that easy. If you've got nothing to hide, it's not like they're going to be made public. Turn them over to authorities. Let them investigate. Let them look. But no.
Wait, what?
So,
bro, why would anybody voluntarily do that? Because some insane person who he's never met is saying that he sucked your dick. Like, why would anybody do that? What a ridiculous fucking take.
Now seems like a fair time to ask about your motive. So your initial motive was you were annoyed because you believed or you knew that Obama was lying about his drug use.
Right.
But then after the Donald Young exchange, where he brings up the sex that you had with Obama, what was the point at which you decided, I'm just going to bring this to the country? I'm going to go public.
Well, in January of 2008, after having contacted the campaign yet again, I had decided, you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to make a YouTube video and put it up, which I did. It wasn't because I was looking for anything out of it. In fact, if I had even stopped long enough to anticipate the blowback and the consequences of speaking out, me being me, it probably would not have stopped me. It might have slowed me a little bit, but it would not have stopped me. But
blowback is right.
I figured if you're going to call him out, you can't call him out on part of it. And people said, well, why didn't you just talk about the drug use and leave the sex out? And I said, because if I said he just used drugs and then you found out later it was drugs and sex, you would accuse me of lying because I didn't mention the sex. So
what? What? Brother, Larry, if people actually found out that you guys fucked and did drugs together, you would be hailed as a hero for revealing that you just the other part, even the crack part. Like the crack part's the part that's wilder than the fucking gay sex part. This is crackhead logic, yeah.
And the opinion was, if you're going to tell the story, then you tell the whole story and let the chips fall where they may. So that's exactly what I did.
And so you made a YouTube video. By the way, I looked for it last night. I couldn't find it.
That's because YouTube gave access to my account to someone shortly after the polygraph test. And I was never given access back to it before the video was actually deleted.
Are you serious?
Oh, yeah. YouTube gave access to the account and the video was deleted. Microsoft gave access to my Hotmail account and all of my emails were circulating the internet, and vacation replies were set up on my email telling people that I was busy giving blowjobs and would get back with them when I was done. And oh, yeah.
Man, they wanted Obama to be president.
Yep, and they wanted me to be the biggest fraud and nutcase.
Brother, You went to jail for fraud before you came out and lied about sucking Obama's dick. You literally went to jail for like check fraud, right? What are you saying? Like, everyone, they really tarnished my reputation as a crackhead con man fraudster.
That ever existed.
So I got to ask you, I mean, you know, I wasn't there. I can only assess what you're saying. I don't see any obvious motive for you for gain, financial gain. You're not going to get rich doing this. And in fact, you haven't. You've gotten impoverished as a result of it. But like, if I'm a reporter, well, I was a reporter at the time. I remember thinking, well, that's an interesting story. But it seemed like nobody in the media wanted to follow up with you. And some people, like Ben Smith at Politico, who's a liar and a shill posing as a journalist, I reread the piece last night that he wrote saying, oh, it's ridiculous. Right off the first graph, it's ridiculous, these claims.
Yeah. Dog. Of course it's ridiculous. Yeah, because it is, man. Like, I don't get it. I gotta look at the fucking comments, dude. I'm actually worried for Tucker. Who knows what these people might do? This man's nonverbal cues are on point. He isn't lying. I was full of doubts about this guy's claims. By the end of the interview, the guy came across pretty credible. Isn't Tucker genuinely believes this? No, of course he doesn't believe it, dude. What are you kidding me?
Well, I think I have an answer for why a lot of reporters did not want to follow up. And I think it would have something to do with what David Axelrod told a old Chicago Sun-Times reporter, or no, a Chicago Tribune reporter, John Crutzen.
Axelrod had been a reporter in Chicago before he went into politics.
Well, John Crutzen worked for the Chicago Tribune. And John Crutzen actually came to Duluth, Minnesota and sat down with me and talked with me.
Do you think the guy actually deluded himself into thinking this actually happened? No, because he failed a lie detector test. Not that like lie detector tests are fucking great, but you know, he did a lie detector test and he failed it. So if he had actually deluded himself, he might as well have been able to, like, you know, pass the lie detector test.
And John Crutzen had told me point blank that before he had flown out, that he had spoken to Axelrod, and that Axelrod had told him that they were aware of who I was, and that it was their intentions to destroy me, and that if any reporter had mentioned me to them, they would be completely cut off, and that outlet would be completely.
Lie detector tests are actual provable bullshit, but he still failed it anyway. He failed an already bullshit test. That's what I'm saying.
Cut off from access to the Obama campaign for the duration of the year. So I think that had a lot to do with why reporters didn't bring things up to the campaign, because everybody wanted access to, you know, the new savior.
How narcissistic must you be to think that everyone's out to get you? I don't think it's narcissism that has caused this man to think that they're gang stalking him. This is one of the few unique instances where it's not narcissism. It's a different kind of mental illness. And crack, most likely.
Nobody wanted to be blackballed and denied access to a historic campaign.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's the guy's running for president and credible information comes out that he's smoking crack and having sex with dudes.
Credible information.
That seems like a story.
Well, it would be a story if the media really cared about telling people the truth about anything.
Yeah, they're liars. And that Ben Smith is a liar.
Oh, Ben Smith's more than a liar, but you're right.
What do you mean more than a liar?
He's a complete fraud. Ben Smith, you know, I hear people talking about grifters. Ben Smith to me is a grifter. Ben Smith wrote an article saying that I had a 27-year
Criminal history.
Career criminal. And the funny thing is if you look my criminal history up, which I've published myself and provided from day one, my criminal history goes from 1980 to 1986. And everything I've ever done, I've owned it. I've never wasted taxpayer money. And any sentence I've ever been given, I've served. But he also...
Bro, wait, what?
My name is Larry Sinclair. I'm a former recreational drug user, drug trafficker, and I'm a convicted felon for crimes of forgery, bad checks, and theft by check. But I'm also an American citizen. I love this country, and I cannot stay silent regarding Barack Obama, knowing what I know. Today, I will discharge my obligation as a citizen to witness this knowledge to you and raise questions for others to investigate and consider. I'm going to briefly describe my background and experiences with Senator Obama. In 1999, what appears to me to be a coordinated effort to discredit me, and finally a list of questions. After this brief statement, I will take and try to answer any reasonable questions. Please understand, I will respect your questions and try to answer them. I will not be disrespected, nor will you. My background. I'm 46 years old and I currently reside in Duluth, Minnesota. I am a U.S. citizen. I've made mistakes in my lifetime. I have been convicted and served prison sentences for writing bad checks, forging checks, using stolen credit card numbers in Arizona, Florida, and Colorado. These events occurred over 20 years ago, between 1980 and 1986. After going public on the internet with these claims against Senator Obama, earlier this year, I became aware of a warrant out of Florida, dated from 1986, which I have resolved, and it has now been dismissed. I also have an active Colorado-only warrant for alleged theft and forgery. I am not ignoring this warrant, but am addressing it with the court in Colorado as well as with the district attorney's office. I have a pending motion to dismiss this warrant, which I am waiting to have calendared by the Colorado court. I have...
Bro, he literally spends the next, like, this is the guy. Okay? He had, like, multiple active warrants out for his arrest in 2007. He's like, oh yeah, I've only done crimes in 1990, in 1983 to 1986, which, by the way, here he says 1980 to 1986. No, I don't think he's stopped doing crimes since the 1980s. He's just like a scammer.
I lived and worked under 3 different legal names.
Yeah, that's the other part. He's like changed his names multiple times. Demon rats are trying to distract the people with this, ignoring the fact that the average working class American has warrants out for their arrest and multiple felonies in their name, in multiple names that they've changed legally.
Political reason. Well, let me slow down. There's no legitimate factual reason to interview a con artist and crackhead who's making these absurd claims. I'm not a fan of this. I wasn't a fan of it when they did it to Brett Kavanaugh. I'm not a fan of it now. That being said,
brother, the Brett Kavanaugh situation and this is not comparable. What the fuck? Oh my God. That is such an... Yo, Republicans are so insane, dog. Wait, there's a but. Oh my God, he said but. I didn't even realize because he was... Oh God, what is he? But, okay.
I applaud Tucker Carlson for doing it. You know why? Welcome to the tit for tat world of politics. So to clarify...
Oh, you made me do it. Got it. Oh, look what you made me do. Oh, this thing that I consider to be horrific and monstrous and awful, we got to do it because you made us do it, you know, because we're weak. We're weak-minded, zero backbone individuals. Look what you made me do.
Fine. There's a political reason to do this, to attack the Democrats, I guess, to make them look like degenerates, to strike at the credibility of the Obamas, maybe to...
Absolutely zero people give a fuck about this. If anything, it literally destroys what semblance of credibility that Republicans had within the Republican Party base of support. Like, I always imagine like a guy who owns like a catering company or something. You know what I mean? Like some Republican guy. He owns a catering company, and he's like a he loves Ronald Reagan. You know what I mean? He voted for Donald Trump, and now he's just like sitting there and he's like trying to find the Tucker Carlson interview. Okay, and he's just watching Tucker Carlson talk to this fucking crackhead con man. He's like, what the fuck's going on with this party? You know what I mean? Yeah, sure. Liberals are out of control. I don't like how, I don't like all this gay shit. I don't like all the stuff that's going on. I love deregulation. I love tax breaks. But what the fuck are these guys doing? I don't give a shit. Barack Obama is not running for president. I don't know if this gambit is going to pay off in the way that Republicans want it to pay off for them. I don't know if they think that imaginary smart Republican sounds dope. No, it's not. First of all, some of these Republicans that I make up, I'm not making up. That's number one. Number two, like, there are plenty of people who are racist, plenty of people who love deregulation, plenty of people who love watching Fox News, who still find it odd when you go the distance and just like kind of turn the other cheek a little bit. And we see this in the way that it plays out in elections. We see the way that these guys literally fucking go out and vote. They either turn the other cheek and like try to look away and still vote for the Republican Party, or they just don't vote at all. They like tap out. They're like, yeah, fuck this. I'm not interested. It's not going to turn them into Democrats, but it will turn them into non-voters. You know what I mean? Because then they're like, oh God, this is gross. Like, what the fuck is going on? These guys are so nutty. You are actively building a QAnon contingency in your party at the cost of alienating other moderate voters, more moderate voters, who are definitely interested in voting for the Republican Party, definitely racist, definitely homophobic, definitely sexist, right? But they're like, but this shit's gross. They don't want to be associated with the freaks. There are so many Americans who just don't want to be associated with the freaks. They don't give a fuck about moderates. It's not even like, I wouldn't even necessarily say they're moderates. I just think because moderate is not the right term for what I'm talking about. It's the political term for what I'm talking about, but I don't think these guys are actually fucking moderates at all. I think they're normal. Like, they find it gross to like fucking say that like a rape victim, a 13-year-old girl, needs to get an abortion. You know, I mean, not needs to get an abortion, sorry, needs to have to carry that pregnancy to term by law. Like, conservative, normal people who are still absolutely racist, absolutely sexist, homophobic, whatever, still will look at that and go, that's fucking nuts, dog. I don't know if I agree with that. Do you see what I mean? There are plenty of people who it's not going to change the way they vote. Yes, but it usually does have the capacity to stop them from voting. That's what you don't understand. So while you're pushing for an active base, looking for a new constituency that you're building in the form of like QAnon, just like you did with the evangelical Protestants, you you end up alienating a lot of suburban voters who are like, I don't know, I feel like it's a little too far for me. Does that make sense? It's not like, as long as they don't do this shit, if they just did everything that Trump was doing and didn't constantly fucking cry endlessly about like how Trump lost, for example, and how the election was stolen from him. If Trump shut the fuck up about losing the election or having the election be stolen from him, a lot of those people would have still stayed on board, you know? But the single issues that will carry them to the polls is never going to be they're mutilating teenagers and cutting their genitals. Okay? Because at that point, you're lost in your own sauce. Just like there is no appetite in the Democratic Party's base of support for permanent first world genocide. Okay? Like, can you imagine someone just like running around unwashed because they think showers are an unjustifiable hierarchy, simultaneously telling every fucking like small business owner that they need to be killed? Okay? Because this is the Republican equivalent of that. It's the Republican equivalent of that. The Democratic Party, I don't expect them to ever hug and kiss those people anyway, because they're not like a viable constituency of voters anyway. They never vote. Right? But the reality is, it's no different than like if the Democratic Party turned around. If the Democratic Party turned around and basically cut propaganda and videos and like endlessly talked to that base of support as though and messaged, tailored their messaging around that base of support, because that's what the trans shit looks like for a lot of people. It comes across as gross and weird and crazy. What is this? You're talking about my stepdad and mom. They live in the middle of nowhere, and every time I talk to them, they don't understand the dumb shit on Fox News rather than her sister, my aunt, who rambles about QAnon shit every time they talk. I end up having to try and explain it, and they don't get it. They do indeed end up thinking it's stupid and not worth going into the city to vote. They're not moderate. They just haven't lost the plot. Yeah, these guys, it's not a good... Moderate is not a good term for it, because, like, if you sat them down and you asked them straight up, like, what their perspective is on issues, right? Well, you ask them straight up what their perspective on issues is like, oh, wow, like, these are very fucking reactionary people. It's just, they're not so fucking reactionary that they legitimately think that, like, Joe Brandon swapped out all the fucking votes and still care about it to this day. And, like, there was a mass campaign with mail-in ballots that was actually coordinated, and COVID was fake, but also simultaneously the deadliest thing on the planet. And it, like, specifically didn't kill Ashkenazi Jews and the Chinese. And that also, the Democratic Party are a bunch of vampire pedophiles who are stealing children all the time. And, all this shit combined, some of them might pick and choose different parts of the conspiracies that I just mentioned. Like, but none of that is going to be big enough. None of that is going to be serious enough for them to go out and vote for the Republican Party out of fears, because these people kind of find that to be strange, a little gross.
Prevent Michelle Obama from gaining traction or to create just some negative press around the Obamas, fine, whatever. Simply put, the Democrats, the left, and the media in this country entertained the most psychotic lies you could imagine about Brett Kavanaugh. Tucker Carlson is simply engaging in the exact same behavior. Legitimate political reason. Well,
I can't believe they're destroying Barack Obama's chances of becoming a Supreme Court justice, which, by the way, Brett Kavanaugh still is. So it didn't even work if that was the case. So
said that I was a fugitive, that I was avoiding prosecution, I was trying to prevent from going to jail. None of that was true. But the media ran with it. Even Greta linked to it and said that people asked me why I would not interview Larry Sinclair. This is why. And she linked to Ben Smith's article. And notice his article was published right when I was preparing to do the press conference at the National Press Club.
not Greta Thunberg, man. It's Greta fucking what's her face, the one that used to be at Fox News, who left Fox News. The Butch lady. 1 year ago today. Damn, bro. R.I.P.
Hey, the National Press Club, so-called beacon for freedom of the press, they were just as involved in trying to keep the story from ever being.
It's interesting. I watched the other night, I watched your entire National Press Club appearance, and in it, you detail your intersections with law enforcement exhaustively. Yeah. Every time you've been arrested, you explain it. Every time you've done time, you explain it. So you didn't, from what I could tell, hide your past.
No, why? You can't. I mean, I've never hidden my past in regular everyday life. Why would I hide it in something like this?
So, I mean, you're the only person on this set who's had sex with Barack Obama. So I think you're, I don't know, expert on Obama, but you know more than most people. What's your assessment of him now?
I think he's the same grifter that he's always been. I think he's still very power hungry. I think Obama is calling the shots in the current Biden administration more than people are willing to admit.
Dude, the more I see stuff like this, the more I see the Hunter Biden shit, the more I can't help but admit, and people are going to yell at me a lot for this, okay, that Joe Brandon is kind of the Teflon Don. Like, his goofy, geriatric ass literally is so boring. Not to a fault, but, like, literally, it's like weaponized boringness, okay? Like, they can't pick at anything. They literally cannot pick at a single fucking thing with Joe Brandon. He's so fucking boring that, like, none of that shit moves the needle. So they have to, like, say, oh, well, Obama's still running the, government, and Obama is gay and did crack. Hillary Clinton, remember Hillary Clinton? Lock her up. Come on, guys. Hunter Biden, Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden. Let's throw him in jail because he did bad things, and maybe we can throw Joe Biden in jail. And it's like they just cannot turn him into a villain. Now, of course, Joe Biden also has his faults because as much as he is a boring old white guy, as much as he's a boring old white guy, a lot of other boring old white men love his shit. And he has made a tremendous amount of gains for white men. Every other demographic, however, he has lost. He's underperforming by wide-ass margins in comparison to Hillary Clinton, in comparison to any other prior, recent Democratic Party presidential hopeful. So that's another thing to consider. That's actually becoming a big problem for him. I believe will be the biggest problem for him in this election cycle. Joe Brandon is doing great for white people. He's doing great for the older white male category, much better than previous Democrats. However, he's doing really fucking poorly in comparison to previous Democrats with every other demographic.
I think Obama is hell-bent. I had made a statement during that press conference.
I disagree. Brandon's doing poorly overall. Yeah, I do think he's doing poorly overall. No, make no mistake. He's doing poorly. But he is doing better than previous Democratic candidates or previous Democratic presidents with white men. Demographically speaking, he's doing much better than they have with white men. He's doing much worse with every other demographic, though.
That I felt that Barack Obama being elected was going to push race relations in this country backwards 50 years. I am absolutely positive I was.
Yes, I think you've been vindicated on that.
Because race relations in this country has not only gotten pushed back, but everything's about race now. Everything is about victimization now.
He's like, when I sucked Barack Obama's cock in 1999, there was no racism in the world, okay? I didn't see him as a black man. I saw him as a crackhead whose dick I wanted to suck. Now, though, nowadays, things are very different. Things are very different, okay? Everything's about race now.
It's interesting, though. Yeah, he's obviously a race hater, very anti-white, but he had sex with a white man. So you have to ask, like, is that real?
Oh, for him, of course. I would be willing to bet you I'm not the only white person he's ever had sex with, or male, anybody.
Yeah.
But hey, he's got what he wanted. You know, he is in D.C. He's living the life. He's still looked upon as being the savior of the country. You know, and sadly, people are still giving him that power. And I think it's going eventually to be to the detriment of.
Can I just ask you one last question? How did you? I'm just thinking about it. It's very insightful because I knew a lot of people who weren't liberal who voted for Obama purely on the race question. Mm-hmm. And they weren't all self-hating, guilty whites. They were like nice, normal people who wanted to see race relations improve. And that really was the core promise of his campaign. And a lot of people bought it. A lot of smart people bought it. And I saw why they bought it. But you didn't buy it. How did you know that?
I grew up in South Carolina in the 1960s and 70s, okay? I've been gay and knew I was gay since 6 years old. Never hid it, okay?
Yeah.
I grew up in rural South Carolina. And my first job as a kid was cropping tobacco for a family by the name of Rose that were a black family living across the road from my grandparents. So I grew up as a kid, a gay kid, in an era and an area that would get you killed being gay just as quick as you could be hanging being black. So I actually knew the other side of the track before I knew that I was supposed to act like I was above this or above that. I've watched it my whole life. I know when someone plays, when it comes to acting like they're one way and then in reality, they're the biggest racists or bigots alive on both sides. Okay. I knew because he was saying one thing in the campaign, and then if people started to actually listen to what he was saying.
I love thinking that Barack Obama hates white people. Like Barack Obama, who said originally in Ferguson that Black Lives Matter protesters were behaving like thugs. That Barack Obama hates white people. Brother, I don't even know how I can have a conversation with a human being who thinks that Barack fucking Obama hates white people, okay? It's nuts. First of all, he's half white. So there's that aspect of it. But I don't even want to get into that because then there's like maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe because it kind of doesn't matter. He's still seen black, right? And the more obvious answer here is just look at what. I'm not doing like biracial discourse. I'm simply stating just look at what Barack Obama, how he presents himself, what he has said, and what he has done. And you will understand that this is not a man who hates white people at all. This guy was an online stalker who got the media to believe his long story. I mean, I think people don't even believe it. They just are going along with it.
Remember, there was a time when he actually told supporters to show up at a fight with a knife. Get in people's face, argue with them if they didn't agree to support him, if they didn't agree to vote for him. Argue with them, convince them. Come on. You don't make statements like that and tell me that you're not going to make things about race. He did.
Man, that is the one part of your story that we can say unequivocally you're telling the truth about. You saw that, and most people didn't. Larry Sinclair, I'm really grateful that you came. I wish I had interviewed you in 2008. I don't think anyone would have run the interview. But anyway, thank you.
You're welcome.
Very much.
Thank you.
Great to meet you.
You too.
That was incredible, dude. I'm glad he came. And let me tell you, I came too. Okay? I came, I saw, and I fucking conquered. On that note, though, I believe it is time for us to part ways, at least for the day. I know it's early. I've only done 6 hours and 30 minutes, but I'm going to go hang out with my family. Okay? There's a lot that we didn't get to today, and we will get to it tomorrow. If you're not, I will be back at the same time, at the same place. Okay?
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day.
Anyway, love you all. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Has how people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The stun lock to the stun lock to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Iger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips and out your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show.